Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you as ever for tuning on in. I'm back from vacation. I'm refreshed. I'm re-energized. I am reinvigorated. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to get back into this. We are a mere, 20 days away from the start of training camp. I hope you guys are getting hyped up. I'm getting hyped up because we are expecting ourselves one hell of a successful year, and we have every right to feel that way because we've got one hell of a team that John Schneider and Coach Carroll and the company around them have put together. But I think also within all of these amazing, wonderful parts and pieces to this team that comprise the whole is that we forget about some of the impactful players that are really going to, come to be in this season to help put us maybe over the top in certain ways. Because though this is a team that is strong front to back, it is not a team built of the sum total of its parts merely. It is a team that does as well have some star power. And one of those fine young men that have got that star power is Kenneth Walker. He's a guy that I think we've kind of forgotten about just a tiny bit this offseason. Maybe not us locally here as far as Seahawks fans, but maybe at least as far as the national perspective is concerned. This guy is a guy who came out last year and had himself a season for a rookie running back. I know there are a lot of running backs that have come along at times and have those real bright seasons that sort of lend you and make you believe that, well, that's kind of there's a gold standard there, but it's very hard as a rookie running back merely to get over 1,000 yards. You can go through a lot of young rookie running backs that came through this league, and it just wasn't quite the case for them. Let me provide you a little bit of a sampling here of this list. Just some random guys I kind of brought up, some that had some impact, others that didn't and took a little bit of time, including guys like Derrick Henry, who only had 449 yards rushing, or Dalvin Cook, that only had 344 yards rushing his first year. Some guys did come out and light it up, definitely like your Saquons and your Ezekiel Elliott's. But what's notable about this list as well is I was trying to find kind of some comps along to looking at Kenneth Walker and how they started out, is that every one of the guys on this current list that I provide here to you, be it LT with 1,236 yards his rookie year, or Nick Chubb with 996 yards in his rookie year, or even Adrian Peterson with 1,341 yards in his rookie year. Every one of these guys, with the exception of Zeke Elliott, ended up besting this season into their career. They got better. They got more productive beyond this rookie year, whether they were down in the low water mark of a Dalvin Cook or they're up around the marks of a Derrick Henry. And when we look at last year and what Kenneth Walker put together, it was not merely just a 1,000-yard year. It was a 1,050-yard season, 9 touchdowns, 167 yards receiving as well on the back of 80% catch rate, as some people had some worries about his hands coming out. Maybe not fully answered in that respect, but that's at least decently productive. And he didn't do this necessarily going all downhill. When you take a look at Ezekiel Elliott, I would say one of the reasons that he was able to have the type of year that he did have was that he had an offensive line, if I'm not mistaken, that had 3 Pro Bowlers at that time. And it was built fully and well for a guy like him to really go out there and be able to have the year that he did have, on top of having a Des Bryant and a good young rookie Dak Prescott on his game rolling at that time. Definitely benefited him. Walker didn't necessarily have the like. He had a good offense around him with the receivers on the outside, which certainly kept a lot of teams into those cover 2 situations where he was looking at maybe a little bit of a lighter box at times than other running backs would be given. But he was also a guy that didn't start until he was week 6, until he really got to that production. He was just kind of getting worked in. And so it didn't necessarily have this 17-game season where just from the start, he's just putting up these mild stats to barely push himself over 1,000 yards. He also, I believe, missed a game or 2 with a little bit of an ankle injury, ankle back thing that was going on during that time period. So he had an amazing season as far as just that concern, but then let's also add in a little bit of the extra, which is that you as a running back are really, no matter what talent you have on the outside or even what kind of tight ends you have, to a moderate degree, it's really about your offensive line and what they're able to produce for you. And last year, he was doing this production on the back of 2 rookie tackles. He had an interior of his offensive line that was not necessarily very good at run blocking throughout the course of the year. Damian Lewis was pretty solid up and down, but he was actually better rated and looked a little bit better in pass pro at times than he did necessarily in the run blocking game. Though again, he had a really good year. I don't want to seem like I'm knocking Damian Lewis. He was fine. But the center right guard situation was a different story. You had Gabe Jackson on the last legs of his pro career here, just hanging on for dear life. And Austin Blythe, it's the same way as now I believe he has retired himself. And so you just didn't have a lot from that interior helping out on top of those rookie tackles who played really well. But at the end of the day, they are still rookies. They did kind of appear to kind of hit that wall as we got a little bit later into the year versus how they were playing a little bit earlier on, and understandable because they were going into that 17th game year. That was the longest they had ever played football in their entire careers, and they're still very young players to boot. I think Lucas's case, he was kind of working through something a little bit in his knee, I think, at the end of the year as well. So the bottom line with it was that it wasn't working out as well. He didn't have as dynamic a run blocking game. It wasn't like he was just running through gaping wide holes that, he could have just danced his way through if he wanted to. At times he had to kind of find his own way. And that was one of the great parts about him, is that he could create his own big play. He didn't need it blocked up. How many times did we have where he would bounce out a run where you thought he was hemmed up? That Cardinal game where he got down the right sideline, for instance. I was at that game, and I think I saw it in person. I still don't know how he got free of all those tacklers that were all just in this small little closet-like area, and he found a way to just wiggle his way through. But his dancing was awesome because it brought the big plays. He had a 60-yarder, a 30-yarder, a 74-yarder, a 69-yarder last year, a 34-yarder, a 30-yarder, and then another handful of 20-plus yard runs in his book. So he was a big play waiting to happen all across the board. I think that's also a big part of why when we start to look about him going forward and how this impacts the offense with him, his type of talent in the backfield, when you have a big play guy like that now, what starts to bring the eighth man in the box? Is it the guy that's simply going to grind out your 4.5, 5 yard runs, where the defense knows, okay, if we're not on it on this hole, if we get blown out of this hole, if there's a little bit, he's only going to get 6 or 7 yards. We'll catch him up at that point because he's not a real fast guy. Or if a defense knows, if we mess up and we leave this hole open for a crack, if we're not on our fundamentals and this opens up just for an instant, this guy's gone. He's going to have that home run hitting speed to just be out the door, and we're not going to be able to catch back up. This is what starts to draw, in my opinion, potentially those box defenders back up in the hole. Now we start talking about our receivers really starting to have an impact on the outside. You're pulling the defenses out of those cover 2 looks. It's not that they stay in cover 2 every time, but now you're almost just removing it from Geno's. Geno's just looking at a single high safety now, maybe a lot more of the time, and how you're having to bring that guy down. Now it was not without some things to work on here with Kenneth, because within the dancing is also what we need to actually clear up here with Kenneth. It was the one thing that the coaches themselves were, some up public. They weren't like thrashing about, just they were bringing it up a little bit of this is what we're kind of working on with them and through the course of the year. And that was hitting the hole hard, because this is, of course, what you get with these dancers. They love to dance, but sometimes a little bit too much. And so you have a guy that sometimes is a little bit too busy thinking he can bust it outside, bounce it outside, instead of just putting his head down and going and getting those yards, those dirty 3, as they like to call it, the dirty 3 yards. Take what you can get, as opposed to dancing and ending up in maybe a negative play or only getting 1 yard when you should have gotten 3. Now it's a balance game. And this is the part where when you talk about him coming into the second year, as I try to push this forward, this is the part where I say, this isn't just merely a good running back. This is a guy who can be one of the top running backs in the league off the back of this rookie year. Because as he gets, what is going to improve in that second year? You got the year in the weight room and an NFL system with NFL trainers and an NFL diet. You got all that stuff working in your favor, of course, and getting those methods right. But you also are getting better about reading those holes, understanding the indicators you're looking for and how to read it a little bit better. And that's the part that's really going to improve as you get forward, to where he can strike that balance now to know when he can bounce it outside and when he's just got to put his head down and take what is there. The good news with Kenneth is that he's not one of those dancers who's only a dancer, who's a guy who's only as good as he is getting away from people. He's maybe not in a place of a Marshawn or a Thomas Rawls or a Chris Carson-like guy that he can be a battering ram, but he can put his head down and get those tough earned yards at times when he has to do it as well. It really was more of just a decision thing. And I think a lot of it was coming from the fact that he started to do more dancing as the run blocking started to fail more as the year went along. It seemed to be kind of more of an issue than it was when those first few games with him, but more of an issue as it went along, which that's what a running back's now going to start to do a little bit more of, isn't it? Is that if you have him in that position where, early on they're getting the holes, and now he's seeing his center losing, his right guard losing, and we know how much our Seahawks love to run those inside runs. That's how you get to those bounce out plays where he just is going, man, I've got to go find something here. These guys are not blocking anything up off my reads here for me to just, take this. So that's a little bit as well what will go away, I think, if you get a little bit of a better offensive line in place. And that's the part that I think is nice about this as we turn this forward a little bit, into this upcoming season is now, what does he have versus what he had last year? Because now you have this is all, of course, albeit hopefully no injuries or major injuries, but you've got your great receivers on the outside. You've got Geno back ready to rock. He's got a deep receiving running back room behind him that can keep him at least fresh, so he doesn't just have to be leaned on for 25 carries in, let's say, a given game. They can lighten that load throughout. But then let's get back to the line. He's got all of his tight ends in the books. All three of those guys can run block. All three of those guys go through their run blocking grades through last year. Fan had some up and downs just a little bit, and he's certainly not good in his pass protection stuff. But run blocking wise, all of those guys were really solid. And a lot of the big runs you saw sprung last year were, especially in those 3 tight end sets, those guys laying down those blocks and doing their job. So it was just in the recent video I dropped on the channel in the anatomy of the play that I broke down about a week and a half ago. So those guys returned. Your rookies now come back. They get the second year returns, which we're told by Coach Carroll himself are the biggest returns for rookies is in the second year. That's the biggest point of growth that you see from those guys. Beyond the third year jump, beyond the fourth year jump, it's year 2. You get that now with those 2 guys as well. Damian Lewis is still here, locked solid. And then you've improved and deepened your center and your right guard position. And so those then should be with it improved. And because it really, as an equivalent point, if you put both the center and the right guard position is kind of being below average, well, I'd say below average, if not well below average versus the rest of the league in those 2 marks, now you're getting it up to at least potentially an average state with all of the increases across the board in the other places. And we haven't even gotten to Jackson Smith and Jigba and the problems that he could then cause for defenses if he can start to slide in there, or maybe even an Eskridge. We'll see on that one. We'll see on Dwayne. But he's got more to work with this year. He's going to have a better offensive line to work with, which should only make him more dynamic. I'm definitely on board with telling you folks, if I'm not a big fantasy guy, I wouldn't give a lot of fantasy advice. Charbonnet is going to be nice this year. He's going to have his time. Kenny McIntosh is probably going to get some of his touches here and there. But at the end of the day, Walker is going to be ready to burst this year as long as he can avoid the injuries. As long as he can avoid the injuries, he's going to be ready to burst, because I think it's going to be very hard pressed for defenses to bring down the 8th defender into the box. Number one, most of these defenses are running that Vic Fangio cover 2 shell stuff anyway, and they want to stay in that cover 2 shell. But number 2, now you have to then leave DK or Tyler in one-on-one coverage. And both of those guys not only feast against one-on-one coverage, it's the same conundrum you got to deal with Kenneth Walker, which is that if you're wrong, if you're off, if you miss just a little bit, they're taking the top off your defense and they're gone. This isn't a possession receiver 14-yard route now after he beats his guy one-on-one. This is DK running a 9 route and blowing past his guy. That's why these coaches have so thoroughly committed to these cover 2 looks prior to this, and why they've oftentimes rolled those coverages, sometimes both in the same play to Locker, almost like they're running a pure cover 2 a little bit at times, to Lockett and DK's side. But now you give him a 7-man box. You give him the better offensive line. You give him everything that he had last year on the other supporting factors, and he's not going to go up another 300 or 400 yards rushing this year. And maybe Charbonnet can come in and be just that good in that rookie year, and he certainly looks like he's got the goods, and he had 2 great years of college production, and certainly I would expect him to be ready to roll. But I think once Walker comes back into training camp, and as long as he's healthy, I do think he's a little bit of a difference-making talent in what he's going to bring forward here. When looking back at what he did last year, when looking back at other rookie running backs, and how sometimes it took some of them a little bit of time. And this wasn't a kid coming into the NFL at 24 years old. So you can't say, well, it's just he was so ready to roll because he was so physically developed that, he could hit the ground running and he was going to be good. No. 22 years old right now, today, as we stand, 22 years old is Kenneth Walker right now. Still very, very, very young. And this is where we come back to the value point as well with these running backs and take him in the second round. Because when you get a guy like this that can be a difference-making talent and you're getting him on his rookie contract, that is the time. And doing research and looking at running backs a little bit for this show and just kind of wanting to turn over again the value of these guys and where they stand with it. You can be pro taking a running back early on and with that value because they're a difference-making talent, or you can be against it. But then what neither side can deny, wherever either may lay on this debate, what neither side can deny is that running back is at his most productive in that first rookie contract. And looking at the data, 25 years old. Of the top 50 rushers, top 50 rushing seasons, 25 years old when doing my research was the average age of those guys, 25. And then looking at the data, the spots where running backs are dropping off, the average, the updated data of where these guys in the modern realm are kind of falling off at, it ain't 32, it ain't 30, it's 27. You want to be in on the rookie parts of these contracts with these running backs. That's when you want to have them. That's when they're at their most productive. That's when you have them their cheapest. And that's when they're actually at a spot of being able to be separating talents. Nice part too is if we can draw a potential here, interesting note, this isn't really related to anything, but just something that stood out to me in looking at my research on this, is that interestingly enough, draft position can sometimes dictate stack boxes. So you've got 3 different lines here. I'm going to put this kind of a full screen so you guys can all see this. How draft position factors into average box defender's face. The purple line is day 1 guys. Green box is day 2 guys. But it takes a while. It takes a while for those stack boxes if you're a day 2 or a day 3 guy to kind of catch up, doesn't it? Day 1 guys, they get the benefit of the doubt seemingly a little bit. And this is data from 2006 to 2020. Just kind of some interesting data. Even NFL teams buying into draft positioning a little bit within that. But we're in a spot, if you look at this data, of where Kenneth Walker being a guy that's a green line guy here into year 2, where he's probably still not going to face too many stacked boxes. And this is data that's absent having 2 of the bigger game-breaking kind of receivers on the outside that the Seahawks have in DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, which would only increase the less likelihood of the non-stacked boxes. My bottom line on that is that I think Kenneth Walker is going to flourish this year because I think defenses are going to be more worried about stopping the pass than the run. I think he's going to get a lot of light boxes. I think he's going to have increased help there across the board in the offensive line. And when you talk about this team getting into a top 3 state, it's going to be the balance of the run game and the pass game, and them both being dynamic, them both at times appearing unstoppable. It being a situation of feeling like you have to pick your poison rather than it feeling like you're really, pushing the envelope or forcing something a certain way. So I look forward here this upcoming year. I'm going to predict easily a 1,400-yard season here from Kenneth Walker. I want to even go harder than that because I don't think teams are going to come to a point of stacking the boxes, and I think there's going to be more holes opened up by this offensive line. He's going to be smarter as a player going forward, and the kid has got a certain amount of separating talent to him that's just different than other running backs. Every running back is so unique in their own ways, and we try hard to quantify them and put them in a categorical box. This guy's a Jim Brown type, or this guy's a Marshawn Lynch type, or this guy's that. And I would argue so much, as I tried to put in the thumbnail here, I've often referenced him a little bit like, he strikes me as a little bit like a musician in the way he plays the game at times, like almost like a jazz musician, or like I literally have in the thumbnail Hendrix guitar and what he's playing. So he's a little bit like Hendrix in that way. And I think it's fitting because Hendrix was out of Seattle for a long period of time here. So I think he's just like that. And then he can riff, and you want to lean into that riff because that's what makes him so unique and special and helps him to break so many tackles. For a guy his size to break as many tackles as he does, and he continued to bring that, it's a skill set that they tell you it should be able to carry over from college. If you do it at an elite level at college, you should be able to do it at an elite level in the NFL. And he showed last year he indeed is able to do it at an elite level in the NFL. I'm really hyped up about this coming year, but I think this team's got a potential to get into that top 3, even maybe higher as an offense, because they can truly bring about a team that can be unstoppable offensively. You've got really nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, no place to lean on. You lean one way, they go this way. You lean that way, they go that way. And the way you get to that is having the dominant elements, not the good elements. Not everything's solid across the board, but you have the dominant elements. People will pick a DK Metcalf and they'll say, oh, he's got to do more of this and he's got to do more of that. And I need him doing this. And I want him turning him into Deebo Samuel. But you can't deny that he can take the top off of defense. Tyler Lockett's starting to get finally a little bit of pub this offseason from some of the national perspective about how underrated he is, about how much separation he creates in his route running. And the thing is that defensive coaches are not behind the ball on this one. They're not lagging on this one. That's why these guys draw the doubles that they draw. That's why teams slide into those cover 2s since 2020 when Russell went on his Let Russ Cook tour, and for 7-8 games, they looked like the most unstoppable offense the NFL had ever seen. So I don't think we're getting to that spot necessarily, but how are you stopping this offense? What are you going to do? You're going to stay in a cover 2? You're going to run a 7-man box? Just trust your guys up there? Good luck. I don't care how good or dominant you are in your front 7. You're going to give me a 7-man box that you commit to 24/7. I should be able to take advantage of that. Now, Fangio's defense does have their cover 2 shell, has the safeties playing in a cover 2, but usually like 12 yards off the line of scrimmage, as opposed to, let's say you were having that free safety, strong safety look that you'd normally see where the free safety might be 15 yards and the strong safety's at like 12, right? 10, something like that, right? It's a little bit, they already kind of crunch things up a little bit by how they do it. But I'd offer once with DK and Tyler out there, those guys probably take an extra step or two back. Point is, 7-man box, he's going to feast. If he's on your fantasy football team this year, you're going to do well this season like you did last year, albeit as long as the injury bug doesn't strike him. It hit Kurt Warner in the first game of his second season. That damn AstroTurf down there in the Kingdom just shredded that knee, and it was before they could bring those knees back in that way. I just hope he can stay healthy, because if he can, I think he's got difference-making impact. What do you guys think? Is this guy ready to roll? Can he crunch up over 1,400 yards? Am I crazy in that respect of things, or is Charbonnet going to be the way? Let me know here either in the comments or down the chat, whichever you may be listening to. I appreciate you guys watching, and thank you for hanging in there. Appreciate all the folks as well who checked in on me. I had some folks say, everything good out there in the chat, from some folks. You okay? So we had some, I appreciate in this day and age, those folks doing the mental health checks, everything okay? And it was totally all well. Had a fantastic vacation with the family out there. Got to hang with my nephew and niece, just, playing pools and out in the ocean, and just have a ball. So it was exactly what I needed. I'm back though now, so we're going to be going really hard here, and we'll be cooking along as ever. So I hope you guys are ready. We're going to got some videos on and prepping and getting ready here on the background of things, and we're going to keep cooking the content out to you. Appreciate all the new subscribers. We're just about to go over about 12.5, I think. Here's the channel. So we are just cooking along this year, well on track to our goal of 15,000 subscribers. So if you're not subbed up, please do get subbed up. And we're open to chat today. Whatever you guys want to talk about. Let's talk about a little bit of Kenneth Walker. We got the season upcoming. Maybe other little things I know have been percolating a little about there. It's been that quiet time, but we're starting to pick up now. So anything guys you want to discuss, we're open to roll here. Greg says, welcome back, Brandon. Feels like it's been months since you last streamed. I know, man. It does feel like it's been a little bit of time, doesn't it? I don't know. It was a great vacation, but it did seem like I was there for a month. I'm not gonna lie. I was only there for like a week, but it was awesome. Gabriel, how you doing, man? Megan Gok, Roger, it's good to see you. William Asumpako, go Hawks, man. Young Bido game, hell yeah. Devo, good to see you, man. Ski Nation Brandon, it was cold and lonely without you, and I live in Arizona. Oh, man, I missed you guys too, brother. I missed you guys too. I definitely wanted to, I was getting the hankering to maybe do a little bit of streaming, but I was like, nah, we got to get the family time in. I had the mom, the brother, the niece, the nephew, everyone together, so I just wanted to like sponge, just, soak it up every bit that I could. Grog, says I need a tan like that. I got a little bit of sun. You guys know how this is, though. We're in the Pacific Northwest. The sun comes out. You need to, what do they do? Where they got the things that molt. Like you got to molt your skin, let your winter layer off. So I had to molt off that skin layer. Had to do it. Brian Myers, good to see you, brother. Ben Dennett says 1,000 yards behind 2 rookie offensive linemen. It's a point that can't be undersold. For the analytic folks want to tell us that, you're only as good as your offensive line, they say, that a running back talent doesn't matter, because he's only as good as the offensive line. You go, oh, okay, well, if that's true, how does a guy, if the talent doesn't matter, how does a, rookie running back behind 2 rookie tackles, behind at least a center and a right guard that's performing well below league average, go out there and pop for 1,000 yards? And he didn't do it. He didn't do it, by the way, on the back of averaging 3.9 yards per carry. I could go through a lot of these running backs in their rookie years, and even guys that performed really well as far as the yards that they put up, where their average yard per carry was very, very low. He still stacked it up there at 4.6. And that, to me, it's more, again, of an indication of an argument I've been finding myself making more now, Ben, in recent years, which is that, yes, offensive line does matter for a running back. And it definitely can have a big part and a big impact of how a running back does. But running back talent still does matter. And that part's been lost a little bit with time here and with narratives and with the analytic folks coming into play. And I think this is where the Seahawks, by taking him last year, by getting Zach Charbonnet right now to back him up, to keep that running back room strong and stable and deep, they're recognizing where there's a market inequity there, a place that they can go take advantage of, a depressed asset, that they can really jump on. And so, yeah, I'm with you on the part that he got this done last year with having to deal with that front. And Geno had a good year, but nobody was like, oh, Geno's going to be able to carry, take the heat off this running back. It was probably as much DK and Tyler that helped him to keep those cover 2 points, to keep the box light. But he still did a lot of work. How many runs did he have where he had to bust a tackle, break this way? You know, it wasn't just purely blocked up brilliantly. It was a matter of he had to make a move or two to get through, and then he took advantage when there was a hole to be made. Greg says, I think you should make a video or dedicate a stream to Tariq Woolen, going over film, his abilities, and unbelievable ceiling, telling us what we can expect in the second year. It would be very hype. I think that's a great idea, Greg, and I'll try to work to implement that. I've been thinking of trying to think of a way to kind of work in been doing some work a little, well, not work, but I was listening to something on a podcast come up about the Seahawks defense last year. I'm writing a note about it though right now. Doing a little bit of look at Seahawks defense last year as they started to slide away a little bit from the cover three, at least to the propensity that they used to run it. And then there's an interesting brand and style of secondary that we're starting to run a little bit here now that I want to dedicate a little bit to. I think Tariq's though at the forefront of a little bit in dedicating that. So I'm able to kind of combo it in how I do that, Greg. But fantastic suggestion. Please keep those coming. And yeah, I think Tariq definitely deserves, you know, this guy might be a superstar, and I haven't done yet even, I think, a single video on him yet. So it's probably time to, you know, put something together a little bit with it. Give the man the props. Drunk Squidward says, will Zach Charbonnet be like an A.J. Dillon role? The more I think about it, yes. I feel like he's going to be a little bit initially that way. I think he's got the upside to expand beyond the Dillon role. I don't think A.J. Dillon has the ability to expand beyond the A.J. Dillon role. I don't think Dillon can ever be a bell cow back. I do think Charbonnet could be whatever a bell cow back is worth anymore in the way that we just, you know, it really doesn't exist in the NFL anyway anymore, but in the way that we would describe it, at least of old. I think Charbonnet has way more talent than Dillon does. I don't think that they're a good comp, but I think he's going to play that role in his first season of short yardage back and hammer and take that off of Walker's duties, lighten the load a little bit, if just merely for that, on top of being more effective in that role than Walker, because Walker at the end of the day is 5'9" and probably 210 to 215. You'd like to get an extra probably 10, 15 pounds. I know Charbonnet weighed 215 in his pro day, but the guy runs out there at 225 plus. I'm sure he does. I'm positive he does when it comes to game day. So he will be a bigger back, and you'll be able to see it when you see those two guys. You won't see him lined up being, yeah, those guys weigh the same weight. You know, you'll go, okay, that guy's got another 20 pounds on him. But that'll be the initial role, Drunk. I think Zach will fit into what's more the more norm role for a rookie running back in their first year, which is to be a guy to get you 3, 4, maybe 450 yards. I mean, just going back again to the Seahawks record book, what stood out to me, and I was kind of surprised by it, was that, you know, look at these numbers that you go from 1449 with Warner, Walker at 1050, and then we're down to 830 with Thomas Rawls. And then we drop down another 300 yards to John L. Williams at 538. And then Sherman Smith in 76, Seahawks first year. And then you're down to Russell Wilson, who's your like sixth best rookie rushing back at 489 yards. So you can just tell a little bit by that. And then over 50 years of an organization, and you've had only two guys crack 1,000 yards in their rookie year. And I think it does in just itself illustrate a little bit of that there might be something a little bit extra special about those guys that do crack that 1,000 yards. Warner would have very well been on a Hall of Fame like type of trajectory if he had stayed healthy. He led the AFC in rushing in his rookie year. He had Chuck Knox here, who was absolutely a running mastermind. That was the guy that I was with, I believe, I think Chuck originally with the Bills and helping OJ get sprung with an offense that couldn't do anything else but run the ball. And he had Largent to take those, a lot like the DK Metcalf thing, where Largent's going to take the double teams by that time. It was just going to be without saying that Largent was going to command the double teams. So the boxes were going to be light for Warner moving into the future. And that was going to mean that he was going to be on a hell of a place. But it's hard for these guys to come in and have that kind of impact. We like to say, oh, they'll come in as rookie, and there are some guys that do come in, but I would say it's much more likely he slides into a kind of role. Ben Dennett, Sanders-esque. He is Sanders-esque. Walker is in his ability to dance. It's a different type of, of course with Sanders, it was that pure stutter, but it's also just the evolution of the stutter. It's like going from the Tim Hardaway crossover, and it was just, it's tight. And like Sanders was just tight, and it was beautiful and worked for the moment. And then you got to expand it a little bit. Now you see with these guys, it's a little bit looser with the hips. It's the dead legs, but he's got every move in the book. He has every move in the book, including a nice little stiff arm too. Mark Hoppercorn, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well. Brian Myers says Zach will catch more balls than AJ. Agreed. AJ's it struck me with the film of him coming out of Boston College. He's very just robotic and stiff as a mover. And he's, I mean, I know he runs with a moderate amount of power, and there's probably a Packers fan in my chat with saying he's good, great power. He runs awesome. But he just doesn't run as strong for a guy that can't move, and he has no swivel to his hips. I think Charbonnet has more swivel and ability to kind of change direction, which will make him more effective as a running back, in my opinion. Megan Gock-Rogers starting us off with a $10 donation. Thank you, Megan. A little slow on the acknowledging. Sorry, I wanted to get my opening little statement there, but I hope you're doing well. Saw a picture of the hand of the cast. That's tough. I hope you're all right and taking care of it. She says, welcome home, B. Great to have you with that killer tan. Migraine from hell with a dislocated right thumb and a broken right wrist in a brace. But I am glad to be back with you and the 12s. Well, thank you, Megan. I hope you don't mind. Oh, it didn't turn on. See, I'm back from vacation. Everything's a little rough. So you can't see it, Megan. It doesn't look as good as I was hoping. I got to bring it up a little bit. I had Zorn back on the back line there. My signed Zorn card, but it's a little bit, it doesn't look as cool as I thought it was going to look. Because you can't, it just looks glared. My signed Zorn card. That's going to be a keeper, I'll tell you that. But it's good to hear you back. Good to hear you hanging in there, Megan. Take care of that wrist. I was seeing Cricket was up at the top of Reddit too today, Megan. Cricket's getting, looking around on some stuff, I'm like, oh my gosh, Cricket's getting big, huh? Grug, the 2024 draft looks very good, especially for the linebacker, defensive tackle, safety, and quarterback positions. I think if we draft those 4 positions and crush next year's draft on top of a solid free agency, we are Super Bowl contenders. There's no doubt about it. This is going to be an interesting year to see if you can essentially kind of jump the creek a little bit early on this one, rather than having to wait for the bridge. We just jump over the top to the Super Bowl side. I don't know if we're going to be able to pull it off this early, this young of a roster to get to that place of things. The potential's there when you have this talented of a team, when you have a man like Coach Carroll that can coach up such a young roster and has proved that over time and time and time again, then the sky is the limit. There's no reason to box them in. But it's understandable if we did fall. My point being, of course, Greg, is just that if we did fall a little bit short of that this year, it's why I'll have patience for this if this doesn't just simply explode out the box this season, is because of the youth that is involved here. You have turned over this roster in basically a 2-season span. You're moving out from under all this dead money over this last couple of years, bad contracts, but you're going to turn yourself into a position to really be able to hit the ignition switch here and send this thing off in a fashion next off season, like you say, in a way that could really, really bring home just those final parts to take you back over the top. Does look like early linebacker. I've been kind of going through some of the highlights on some of these guys. I've been doing the full film breakdowns, but just kind of looking at some of those guys, the Jeremiah Trotters or your Chris Jenkins. I mean, that's a guy that I'll just tell you right off the gate. I mean, I loved how his dad played. And so, if he's anything more, like that, I'm going to be all over that kid with that. But there are some great positions across the board. And the thing with quarterback that stands out is that, if you want to go back to the Russell Wilson mold of taking a guy between the 2nd and 3rd round, there's going to be, I think, a lot of guys that are going to be very interesting prospects in that realm. If you do want to try to go just so cheap with it, if you decide it doesn't work with Geno, I think it's going to work with Geno, so I think it's going to be kind of a null and void argument. But that is also a thing that the team could be looking at as they go forward. But the linebacking talent's a lot better than it was this year, it looks like, on the surface of things, Greg, and that's very exciting because we might at this point need 2. We might be doing like we did in the 2005 season where we have to go and get ourselves 2 rookies. Spaces, looks like Brandon got himself some sun. I did go kind of hard with it. But you guys, you're Pacific Northwesters. You know how this goes. I got to look at luminescent. I can basically, through like 200 days a year, I can look and see the bones through my skin. I'm so white. So you give me an opportunity to glaze up a little bit. I'm going to do what I got to do. Grug says, according to mock drafts database, consensus big board, there are 12 defensive tackles in the top 100 so far. I'm excited for the season to start. It's going to be fun, man. We need those too. It's good that these are the positions of need we have. And I think part of this is probably purposeful, Greg, why you maybe don't see Schneider dipping his toe as much into the waters of the defensive tackle waters this draft is because he goes, I'm going to have way better ones next year to pick through than this year. So I'll make do for a season until it's right. Part of that whole value-based thing. Mr. Doc says, Hawks Nest, sick shirt. Awesome. Thank you, man. I like me some Bosworth. I'm going to find some more of these kind of shirts online. I'm going to start digging around. I got to get me a beast mode shirt. Space says, JSN's fast as F. I'm looking forward to watching him play. I think he's going to be fantastic. I mean, one of the kind of stars of camp. No doubt about that. A lot of big plays on the board that you saw from him just in the little snippets that we saw of the kid. And the early reviews seem to be nothing short of raving. And you don't often hear that of rookie receivers coming in here. You certainly didn't hear it of Dwayne Eskridge when he came in here. And I could bring up a variety of other different names within that. But we know at the very, very least, whether if he's going to be maybe a guy that can be star potential to play on the outside, can be like a Jefferson equivalent in his level of ability. Whether or not he ascends to that, we do know that he's going to be able to right out the gate be a solid upper level guy in the slot for us, I think. And just merely bringing that to board with what you have on the outside really does open up the top on this offense. A lot like having a guy like a difference-making Walker. It all works together, but it works together because there's some dominant levels here. There's some solid, there's some good, but there's some great here too. And that's where when it starts, you got upper level slot, dynamic outside guys that can take the top off the defense on either side, stacked running back room, tight ends that are not only just tight ends that you have three of them, not only you have three of them that are of quality, you have three complete tight ends, guys that can do everything in their game. They can run block, they can receive, a little bit of catch, a little after the catch if you need. They give you a bit of everything. But then you look back and go, well, there's no weaknesses then within that. Yeah, Brian Myers is right on that, Megan. I think that was right when the doctors were getting a little bit smarter in their evaluations of players as Bosworth was coming in. It was Megan and Brian talking about Bosworth, and he would have been definitely probably have taken higher or been picked higher if not for the fact those shoulder injuries. People were probably aware of it. There's also, I think, a kind of even back then, usually that steroid stuff was kind of quiet, but it was kind of almost an open secret at the time coming out that there was maybe some stuff going down with that too with him. David Pugh, what's poppin'? How you doing, man? Tony Wright says, good evening, Brandon. As I evaluated different teams' 2023 drafts, I gave my Atlanta Falcons an A- and your Seattle Seahawks also an A- with both squads hitting home runs, drafting running backs in 2022 and 2023. Well, thank you, Tony. Let me take a look. You did the porter. Let me take a look here. Atlanta Falcons 2023. Sorry, I want to just look at your guys' draft really quick to make sure I'm up to snuff on all the guys you picked. Yeah, the tough part with you guys is you got the 2, 3, 4, and then the 7s. And that's always rough when trying to do the evaluations on giving grades, because it's like, well, yeah, my Hawks have you beat, but it's also partly because we have so many more picks than what you guys had. I don't hate any of your picks, I'll tell you that. There's none of those selections I just looked at that I didn't like. Matthew Bergeron, watching his tape, I think that's a guy that starts in this league. If you get that in the second round, I think that that's really good value. And as a team, Falcons are doing what I always like to see teams do when it comes in drafts is know thyself. We want to be the most dynamic run team in the league. So let's lean into that. Let's stack our running back room 3 deep. Let's make sure our offensive line, which is already strong, is, reinforced. I do think Clark Phillips is a really impressive player too, Tony. Don't match him up against Jackson Smith and Jigba, of course, because it was that Utah game that he was doing a lot of shredding on Clark Phillips out of the slot on. But I don't know if I go full A-, but I mean, maybe. I love the Bijan Robinson pick. That'd be an A for me. I guess I maybe would be hard-pressed not to, because I would probably go both A and maybe at least A- on the Bergeron. And so as I think about it, considering you only had like 5 picks and 2 of them were 7th rounders, yeah, maybe that's the right way to go on that one. I had A-2 for our Hawks as well. I feel good about that. Ben Dennett, Fender Strat. Yeah, I had to, anytime I was like, I want to put a guitar on Kenneth Walker, and I was like, oh, I got to go find Jimmy's guitar. It was like one idea went to the other one, like, oh, the thumbnail is going to need, I got to get Hendrix's guitar in there. I got to do that, at least for John Stillwell out there. I knew I was going to appreciate it. Unfortunately, I have it's got the Niner red on it, and I tried to change the color on that, but it's too gradient. So I'd have to just go in there and like try to, repaint it, which I didn't want to mess up Jimmy's guitar. So I was like, I'll just leave it. Tony says the Falcons and the Seahawks are the only 2 teams in the National Football League with rookie running backs that rush for 1,000 yards. Tyler Algier and Kenneth Walker. That's right. That's totally right. It's funny too, Tony, because I used Tyler Algier in a video last year, and I actually get a little silly on it now because he ran for the 1,000 yards. But I think Algier is a good, strong running back, and he's and it's legitimate the season he had. To me, it's a lot about the commitment of the running game of the Falcons. It's about the creativity that they use in the running game, the willingness to be like a lot of these teams that are dynamic rushing attacks, which I think you have to be in the modern age, which is the utilization of the lateral approach as much as the vertical approach. It's not all about just getting downhill. It's about mixing it up and keeping defenses off balanced and pre and post snap motion and pulling blockers from every different direction. But it's a lot of what, creates that within the scheme itself, I think, when you're created that, because there's just so few teams that do it, and NFL teams are so ill-equipped from a personnel standpoint to deal with it. But Algier's a good back, strong back. You can't deny the year he had last year, and he did. And the thing about it that I will say is, as well, is that whoever ran the rock last year, Tony, for you guys, be it Algier or Patterson, you didn't have the threat of a running back that was really challenging defenses on the other side of it. They could load the box. They could lock in there, and still yet those guys were able to be productive. Just goes back to, how impressive it is, the creativity of this scheme. And again, the talent you have on that line that makes it happen. And Tony, yeah, we both organizations doubled down on their approach, didn't they? I like it too, because we're not trying to go with the herd on it. Everyone out, the whole herd's going, like lemmings jumping, like, get lesser running back, don't go for high. And even though your Falcons went out and got Algier last year, and he had the year he did, and he was as productive, I think them getting Robinson was much of an acknowledgement of it is our scheme. It is our ability up front to get it done. That they didn't just go back and go, well, now we got to take another 5th rounder because we've obviously proved that we can get it done with these guys. No, it's about, at the end of the day, the what you're trying to do is a mission statement from a team, and purposefully so, where other teams look at their running attack and sort of just haphazardly sort of, yeah, we'll run here and there. We'll run for show. We throw to go. Whereas these teams go, no, we run to go. Well, you're going to open that up for us. You're going to let us hammer you in that way. We'll do it all day long against you. And they're going to keep it strong. They're going to keep those units strong. And again, third part of this is understanding too, you need the talent back there, Tony. It's not just the scheme. It's all of it working in succession together. Whereas the analytic folks tell us now, no, it's just the offensive line. It's just the offensive line. That's the only thing that's going to dictate the success, really. I think these organizations across the NFL disagree. They do. And I think our organizations, both your Falcons and my Seahawks here, are taking a smart, forward-thinking approach on it, as opposed to this one that's been kind of a tired narrative. Megan, where's Jim Zorby? I can't see him. So it's not working on the backside over there. So I'm gonna have to put him. We're gonna have to. Put him over there for now. He's a little bit below Craig, but we're going to move him around here post system here. We'll figure it out. Okay. But that's a little bit more in the light. I was hoping I could kind of put over the cord and that the light would like shine and make it look all snazzy, with the lighting off the flag. But it just, all it does is bleed it completely out. The lighting's too intense. So I got him moved up there now. He's right next to Kurt. Got a signed Zorn card too. Big money spender on that one. Ski Nation, thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate it as well. It says, I'm glad you got a vacation. Still almost 2 weeks without the video was like that SpongeBob episode where he went to Sandy's for the first time and needed water. I love that, man. I'm glad you guys were hungry for it. I got hit up by a bunch of folks on the comment section, and it warmed me to see that, because it makes me know that I'm not burning you guys out with the videos and, going too much over the top here in these off seasons. So I love to see that, and it helps me on the feedback to know that there's room for me to keep kind of expanding this, and I'm not burning you guys out on my gig here a little bit, which is of course the thing that I want to hopefully avoid at the end of the day with it. But thank you, man. I appreciate that. It was hard not to go live. I've gotten such in the habit of it. It was really hard not to go live, but I knew this year, my main reason to do it is I knew, like last year, is that I'm going to be going 17-hour days, I think, once we get to the season this year. So I was like, got to recharge those batteries, got to get this, recalibrated and ready to go. But I'm ready, and we're going to have a huge season this year. I got some big plans. We're going to go hard and just keep expanding, man. Just keep getting bigger and bigger. Thank you though, man. Ski Nation. I appreciate it, brother. I will not leave you so long again. We'll at least do some daily short videos while I'm on vacation or something. Tony, the Falcons and Seattle Seahawks have the best young running back duos in the NFL. With that being said, your Seahawks now have the best young trio, drafting Kenny McIntosh in the 7th round. Can't forget about Tony too, DJ Dallas. I know he's not glitzy. He ain't glamorous, but I think my man averaged like almost 5 yards a carry last year, didn't he? Yeah. I know it's kind of a reach on this one, Tony, but it's like the kid, 35 carries, he ran for 186 yards. So 5.3 yard per carry average. And that wasn't on the back of like a 50-yarder. It was just that he was solid when he ran the rock. So we're kind of 4 deep. I certainly think there's nobody who's 4 deep as us. And I stake a claim to, I think, the best trio as well. It's where you start to go through it a little bit, Tony, if you think about it, and it starts to get scary if you're looking at the Seahawks and wondering about why we are going to be potentially, if not this year, into the next year, so dominant. It's very easy to start to see. You're 4 deep at the running back position. You have star power at the front, and you're deep. You've got two of the, at the very least, let's just be at 2 of the top 20 wide receivers in the NFL, if not 2 of the top 15, which would probably, at the very least, where I would put Lockett and DK. You got another guy in JSN who ascends behind them, who's ready to slide right into another spot to potentially give you maybe 3 in the top 20 in this upcoming season. Then when you look at the tight end room, there's nobody that's stacked with 3 tight ends this deep. Nobody in the NFL. Some teams have 1, some teams have 2. Very rare you find teams with 3 this legitimate. As I put in that tight end video a couple weeks ago, 1,100 yards receiving between the cluster of these guys last year. And they can run block, and they provide that element to it on top of it. It's like, this is the pick your poison thing, Tony, where it's, your Falcons definitely going to be dynamic as a rushing attack, and your team with that rushing attack can go out there and win that division next year, which is very open and very, very, susceptible to your guys' taking, especially with your offseason and how active you guys have been in free agency. But that's where we go beyond just that rushing attack, where there's also this, there's also that. We were active in free agency, then there's this, and it's, how do you stop it? How do you hold it back? What's the counter at that point? The only hope is that we get injured, is basically these teams are going to have to lean on, that we just get hit with a rash. CJ, Brandon, where have you been with your videos? Can't leave us like that. We were like plants without sunlight. I'm sorry, man. I meant to ideally have a video in the background I was going to get posted up, and I just didn't quite get it done. I have a little Brian Blades video I'm going to get posted soon, but I'm back, man. Yeah, I had to recharge. Had to get that family time in. I felt it was probably good just to get a whole kind of clean, reboot, refresh, and come back ready to kick ass. But next time I do it, if I do a vacation, I definitely got to get some videos prepped in advance to at least kind of satiate just a little bit. But I appreciate you guys. Want more content, man. Again, I love it. It means I'm not blowing you guys out on these videos, because some of those channels can do that. You know what I mean? We've all been subscribed to those. I don't want to be that at that point. Tony Wright, Charbonnet played 6'1", 220 at UCLA. He looks 225-ish to me, but 220 even. I think probably like Walker runs out at probably like 207 on game day. So there's got to be, they look to me, we'll see. It'll be interesting when they're on the field, but I'd bet dollars to donuts Charbonnet's got him by at least 20 pounds on game day. Got to get that tan, folks. When you're in Hawaii, you better get tanned up. Nicholas Newton says, let's not forget about Kenny McIntosh. Well, thank you for the $2 donation, Nicholas. And no, I'm definitely not forgetting about Kenny. I think he's going to be a little bit more into that gadgety area of things, absent there being an injury situation, in the respect of they're going to just try to kind of find that role for him. And if he slides in, I think it's most likely in a third down back kind of role. But even then, I think he's stacked behind Charbonnet and potentially even DJ Dallas, depending on how well he is as a pass protector in that situation, as something that's going to be a big factor on who plays as the third down back. McIntosh isn't bad as a pass protector, but those other two guys might be a little bit better initially. In Charbonnet's case, because he's just a little bit bigger and able, and then DJ Dallas's case that he, remember when DJ Dallas came out of the draft, that was his whole claim to fame, was when the Seahawks took him, best blocking running back in the draft, was what we heard. On top of the fact, I think that Dallas is a former wide receiver convert, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see. But I think McIntosh certainly still has a lot of potential, and I think he's going to get his share of touches. I think it will go down to where you get Walker around the 13 to 1,400 yard range of things as far as his rushing goes. I think then you've got Charbonnet around probably 400 yards, 450. And then you got McIntosh in there at that, kind of a little bit like what DJ Dallas had, sliding into Dallas's role last year. So Dallas had 35 attempts last year. That'd be ideally, I think, what you'd slide in with McIntosh is 35 to 50 attempts, and maybe he catches another 20 balls out of the backfield. I think as much as anything, what you're doing with him is you're getting him on the fly sweeps, Nicholas, and then you're getting him in the bubble screen game, and then occasionally a couple of carries, but very much in that sort of just kitschy role. That's honestly, it's a kitschy role, but it's a necessary role for our Hawks right now. It's not one that's just going to be an also ran. It's like, this is where we've not had an effective player utilized in this role in recent years. And it's a very big part of what makes this offense go. Thank you though, Nicholas. I appreciate the $2 donation. Herbicide says, I doubt K9 will stay healthy for the entire season. It's possible. I mean, help. Last year he did, to your point, not even get through every game last season, right? He wore down a little bit throughout the year. What's nice is the Hawks have built in that 4-man deep range, and 4-man deep that can all get the job done if he can. Is Charbonnet going to have the same star power impact maybe to the point of K9? I don't think he's going to be at that same spot. I don't think he's far back from him, but I think K9's just a little bit of a difference maker in that respect of things. All that being said, you're not going to run into Herbicide what you did in recent years, which is when you lost your number one guy, when you lost your number two guy, you had nothing really behind them of any effectiveness. I think Dallas has gotten himself as a pro to round himself into shape, and I ding Dallas at times for how injured he gets, but when he is on the field, the guy does perform. And he performed last year when he was on the field. And I think the McIntosh gives you another guy that's even beyond what you've had in recent years. Like that's way beyond what you had in Homer, in my opinion, with a guy like McIntosh. Now, is it enough? It's as much as you can go as 4-man deep. You can't go really 5 or 6-man deep. It's the way it is. So if they get racked and if they get injured, that's the great equalizer, and that's the great thing that's impossible to predict or get ahead of. Hopefully he can stay healthy, though, because the kid's got a wondrous amount of talent. Ben Didn't says 7th round chip is mighty large on McIntosh's shoulder. Oh, certainly. I think as you saw his draft day reaction when he got the call and how emotionally he was, that this is a guy that's going to be driven like hell to come in and have an impact. And he's already a guy, when you watch the tape, that he's playing a million miles an hour in the best of ways, not in the out of control ways, but he's going to bring it every play. He's going to give you what he's got. And I think he will find a role. He will find a place. I think it'll expand as we move more into next year. I think a little bit of this year, he's going to be stuck a little bit on the depth chart as much as anything. It's not going to be because he's not killing it. It's just going to be because you're so stacked and so talented a little bit ahead of him. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't have a role here next year and he doesn't have a role in the long term. It may seem a little condescending to say, well, he only gets 35 carries and maybe 15 to 20 catches. But if those 35 carries came on the back of 25 of those coming on the back of fly sweeps, and he averages 5 yards a carry, which I think at minimum he would, because it's been such an unused part of our offense prior. And I also believe the defenses tend to really load in to the A and B gaps against us when they're really trying to take care of those runs, that those are going to start to open up. And they have in recent years. Even when you've not had the right guy to run the ball, they still go out and get 5 yards a carry. So even if he's just operating in that role, I still think it's going to be very effective. And I still think he's going to find a way to really have some impact within it. Even if it's just minimal. And you put that in addition to those other guys doing what they're doing, and now you have a running game that's cooking for well over 2,000 yards, that's catching 60 passes for another 800 yards out of the backfield. And then that's look out. right? Look out. That's nothing to what you're already doing with all the rest of what you have on the team. I think it's within reach. Robert Jorgensen, McIntosh is a steal in the 7th round. Absolute steal. And it's running back value. I don't want to hear about running back this value. Running back. That's not about he's just a steal at that point to pick him there. For him to drop that far in this draft, I can't really understand it, to be honest with you. I don't have really an explanation for it. Teams go so hard into this. He didn't test great. But even within his bad testing score, still comes that 1-5-4 10-yard split. I still keep coming back to that. Running backs way more often playing and play out going to run 10 yards than he's going to run 40 yards. And that 10-yard split is right just about close to a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs. It's not that far away. And knowing he can run hard, knowing he's willing to put his head down there, and then the hands, the ability to run routes out of the backfield, you can see how it can come together. But it's so strange that the teams win. I would have seen maybe 5th round I could have understood, but to go all the way to the 7th round, like nobody in the 6th round, you need a running back that could bring that skill set in this modern age. I guess just a lot of teams were just driven to the need. And remember how many extra picks are stacked in on the back of those rounds. 5th and 6th round from the compensatory side. You end up at like 42, 43 total selections with the compensatory picks factored in. That might be a bit much, but somewhere around there. I don't have an explanation for it. Kid was worthy. And the kid's going to be a good NFL player. He's going to play a lot of years in this game. Say nothing of if he can find an impact even beyond this in special teams as a kick returner and as a punt returner. Then it just goes up that much further, his value. Don't you like that, Kenny McIntosh? Yeah, we're feeling good about that pick. It was a hell of a cherry on the top of this draft. The wonderful draft and the final one last little cherry for you guys. Oh, thank you. You shouldn't have. Well, we wanted to make it look, aesthetically pleasing. Whoa. Really? Okay, I heard you. Goodness. Somebody's chatty. She's been basically yelling at me for about the last day. So you guys are gonna have to put up a little bit of that. How dare you leave me for a week? And now you stream. Herbicide says, with our luck, I don't know if 4 running backs will be enough to get us through the season. I can't deny it, Herbicide. It's a real fear. It's why I try to put everything in sort of quotations of as long as injuries hold up. And I've thought about it. I think you can only go so far in this realm. I don't think you can go 5 running backs deep, even if you're a team that's committed to running the ball. I know that ideally that's maybe one place that we go to. We'll go with the one extra running back. But I think what it pulls away from you and how to balance the roster out with the guys that you need, who can then play special teams, all of that stuff coming into play, I just don't think you can go to 5. I think you just got to try to find the 4 that you feel good about being able to remain healthy and upright, and then hope it plays out well. And the thing I will say with this, Herbicide, is that though we've had a lot of years of the beast mode curse coming into play, which is what I've termed it as the beast mode curse since he left, every single year you're decimated in the running back room. That's what Herbicide's referencing. But the one thing that stands out with that as well is you have your years like Thomas Rawls, who has his first year where he's running along for those 13 games, 830 yards, snap, out goes the ankle, he's broken. You come back the next year and you're putting a running back room behind him, but you're putting him at the forefront. You're already kind of leading with a guy that's injured, that you know is going to be potentially injured going forward, or not maybe at 100%. And we can look at that being a kind of a common indicator that was going along through this. Eddie Lacy, you sign him to a deal. He has an injury history. Carlos Hyde, you sign him to a deal. He had a very long injury history prior to coming here. Chris Carson didn't make it through his rookie year. A lot like Thomas Rawls, very dynamic start to his rookie year. Not able to complete his rookie season due to major injury. And then every year after that, he was also injured. So every year after that, you knew your RB1 was going to be very likely to be injured because that was his track record. That's who he was and had been for a very long period of time. And then it was also the case, of course, with Rashad Penny, who was injured every single year. Yet you came back, you'd have Carson as your 1, you'd have Penny as your 2. So your RB1, RB2 were 2 guys that were already kind of high on the injury prevalence, meter of things. And then you stock this in recent years on top of that with guys like Travis Homer and DJ Dallas, who have also been guys injured multiple times over in their career, despite the fact they don't necessarily have a whole lot of snaps under their belt. So I think some of this is a little bit, as I look at it, as you building the room herbicide up to have guys that don't have necessarily that super rich injury history of being beat to hell or coming off some major injury, and you're relying on them as your running back one. I think some of that could help this, but it is a crapshoot, and certainly the beast mode curse may be still vibrant and long outstanding. Maybe we just have to bring Marshawn back to make it to what is the word? Cleanse the situation. Brian Meyer says, I believe the two new running backs and an offensive adjustment towards the pass, JSN, will put all three wide receivers over 1,000 yards and 3 backs over 500. That'd be dynamic production, man. That'd be insane production. 3,000 there and then 1,500 there. That's 4,500 yards then without you even getting to what your tight ends are doing. You know? And if your tight ends put up cumulatively what they did, which was 1,000 yards last year, 1,100 yards, now you're between your tight ends and your 3 wide receivers, you're at 4,000 yards passing, which means you're probably up around 4,800 yards passing total at that point. That would be mighty nice. Megan says the cricket's getting very spicy, 10:30 a.m. and yet to get any sleep, and it'll be the same next 4 days. I want to see some heavy trash talking in cricket. I want to see him dancing after the hits. I need some of the footballification of cricket. I want to see a guy hit a shot and get it right in his face. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I gotta go, righto, mate. I got you. Joe Mann says, you got your vitamin D, Brandon. I did. I tan really easily too, though. I probably got some Indians somewhere downriver in the bloodstream somehow. I don't know. I always get tan really quick. Walt Dog 1234 says Damian Harris, Breece Hall are better. Damian Harris? You brought up the Damian Harris? I don't know. Damian Harris is okay, I guess. He's not bad. He's been solid, but he's never run for over 1,000 yards. Breece Hall, I like him a lot, Walt Dog. Our team liked him as well. They both had, with Walker and Breece Hall, top 20 first-round grades on both players. So I wouldn't take the legs out from Breece Hall, but our running back room's even, I think, is deeper and better, I would still say. Oh, you're saying Damian Harris is better than Kenneth Walker and Dameon Pierce is better than Walker? Dameon Pierce can't have more than... No, I'm not going to. That's silly. Dameon Pierce is great. He had a good year last year, but he didn't have the same kind of year as... And he's different, honestly, just kind of different players. But Dameon Pierce is more of your... Or sorry, whatever his name is. Pierce. I know you're talking about the kid out of Houston. Or whatever. But I take our running back room. I think ours. Soon says, great Boz shirt. Thank you, Soon. Got to get some of these kind of fun, creative ones you can find online. Switch it up on you guys a bit. Soon, instead of being the hammer, he turned out to be the nail. Yeah. He was just done physically by the time he got here. Space says Olu is giving Evan Brown some competition at center. Indeed, Olu was getting some snaps in minicamp even with the starters at times. And the team will sometimes rotate guys in even just to give them different looks with the different groups. But, it's been a long prediction of mine. It was on draft day with Olu when he was selected by our Seahawks that this kid was going to be essentially your starter, if not day one, very early on into the year. It's not any shade of Evan Brown. It's more about how much I think of Olu. And I think he's a real pure fit for this scheme. He's very seasoned. He's not a young guy. He knows what he needs to do at the position. He's got all of the mental, stuff, the mental makeup to be able to come in here and take over those duties from day one. I know Carroll doesn't have a recent history past of starting rookies at center, but I think he's going to be a little bit of a different guy than they've had in recently. And I think eventually he just kind of overtakes Evan in that respect. Could be too that we come to find that the best 5-man crew you've got to start this year are Cross and Lucas on the edge, and Lewis at left guard, and then Brown at right guard, and then Olu at center. I mean, that also could be the way this all kind of plays out too. Sean Lee in the house. How you doing, man? Joe Mann says, excited for this team this year. Should be fun. Oh, it should be. And it's fun to get excited about a team that you know has been built well and solidly, and that you can see the intelligence behind their approach, which maybe was not always readily apparent when we talk about 2018, 2019. Everything does seem to be pointing in a philosophy standpoint in the same direction from the front office down to the coaching staff right now. And that's encouraging because I think that that's what does, of course, help to bring out the best results. There's other things involved with it, but that's a very key part of it to allow it to happen. But yeah, it should be a real fun team to watch this year. Ethan, what's up, Brandon? How you doing, man? Says, coming at you from New York City this week, visiting. Has New York City gotten more crowded in the last 5 years? Laughing out loud. Pizza is still excellent, at least. That's good. It's gotten more crowded, huh? Interesting to see what you think of it. I wasn't super blown away by the city myself when I lived there for a couple months, but the pizza's good in certain spots, as long as you go to the right place. Ben Dennett says Olu will be the badass center. I agree, man. I think that's just what he's going to be. I don't know if he gets to star potential, but this is where we come back to. We don't need star potential this year. It'd be great if we get it. If he comes out the box and he's a dynamic center day one rolling, great. But what you need is you want to just get the position up to a league average state. Get this really tremendous weak link for you in recent years and pull it up to league average with the other dynamic parts you have across the board on that line. Now you have a real fruitful line. Now you're getting really the returns. And teams can't just attack your weakness inside there or know that that's something that they don't have to worry about as much. You know, they've got to dedicate those resources. I'd love to see it. CJ Kursman says, at Brandon, Louis Riddick picked the Seahawks to win the division this year. I've always liked Riddick and his takes. Always thought he could make a good general manager in the league. Your thoughts? Well, great minds must think alike with this, CJ, because what I'm going to be doing on my next members-only show is talking a little bit of what Louis says, because I'm going to play that soundbite on the members channel, and then I want to talk about it a little bit and get into this a little bit further on that. But my feeling is that I view Louis Riddick in the same way that you do. There's a good amount of voices out there that I'll listen to and that I have respect for and that I trust in what they have and what they say. And I know that they come at it from a standpoint of purely unbiased and being a measured approach to their evaluations. And with Riddick, you have a guy that is a former player who's been through the process, and a guy who, when you listen to the way he talks about players, who's been, I think, pretty accurate in his outlook of players and teams and the way he views things. He's got a very clear view of it. So I do hold him in high esteem as you do, and find that his opinion is one that does carry, I think, a lot of weight. And he was a guy, as he spoke about in that Rich Eisen show, that was on the Seahawks even last year. He's not a guy just late to the party now who's Johnny come lately going, oh no, Seattle's going to be really good. He was a guy last year saying, I think Seattle's going to be better than you guys think they're going to be. And I would love to get Louis actually on the channel if I could, because I think he's just got some tremendous thoughts in regards to this stuff. But yeah, he is all in on Seattle, and he is saying right now the Seahawks are going to win the West. He loves this roster. He trusts in it. And I think that if you listen to him, CJ, when he was talking, one of the reasons I want to do the soundbite is he's hyped. He's not just talking about him like, yeah, I think they'll be good this year. And I just think Seattle's going to win the West. That's one of them. He's like, Seattle's going to win the West. And he's saying it with like a purpose, and like, he's throwing his chips on the table in a way. He's not parsing his words or sitting up on the fence. He's saying, no, they're going to take it. And I thought that was interesting the way he put it. That's why I want to do kind of a show on him and what he's saying with that, because I think that he is onto something with this. I think this team is really put together in a way from a talent standpoint, from the fact that they've updated their scheme in the way that they've done both on the offense and defensive side of the ball. They're in a position to take that step forward and go and take that division. And the Niners, as strong as they are, the Niners have a lot of vulnerability still. And on top of the biggest one at the forefront is who in the hell is going to be their quarterback. There's not a lot of Super Bowl contending teams that walk into their season going, yeah, we don't know who the starter's going to be. We don't have any idea. We just don't know. That's bad. I think there's, as Riddick's brought up as well, there's some big time questions as far as the Niners offensive line is concerned. There's some questions as far as their secondary is concerned. And they're not easily just scrubbed over with just a wave of the hand by a Niner fan. Those are legit concerns. Whereas when you talk about the Seahawks and their issues, run defense, okay. And then secondary, no. You can maybe a little bit clip the linebackers a little bit, but you're at least bringing Bobby back in the fray. Jordan's going to be back. Yeah, Bush here. You've got a little bit of something there. Can't hit the offensive line, can't hit the running backs, can't hit the tight ends, can't hit the wide receivers. We're strong right there all the way down. So, yeah, I'm with Riddick on it. And thank you for bringing that up, CJ. But I do think, because that just confirms I want to do a little bit of a show, because I want to play that sound bite for the rest on the members channel there and let them listen to it, because it'll get you jacked up. And it also is him coming from, I think, a real honest place. He's not a guy that just blows smoke. He puts his opinion because I think he wants to be a general manager. And I'm agree with you. I can't imagine if you were to sit that guy in an interview and have him talk in the way he does and discuss things the way he does, why you wouldn't consider him more for that realm of things. I certainly would. I'd have him in as one of my candidates if I was interviewing general managers. I would. Costa Fallen 2 says K9's going to be an animal. Oh, you better believe it, man. He's going off. I'm not gaslighting here. I see 1,400 yards this year. I think the questions about injury are right. I get the whole worries on that front of things, and that's, his historical comparative for us, right, from a Seahawks standpoint right now. You go through our history. Who's the guy that he aligns with who's had a great rookie year? Well, Kurt Warner. First game. I think the first drive of the very first game of the season in the Kingdome, down. So that's the part that we got to be worried about. But if he's on the field and if he is healthy, he is a difference maker at the position. Not merely good, not merely above average. He is a difference maker at the position, which is not easy to find. Yeah, you can find a lot of your 5th, 6th, 7th round running backs in those back half of those drafts, but hard to find the difference makers. But you know it when you see one, don't you? Greg says some defensive tackles you should check out. Mason Smith. Greg, let me copy this down. Maybe. There we go. Gotcha, man. I saved it onto my deal. So I'll take a look at those guys. I've heard of Jerzon Newton. I think I looked a little at him, but I'll take a look. Mason Smith, Leonard Taylor, Chris Jenkins, another one I want to take a look at. I'm going to start to dive into that this week here with some of the prospects looks, and maybe post a few videos over on the Seahawks scouting channel. So be subbed up to that if you're not, folks, because I'm going to be posting content over there too. Joe Mann says ground Pete. It might just be this year. We threw it like darn near 60% rate last year, but I think you are going to slide to a little bit more balance this season if you can be dominant with it like I think they maybe potentially could be. Joe Mann says play action is going to be nasty if our ground game is as good as I think. Agreed. Especially if you're drawing in that 8th man in the box. You get those defenses taking that one false step, especially the linebackers. When you're trying to hit them over the top on a seam route, you get them taking that one false step in on the run game. Because they're committed to, they think that it's going to be that. Their pre-snap indicators have told them it's going to be a run. And bam, you hit them up over the top. And a part of this scheme that stood out to me when we had McVay, we brought over from McVay's system there with the Rams, is it's one that is so hard, supposedly from a pre-snap standpoint, to know what the team is going to do. Because they'll essentially come out in the same alignment over and over here, but they'll run every kind of iteration of every kind of play out of it. And so you just can't lock in on a pre-snap to going, okay, they're in 3 tight ends to the far side of the field on the short hash. They always do this, which is sometimes the way those defenders are able to read plays in advance because the film tells them that, always in this situation, they do this. But the point of this scheme is that in every situation, you'll never have kind of quite a read of what they'll do because it could be almost anything. George Samuel in the house, my man from Egypt. How you doing, brother? Says, hey, Brandon, welcome back. I hope you had a great time. # Go Hawks. I had a wonderful time. It was just great. And the fact the whole family could get together out there, and nephew and niece are just spitfires. And it was awesome. It was awesome. Ben Dennett says the offense needs to step up their screen game. Definitely something to improve right now, Ben, and not just over last year, but of what we've dealt with in recent years from the position. I've come back to again and again believing that this comes down to two different elements that you need to come to play a little bit better, and they should this year. First one being offensive linemen that can get out in space and get to those second level blocks and reach them. And that's been a big problem in the past. That's, I don't think, going to go away as far as when you try to run it to the left with Damian Lewis, because that's always going to be an issue with him getting out to that block. But now with guys like Bradford, Olu, Cross, Lucas, you can at least work in the game a little bit better with them as far as being mobile offensive linemen that can get 5, 6, 7 yards out into space to get to those blocks, which are the success of those plays is wholly reliant on those guys reaching the blocks more than it is the, let's say, bubble screen player being so dynamic in the open field. It really is more reliant on those other things. That's a big part of it. The secondary part, though, has been too, just been that you haven't had necessarily the bubble screen guys that could roll out there and roll and be dynamic with it. Eskridge can't stay on the field. Goodwin was really not that kind of guy that's the role you want to fit him into. Years past, you've tried to have guys like Tyler Lockett do it or even DK do it, and it's not really their game. So you had to find the right guys that could pull that off. It is in JSN's game. It is theoretically in Eskridge's game if he can get healthy, and it is in Derek Young's game. So you now have guys 3 deep to try to supplement that to make that more dynamic. It should be improved. I might argue, though, it isn't going to be at a full awesome state where you're really able to run it 24/7 until you can really get all of the linemen in place who are athletic and mobile enough to get out to those blocks. And I don't think Damian Lewis, as much as I like him, and I think he's rounded himself off as one hell of a player, and I think he's going to be paid very well next off season. I just don't know that he's quite as much an athletic fit to pull that stuff off. And if you look at when the screen game fails, if you go back and watch the tape on those plays that don't go right, what you'll notice if you look at it is you'll see the linemen trying to get out to those blocks and they just don't reach it by the time the player is up the field to the defender. The defender is by the block to the ball carrier before the lineman can get out there. And that's where that quickness needs to come into play to make it happen. Brian says ground and pound going to take a backseat to throw and fly this year, I'm betting. It might. Like I said, 60% last year is no joke. For a Coach Carroll team to throw that much was pretty eye-opening. For Coach Carroll to be open to throwing that much. I mean, there's been times in years I think we've thrown 49% in given years in the last 10 years. So that's a big difference in far as how much you're going with. And they've got the talent on the outside to throw just about every play if they wanted to. So I think they're definitely still going to stay above the 50% mark and maybe even up in that 53, 54% range. But I do still think that there is going to be at least a good amount of balance drawn back to the running game, especially if there's a lack of stacked boxes, 7-man fronts. Say nothing of those times those defenses go to like the 3-3, 6-man fronts. Some of these de jure defenses out there that try that out. Spaces, I actually watched some of your past shows. Oh man, thank you. Hopefully you could see the improvement, or there's some funny stuff in some of the past stuff. George Samuel says, nice tan. Welcome back. Thank you, George. You got to do, if you're in Hawaii, you better come back with the tan or you're doing something wrong, You're doing something wrong. Ski Nation says, nah, B, you're good, laugh, Matt. We don't need daily videos. I really wanted to make that SpongeBob joke. It's nice. It's a great joke. I know just what you mean by it. So it's a perfect metaphor, man. And that's just what I want. If I go on Nation, I want you guys if I go on vacation, I want you guys hungry for some content. It's better to be on that end of the scale than the overload scale. That's for sure. Megan says, I was going to text you, B, but was so sick that I forgot. No offense. Oh no, not at all. It's all good. It's all good. Checking in. We had some folks checking in. It was just good. It warmed the soul a little bit in that respect. David, we all have top 5 expectations for our O this year, obviously, but what's y'all's realistic expectations for the D if fully healthy this season? Well, I think that the key detail in your question, David, is of course the fully part. Fully. If we are fully healthy, then that means that we have Jamal Adams here for a full season, or at least for, let's say, a majority of the season, David. Keep it within realism. And let's look at this defense for what it is. If it's in that place, there'll be some injuries with even fully healthy. I know what you meant by that. It's you're basically at basic full strength for most of the year. I think that the realistic expectations within that is a top 15 unit. I don't think that they can quite get to top 10 because I don't think the defensive line is going to be quite good enough to get to top 10 state. But I think top 15 is very feasible, and maybe even a little bit above that into like top 12-ish area. I mean, if you got Jamal all the way through the year and everybody running, I think even that's even a possibility to that stage of things. I do find myself at top 15 though, David, just with where the defensive line is at, Devin Bush at the other linebacker team. There is going to be those teams that can run on you. You know, we saw last year that the team, when they went up against those offenses that had the dogs up front to push you off the ball, that you didn't have any answers. And you might have the answers this year. We'll see on that. But they didn't take gigantic steps, forward to improving or fixing that. It was maybe little tiny steps forward at most. And is that going to be enough? That'll be a bit of the key to the D probably, right? But top 15 to me is, I think that's my expectation if they're healthy. Megan says, still waiting for the long promised Jim Zorn video B. That one's going to be a little bit that's a little bit off in the distance there, Megan. It's coming, but it's off in the distance, Ben did it. Yep, you're right. You read my mind, man. Stopping the run is the key. That's it. You got to stop the run here next year. And defensively in the secondary, you're going to hold up. You're not going to give up the big plays. You're going to get your share of interceptions and turnovers. This is a playmaking secondary, a playmaking team. Overall, I think even like Bobby Wagner is going to get his share of, interceptions or whatever. He'll find a way with it to help out in that thing. So you're going to get some of that. But stopping the runs where it's going to begin with this defense. Tony Wright says, we just need to pick up another receiver after the Jets release Corey Davis. I like Tony. I would love your Falcons to take Corey. That'd be a great signing for you. He's an underrated guy for me in this league, and stuck at the Jets right now with Mike White and Zach Alicious throwing him the ball the last 2 years. The MILF Hunter. If you guys got that, I think that would definitely help you out. It kind of free guys up to kind of, I think, get Pitts more into like H-back situations, get Pitts more into a Jimmy Graham role rather than trying to get him on the outside, which is, even when you guys played us last year, there was a good amount of that, I think, in your game plan, which I think they were just doing that because of a lack of other receivers, right? You had Drake London as a rookie. You had you're 1 year removed of having to move on from the guy from Alabama that was Benton. I think it was just a necessity. But I think Pitts is at his best if you can move him to a H-back off-ball role, and you put defenses back in the pickle of, linebacker or slot. Vashon King says, all other content creators can learn from you, brother. Your breakdown of players, scheme, money. Oh, well, thank you, Vashon. I really appreciate that, man. I try with whatever I put together to be right and on it and, factual, and it's bringing something to the table that, can kind of help grow, just the understanding out there and whatnot. And it seems like a lot of people, especially on the play breakdown video I did a couple weeks ago on the Seahawks ground game, really responded that well. And that's good to hear because I think it opens up another door of videos I can start to do. So I'm going to work on some other of those kind of play breakdown videos if you guys like it as much as you kind of did. And just in the name of just trying to get more content out. And I think it's also easy enough to get those videos in kind of 5-6 minute formats to where it's quicker for me to turn around and get them pushed out while they're still good quality. But thank you, man. I appreciate you noticing that. I try to be on what I'm doing and kind of be the full meal deal in what I'm bringing to you guys. And that's the aim. I don't know if I deliver on it, but that's definitely the aim because I respect you guys watching. You guys could be checking anything out. You could be listening to anything out there. There's a lot of different media in this modern age, but you're listening to me and checking me out. And if you're going to do that, as I say, the least I can do is hopefully try to bring it from my end and bring it as strong as I can. But thank you, Vashon. Very kind of you to say. Larry Williams says the New Orleans Saints had the most all-purpose yards by a team in a season with 7,474 yards in 2011. How many yards do you predict the Seahawks will get this season? Okay. Let me run the numbers here. Okay, so first off, I'm expecting 1,000-yard years from both DK and Tyler. No doubt about it. Let's be real. I like the 1,000-yard prediction for JSN, but let's try to be realistic. Let's go 750 for JSN. Let's go with 150 yards from Eskridge, and let's say we get another. Say we get another let's say another 200 yards from the rest of the crew. So you essentially are getting 3,000 yards receiving about 3,300 yards receiving from your receivers. Your tight ends got you 1,000 last year. Let's say they get you another 1,000 this year. That's 4,300 yards. And I expect the running back room to produce, let's go 2,400 yards. I know that's being definitely maybe that's a little bit too. Well, let's see. What did we do last year? I like this question though, because I think this puts an interesting perspective on it. Standing Seattle. So we had. So last year we ran for 2,000 yards. So if I put us up at 2,400 yards, which I think we're at least better than that, let's put 25. So I think you get 3,500 yards out of your receivers. I get you you get 1,000. Let's go 1,000. Yeah, then we'll go 300. Okay. So let's go 3,800 yards between your receivers and your running backs, 1,000 yards from your tight end. So that would put you at 4,800 yards passing. And then we get another 2,500 yards from our rushing attack. So this is completely arbitrary numbers. I'm getting all serious about it. So you said the Saints, Larry, had 7,474 yards and set a record. Well, just by me going with I'm probably being a little aggressive here where I could probably cut another 1,000 off this. But if we had 4,800 yards passing and 2,500 yards rushing, so let's put this in perspective. If we run for 500 yards more next year with this running back room, right? Not as beat up, hopefully can run a little bit better offensive line. And if Geno Smith can throw for another 400 yards, that would be 7,300 yards. So that would be 140, that would be 1,400 yards, not 14, that'd be literally 100 yards short of the Saints' all-purpose record that they set in 2011, to put that in perspective. So I think they're capable of doing it. It might sound on the surface like I'm being funny money, but let's think about it. 500 more yards on the ground, about 400 more yards passing. You pull that off, you're basically about setting an NFL record. Wonderful question, Larry. I love it. Pretentious Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you as ever, too. It's good to see you in the chat. He says, welcome back. I was wondering if your opinion on the re-signing of Jason Myers has changed as the rest of the offseason has unfolded. Unfortunately not. I love building a strong special teams unit. And I don't necessarily mind, Cameron, spending the money for a good kicker as long as I'm kind of almost semi-guaranteed the production to equate to what I'm spending the money on him for. It's not a signing that I would say, if I'm looking at the signings that have me kind of most rife, it's like from this offseason, there's not a lot of them really, to be honest with you. I can't really pick any of these signings and go, I don't like that. I think even the Belore one, I might be a little bit more, really? You're going to spend that money on that guy at that age? Who does that? Really? But it's still, all that being said, I just don't like you're paying top of the bottom line for me. You're paying top of the line kicker prices for a guy that's fluctuates between being a top end kicker and being a middle of the road to bottom end kicker. And that fluctuation's been equal to you in the 4 years that he's been here. 2 years great, 2 years bad. And to pay the top of the market for that, when you have so much of that you can get that I can get that off the street. I can get that fluctuation off of a veteran minimum deal off the street, I feel like. So I'm a little bit still in that camp of things. It's not going to burn my hide because it's not significant money, because kickers are still very, very much pennies on the dollar compared to other players in so many respects, but you still are basically paying him one of the top market money deals there is out there. And I think that when I look at the deal, Cameron, and you look at some of these, it's just, you could have taken some of that money, you could have taken some of the blower money, you could have taken it from other places, and then maybe gotten another extra better player out there for the field, a positional player who would be impacting more plays. That's where really it comes down to is the way they spend the money. It's all the 1 and 2 year contracts, and then you do the 3 year contract, you're paying top of the kicker price on top of it, and now suddenly all of your cap's been eaten up, and you're like, where did it all go? Where did it all go? So now it's not. I'm not anymore in favor of it. I like the creating of great special teams. It's a bedrock of a Coach Carroll team in general, no matter whether he's in college or in the pros. But you got to pay for the right performance here, and kicking is just so hard to pin down the really good ones. So can't quite get there on that. Can't quite get back on the Myers train. If he kicks like he did last year, it's fantastic. If he kicks like he did the year before, whoa, Nelly. And I think that the other part when I was doing the research, of course, of that, Cameron, was that this 4-year period of his career with Myers is not an outlier. When you go back and look at his other 4 years prior in the start of his career, this is exactly what he was too. So is it likely after 8 seasons that he suddenly has the light bulb go on and he just knows the right way to do it? Or is it more likely that you're going to get the performance commensurate with what you've gotten from him over the course of that 8-year period, which I think is it's pretty far from a sample size at that point. Ben Dennett says, give Gino time to cook and he will serve. Oh, Ben, no doubt about it. No doubt about it on that. He is absolutely going to get that time this year, I think. And he is going to be tremendous in that role when he gets that time to go. Because that's one of the things I think he had in the first 12 games, Ben, that he didn't have on the back end of the schedule, which was time to throw, time to go through his reads. The pressure got more and more as the season went along. And they just sped his clock up and made things a little bit more problematic. But he's going to have it, I think, more locked in this year. Especially because the line's better, especially because you've got a deeper running back room, especially because he's got a slot receiver now that he can go to. Slot receiver can be a quarterback under pressure's best friend because those guys get open and they get open very quickly. That's one of the best things about them. They don't take a long time to get into the route and get up the field and then come back. They're open, instantaneously. John Stillwell out here gifting 20 Seahawks memberships. John doing the Lord's good work out here. I appreciate you for that, John. It's good to see you in the chat as well, brother. I'm glad to be back, and thank you so much for gifting all of those memberships. So Brian Myers, Mark Havercorn, Devo Martzall, Robert Ziegeldorf, Zach M., Jacob Haas, Tim Hopkins, Mr. Marmalade, Derek Young Burner, Tyler Muir, Liam Allen Cherrill, CR, King Prodigy, Sean Lee, Connor Oshwagler, Tommy Eden, Keldon, King Bomber, Chicken God. You guys have all been gifted subs to the channel by our very gracious Mr. Stillwell. And John, I really do appreciate you doing that, man. You were awesome for doing so. Folks, do be keeping an eye, you new members of the channel. I'll be actually, I think, potentially, if I'm not doing a video tomorrow for the members of the channel, we'll be doing a live video on Saturday. So one of those 2 days I will be going live for you guys on that. So do keep an eye on your community post and all of that. I'll be letting you guys know when I'm going to be going live with that type of stuff here in the next, once we wrap up the stream, we'll kind of get locked in. So thank you, John Stillwell, for gifting all of those subs. You are amazing, man. And as ever, folks, who are members of the channel, we're just going to continue to keep expanding those membership benefits as we get into the season and really rolling to the point where I'm hoping by the end of the year, we can get to a spot of even potentially getting almost like a daily little quick show up for everybody in that respect. On top of doing the normal content, of course, not dialing anything back, only expanding. But John, you're awesome, brother. You're amazing as ever, and I appreciate you for that. Woo! Let's go. His name is John Stillwell. That's right. He has a name. It's John Stillwell. Ethan says, Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong, but were you in the sun for a little while? I might have gotten out from underneath the shadows a little bit. I finally looked out at the sun after 9 months and went, what is this? And then I fell in love with it. Appreciate you, John, man. You're awesome, brother. I might hit you up offline as well. Ski Nation B, do you see a scenario where all of our running backs play decent or well enough and we keep them all past the rookie deals? K9 leads the pack and is a star. Zach and Kenny hold their own, maybe no DJ. I think you actually, in your question, you ended up rounding around to the very response that I would have given. Zach Charbonnet and Kenny Walker, well, wait. I think that you are likely to sign one of them, Ski Nation. One of those guys will get a past the rookie contract. I don't think it'll be DJ Dallas. The guy that would be best likely to have this happen, of course, they're all kind of, whoever can kind of jump forward, I think, really. I mean, K9's here. He's been doing it. You're so loud. He's certainly the guy that would be likely to get the contract. And the thing that probably helps this Ski Nation is that none of these guys are first-round picks. You're seeing with Saquon Barkley right now and some other running backs that have been first-round picks at times that, they've got the fourth and the fifth year situation going on. Whereas with these guys that are the second rounders and on, they're on basically a default first, initially a 3-year deal, and then they're on a restricted 4th year. And so it feels like sometimes that can help matters out to get a deal done. But the thing that we also have to keep in mind here, Ski, is that these running backs are being clipped at a never fast rate. Anybody that's got any money, anybody that's making any money, productive or not, ready or not, they're getting clipped, they're getting cut. And teams just, are finding their ways out from under these contracts so fast even after they sign them. Look at just what happened with Dalvin Cook out there with Minnesota. And it's not that it's not wrong for Minnesota's probably trying to turn things over a little bit to kind of go away from it, but just Ezekiel Elliott cut. None of these guys can stay on these contracts, and it seems like just more and more this whole situation is lurching into a direction of just continuing to devalue the running back room and the running back position and what these guys get paid. It doesn't seem like it's reversing anytime soon. It's only getting more extreme, and I think that's just going to make it harder for any of these guys as far as a second contract. But the team has shown a willingness in the past to pay running backs. They, of course, paid Marshawn 3 different contracts. They paid Chris Carson a deal. Even with his injury concerns, they'll pay somebody if they're great. But I don't think they're going to pay 2 or 3 at the same time. I think they'll only pay 1 at any given time. John got a damn, John, says Ski Nation. Appreciate you, man. Megan says, Dad, you left me for too long. Now I'm letting you know how I feel. It was real. She was like kind of crying at me in an abnormal way. Like, I know how she usually sounds when she's getting chattering, but she was on one yesterday. Like, how dare you? What are you doing? Where were you? D-Man says, where'd you get the T-Boz shirt? I believe you can get it on Amazon right now. Just type in Brian Bosworth on, they've got a couple actually on Amazon. I think you can still get it over there. I should have had him give me a code. Ben Denon says, Pete's finally got the offense to match his philosophy. Boy, does he ever. Boy, does he ever, Ben. Very strong argument to be made. This is the most talented offense that Pete has ever had in his time here. And I think pretty strongly so. It's that way. TM says, yeah, I'll take the under on that. I would too. I probably juiced the numbers a little bit on the offensive production. .360 Inspiration, my guy is tan. Any news from camp recently? Who's doing the best? Well, we certainly had Jackson Smith-Njigba was opening some eyes in camp. He was referenced often. He had a couple of real highlight plays that we even saw on the deal. We were hearing Olu was pushing a little bit for starter reps there with Browns. The team definitely likes what they're seeing from him. Michael Jackson, according to Coach Carroll, was the star of camp. And I don't think that was him, blowing smoke with that. I think that he was really, impressed with what he was seeing. Eskridge was looking very explosive. That was the real return we were hearing about him, just looking at his best, looking in his best shape, looking ready to roll for whatever that's worth. I don't think we heard a lot else out there I didn't see much else out there that was posted out there. Come some clips. I saw Witherspoon make a pick in the back of the end zone. You saw him also get burned by Jackson Smith out of the slot. But I think they're pretty happy with what they're seeing out of him. Instinctive player, so the returns there have been pretty nice, I think, early on from what they're seeing from him. It is going to be hard on some of these guys till we get them into the pads here into training camp to really, really get a good feel, especially in the offense and defensive lines. Didn't hear much of anybody else, though, that was mentioned a lot. The running backs looked pretty comfortable catching the ball out of the backfield, which was good. Something we expected, especially with the rookies, Kenny McIntosh and Zach Charbonnet. But that was about it. Michael Jackson having the camp he did, I thought was pretty eye-opening, 360. Because we might come to find that there's one hell of a battle here between Jackson and Devin Witherspoon. And it may not be no guarantee here that he's able to beat Jackson out if Jackson's starting to amp his game up a little bit, if he is getting better, if he's sort of taking that DJ Reed-like path to, reaching a spot where maybe he's not a star, but he's an upper level corner in this league. It's happened before. Some scoff at it, but it's happened before. Mark Arbicorn, okay, might be back in a bit. The Y-Files coming on. Great show. Love me some Y-Files, Mark. I can't hate on heading over there and checking that out, man. Not at all. James Valvis, love the T-Bot, love the Boss shirt. Thank you, James. I appreciate you, man. I'll get a couple more of these kind of shirts. I think I got to get some of these creative ones posted out here, I just get the same old I'm wearing all the time. Nicholas Newton says, Pumpkin gave you the heavy stare down. Oh, I know. She's ready for some loving. She's definitely ready for some loving. Spencer Smithy's back and way more tan. I am. I brought back the tan brand. I gotta get the summer skin on, man. That's the way it works. I'm pale year round. Gotta do what I gotta do. Spencer says, so we have the NFC West breakdown coming up on Rumbler Pod soon. I could use your cross-examination. What would be your top 3 reasons the Seahawks will take the division when comparing them with the Niners? Top 3 reasons. The quarterback situation is more stable, more set, solidified. You have your leader in the room, in that locker room. You have your quarterback as the leader, which is ideally and what is, I would say, kind of a necessity if you want to be a championship type team. That stands out to me. I think number 2 is offensive line. The San Francisco 49ers have Trent Williams coming back, who is, as I think George Kittle said this last week, maybe the best player in the NFL from the left tackle position. Maybe even better than Patrick Mahomes, better than any guy you're going to want to mention otherwise. He is that good. But the man's going to be turning 35 years old. They lost Mike McGlinchey in free agency. Right tackle position is a big question mark. Alex Mack was lost last year. I don't think their center position is that great either. I think there is still a little bit of a question mark at right guard, where you look at that, Spencer, and you compare that to Seattle and where their offensive line is at. I think collectively speaking, we are better than them on paper, not just on, well, if everything can improve, we're just better than them as it stands. I think Lewis is better than their left guard. And I think while Trent Williams is definitely better than Cross right now, I think Cross is going to be improved and, maybe not to where Williams is at dominant wise, but still one of the better left tackles in the sport next year, probably a top 7 guy. And I think Lucas has a good chance of being a top 5, top 3 guy next year, which they could be having a guy at their right tackle position who's like 24th, their right guard 20th, their center 17th, if we're putting it as like a ranking kind of system thing. So the line would be a second place. And then I would say secondary. Go look at the secondaries between ours and what theirs is, how deep ours is, how many question marks there is on theirs. And, they lost Ward this offseason, one of their better guys in the secondary the last few years, a real playmaker back there for them. And Tulifonga started out really hot last year, but he came back down to earth as the year went along. And he's a late round guy. So I think that there's still a lot more questions with them. Say nothing of the fact that we've got way more depth than them across the board in that secondary. We got the star power and we've got the depth. But those would be the 3 places I think that you could be much further along than them and what they're getting from those positions. And not just with quarterback and production, but also from leadership and guidance and being that steady hand in the room. Hard to be that when you're just a second-year guy like Brock Purdy. Hard to be that when you're a guy like Trey Lance that can't be on the football field and stay healthy. Those are my 3. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $20 donation. I do appreciate it, and it's good to see you in the stream here, Randall. By the way, I've got this thing figured out now with how to schedule these streams, so I'm going to start to schedule these out to where you guys will get the notifications in advance and be able to see them coming on at the times they're going to come on. So I finally figured that part out. That should hopefully make it more helpful for you guys having a hard time at times to get those notifications to come down. But thank you, Randall, for the $20 donation. I hope you're having a fine summer. He says, hey, glad to see you back in the lower 48. Less than 3 weeks until camp. Saw an odd stat the other day. Essentially, there's only been a handful of times in the past 5+ years where 2 Hawk running backs had 10+ carries in the same game. Yes. I don't think that is a stat of causation either, Randall. I think that that's a stat, if you think about it and see if you feel the same way about this, I think that's a stat that comes from Carroll being what I would call a hot hand coach. especially when it comes to the running back. And what I mean by that is that rather than it being about mixing the different ones in, that when he has a guy running, he is going to lean on that guy and really feature him. Really let him roll. Be it a Marshawn, be it when Thomas Rawls was rolling, be it when Chris Carson was rolling, that he's going to want to just feed that guy and let him go. He's probably a big believer in volume carries for running backs. And this is backed up, of course, by what running backs tell us, Randall, which is that the guys will say, man, when I can only get the 6 or 7 carries, I'm not getting enough time to kind of get my feel and kind of feel what the defense is doing and feel how I can kind of react to them and change up my approach, even moving into the second half, or set them up for something into maybe the third quarter, fourth quarter. So I think this is why Carroll does it kind of from a purposeful approach. It's partly that, Randall. It's partly the hot hand thing. I think another part of this, though, is the injury situation. Because when your running back room gets so decimated year in and year out constantly, you don't have the stable to call upon to balance the workload. You have to roll with the one guy because the guy you have backing him up, like it was even last year, Randall, is a guy that you just signed off the street, is a guy that ideally you want to limit the amount of carries he's getting, not increase it. And I think that it's those two things that have really pushed into making that happen. Carroll was balanced at USC when he had Thunder and Lightning. Reggie Bush and Lendale White, he was able to kind of work those carries evenly between them. But I think it's just not always been the same thing here. And if you go to Marshawn even, Marshawn was here and you had Robert Turbin, and I'm not throwing shade at Robert Turbin. Robert Turbin was quite of a drop off from what you had with Marshawn. I've never seen a running back get more ankle tackled than Robert Turbin. And then you tried to draft Christian Michael, and that just didn't work either. So it's been a bit of both of those angles, I think, Randall. A bit of the hot hand and a bit of the, you just have the running backs that just can't stay healthy. You can't keep the room loaded enough to balance the carries. And it'll be interesting if this is kind of proven to be true, Randall, is if we can keep 3 of the guys healthy this year. We build in one guy that gets injured and knocked out at some point, but you can keep at least 3 of the guys rolling. Do you at that point have a little bit more balance then? Does Carroll able to feel more comfortable in calling upon it, especially knowing he has kind of the talent there with the Charbonnet, with the McIntosh, even with the DJ Dallas that averaged 5.3 yards per carry last year? Maybe so. I would say. Thank you, though, Randall. Appreciate the donation, man. I hope you're having a wonderful summer. I'm sure you're having some beautiful weather out there. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I'm excited for the Wildcat with this year's group of running backs. I'm good with it, Kevin, as long as we don't throw the ball. I don't want any of these running backs throwing the football, most especially DJ Dallas. Because, of course, he threw a pick against the Niners last year on was probably the stupidest play call all year by Waldron, to be honest with you. To the point of it makes me feel like Carroll was like, trick play time. I like it. I like it used like this. You get the Wildcat set up. You have the running back to the side of the running. You have the extra running back to the side. So I do like the 3 running backs. So we have Walker's our quarterback. We got Charbonnet as our true running back in this situation. And then what you do is you have Kenny McIntosh coming in motion. And it's coming in motion right at the snap. And so that you have it timed up then at the snap where the ball could either be going directly to McIntosh on the fly sweep, or it's coming to Walker, who then has a read option look that he can run. And boy, that could really challenge some defenses at that point in their eye discipline and not taking a false step in the wrong direction. And I like that. I like working it in like that. You just go 2 tight ends or maybe I guess you have to go 1 tight end then at that point, 1 wide receiver. But I like it used like that. But just, Kevin, don't do the throw. These guys, it's like you listen to Travis Kelce talk about it when he had his opportunity to throw. Like he was on, they were doing their show and Andy Reid was in there speaking with him, and Andy Reid's just still giving him hell about the fact that he told him not to throw it. If A happens, don't throw it. And Kelce's like, yeah, it's my one opportunity. I got to let it rip. And that's what I that's always sit in my mind thinking about that with other coaches who talked about that too. You get those guys in that position, they feel like they have to throw it rather than throw it away. The play's not open. It's not there. And that's what, of course, DJ Dallas did last year, is he decided he was going to throw it kind of no matter what and got intercepted. So no throwing. But yes, run the pre-snap motion, read option look, I love it from that standpoint. That would be a really a nice adaptation into the offense. Nicholas says, Niners don't have a quarterback, number 1. Our running back room is number 2. Our defense will be improved from last year, number 3. I like those reasons too, Nicholas. I do. Glassbridge was kind of a waste to pick. Yep. Maybe he can bounce back this year. Spencer says, I think Anthony Bradford's going to blow away all expectations. People are sleeping with this kid, but we have the infrastructure around him to just use the physicality with reckless abandon. He's definitely got the things you can't teach, Spencer. And when you come to a guy about, how do you get a guy with higher potential? Well, you get a guy with a lot of natural ability. And it's the things that you hopefully can work through as a coach, fundamentals, technique, that are the things that you just need to have brought into play on that player to get the most out of him. And if you have the coaches in place, if you've got the guys that have shown that they can do that, and certainly Dickerson's work last year with Abraham Lucas and Charles Cross alone, say nothing of how he's brought along Damian Lewis from the left guard position, should give us a lot of confidence in our current offensive line coach and his ability to develop these guys. And when you go to Bradford, though he was a guy on tape, there was some real rough edges for me on tape with him. The thing that you do come back to is that raw athletic score that he brings to the table, that natural juice he's got in his legs despite his size, along with being long, along with being powerful, are things that are just, you've got all the natural ability in the world. I need the coach that can just teach him to be a little more under control, teach him how to use those assets. And that's just why you have coaches here. That's just what their job is to do at a real base level. So I certainly think he could do it. He's got the physical goods to do it. But there is a long way for Dickerson to sort of take him even in just this initial season, Spencer, from where he was on tape. And if he's able to, Dickerson's going to start becoming a very hot commodity at that point in this league, somehow or another. Maybe as an offensive coordinator in waiting or something, because people are going to start to notice that getting that kind of level of play out of young guys. Cameron Robinson says, what up, B? Looking tan and fresh. Missed your content when you were gone, but your vacay was well-deserved just from this channel alone. Not even sure about your personal life. Well, thank you, Cameron. I tell you, it's put a big smile on my face, and it's great to hear how many people were kind of missing the content, missing me going live. And, it's, you do think, you wonder and make sure you're not, it's a thing that I want to always be aware of, is that I don't want to overwhelm you guys or put too much content or be going too live too often when it's like, oh my God, we just had you on. You're just going to repeat yourself. So it's been great to hear that folks were hungry for me to get back and going live. And I love it. I can't say anything. It just puts a smile on my face, man. And this was a great vacation. It was perfect timing now, getting back here right before training camp. I've got a slew of little videos I'm going to start to want to put together here, already working on the stuff offline, and we're just going to cook this year. I'm hyped up. I'm feeling so good about this channel. I love my community and where we're at right now. And we're in just an unbelievable spot. The sky's the limit for us this year, folks, as far as what we can do, especially have a successful year. So we've done all our damage with this channel, with the Hawks having a relative amount of success in my 4 years. And one of the things that juices these channels up is if you go out and have a super successful year, it's like, you see, that's where that puts a lot of these channels right over the top on some of their growth. But I appreciate you, man. I appreciate it. It's good to hear I'm missed. It is. It's awesome to hear, because I'm not overstaying my welcome, which is not everyone I want to do. 360 says, top 3 fantasy running backs this year. Mine is CMC, Barkley, and Eckler. I like the Eckler. I certainly like the Eckler because he is obviously a guy that, is been productive in a lot of respects. I tend to look at the fantasy running backs from this lens, in my view on this. I think that you have a lot with all 3 of those guys of boom, bust, boom potential. I do kind of, though, walk it like I talk it on this. So when I say the time you need to strike on running backs, for me, 360 is on the rookie contracts. Likewise, I feel like you really, for the time to strike on these running backs at times, is to be getting them in the rookie contracts and looking at them in that span and looking out for those guys out there that have not got the injury history, have not gotten a lot of the tread torn off their tire. And with all 3 of those guys, there's an injury history there. Take a guy like Barkley, if you were to take him this year, and he plays on the franchise tag. Is that guy going to play through every little injury and stuff that he's got to go through playing on that franchise tag? Probably not, right? He's going to try to, when he can, probably try to preserve himself, knowing he still wants to get that deal. You got an Eckler, kind of the same way, right? Isn't he on just a one? They found a renegotiation to bump up his salary by $2 million, but he didn't get a new deal. And so is he going to be playing that kind of same role? That's why I go to those rookie running backs, because those are the guys that will fight through those injuries. Those guys are the guys that will still be going out there knowing that they still have to prove themselves, go out there and get their money. Be it a guy like a Jalen Warren or Ramondre Stevenson. I've been thinking about if you guys have a hankering for this, of kind of doing maybe a kind of a fantasy show at some point prior to the start of training camp, give you guys some of maybe my picks on guys to target in and look at. But when I played fantasy, that was where I had more luck, was when you lock in on those running backs in your draft, of having the upside of being the younger guys, because those older guys can be just kind of a landmine field from a variety of different fashions. There is the bust boom with those guys. There is. And the Giants, if Barkley's out there on the field, they're going to use the hell out of him. Same thing with CMC. But can they stay healthy? Can they stay healthy? Cameron says, but I know life is crazy now. Hashtag for life. Oh, and my personal life is usually really good and stable and everything. It was just good for me, Cameron, too, because it was a vacation and it was a family thing. Like, we had my brother there and his niece, nephew. I hadn't seen them. I hadn't even met she's like 2 years old. I haven't had a chance to see her. So it was just great being able to have the whole family and you're in paradise at the same time. So it was like a bump, but very refreshing. Very, very refreshing. Everybody, you got to get away every once in a while and get the gauge recharged. Spencer says, good Lord, I miss this channel. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Megan says, B, Ollie's looking forward to you and Pumpkin's chat. Told me yesterday that he has much to tell you. We're going to be rolling with that soon. So I promise we'll get that set up here shortly. Because I'm back now. We're going to get rolling with this stuff. Missed you too, Spencer. I miss my people. I don't like being away from you guys this long either. I will say that. It didn't feel natural. Nicholas, I don't know anything about, I keep reading and hearing is Olu's doing well. I think he might, you're sending me. Whitey says, you my boy Blue. How you doing, Brando? What's up, man? 100% about K9. People thought I was bombastic. Said he was special last offseason. Dude is special. Kind of shifty and the same size as Marshawn. Big year to come. I think Marshawn's probably got him on a good 20 pounds and maybe a couple inches. But I'm with you 100% on your bottom line with this, in that, he is special. There is something different in what he does. Is he the best running back in the league? I ain't trying to say that. But is there something special about him? I think there is. And it's like I posted here with these rookie running backs that went out and some had some good years, some had some okay years. But all of these guys in their first year rarely put up their 1,000-yard year, and that was their top end. That was where they stopped. The only guy on this list that I post here over my right shoulder, the only guy of LaDainian Tomlinson, Nick Chubb, Ezekiel Elliott, Adrian Peterson, Marshawn Lynch, Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, Dalvin Cook, and Saquon Barkley, the only one of them who did not top their rookie year in their career. And some of them having very good seasons, some of them having 1,000-yard years. The only guy was Ezekiel Elliott. And I think we all have a pretty good explanation for why that happened. Because my man decided to start eating, and he stopped having 3 Pro Bowlers on his offensive line. The second those things happened, you started to see a bit of a dip in his performance. But the rest of the guys, all did better past their rookie year. And even those guys that were really able to perform. I am kind of slicing this a little bit with Saquon, by the way, because he put up 1,312 yards. So I'm a little bit being, disingenuous on that one, because he's basically put up the same season as his rookie year. But still better. And I think that does equate out the fact you will see a better year than 1,050 yards in the upcoming future from Kenneth Walker. That is not simply his top end. That is not where he ends as a player. And it's very rare that you see rookies who you land at that spot and say that. And I'm with you on that. And I've been on this horse with you for a while, as far as us believing on this horse, but in this realm with you in the same place. And that's that Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker were your 2 difference-making running backs out of the prior draft. I am on record as saying that coming into the draft, that those are the guys they can do something special to them that the rest of the running backs in that class really couldn't do. These guys can kind of make their own yards. And this is backed up by what John Schneider told us, which is that he had top 20 first-round grades on Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker, both of the 2. Who did they like better? Maybe Hall, maybe Walker. We'll never know. Maybe someday John Schneider will tell us. But he's also indicating to you guys there in that's where we rated them, because we did see them as difference makers for their position. And we don't maybe lean as much into this positional value stuff as everybody else does. So I think it's true. it is definitely my point on this show today, and saying that this is why you should be hyped, not just about this team, but this player. And let's not just forget about him. Let's not understand that he's not just simply a run-of-the-mill running back, or that his success was so based upon, like Ezekiel Elliott, he had 3 Pro Bowlers blocking for him. He had this many Pro Bowlers blocking for him last year. He had 2 rookie tackles, which has never been done in the modern age, starting for him last year. 2 rookie tackles whose best claim to fame coming out of college was as pass protectors, who both had big-time questions about them as run blockers coming out of college. And he still accomplished all that. Accomplished all that not starting until week 6. Accomplished all that with a bum ankle through the back half of the schedule. There is a little bit something special about him. I'm not putting him in some Adrian Peterson, LaDainian Tomlinson range, but I am saying that there's wherever our point of nuance we can find to get a little bit below those guys, but still be at a place of being special. I think he's at that. And this year's the year I think he's going to show it. Health willing. Health and stability willing. Spencer says, alternatively, the Niners were to win this division over us in the coming season, what would be the top reasons that would be the case? I'm definitely picking the Hawks, but rosters are very close. Rosters are close. This is a 2-horse race, and I'm not saying that we are substantially better than Niners at this point. I'm not saying the Niners maybe don't even on paper have a bit of an edge on us, because a lot of what we have to see come to bloom for us is going to have to be the youth coming forward very quick. That's a part of this. And so beyond saying a reason for why we wouldn't be there that doesn't have to do with the positional group, like I would say that us getting there, us going over the top of them would be intrinsic to that. First and foremost, I would say at the front of this is your youth developing fast. Your youth's essentially sort of developing a year ahead of time. Guys finding roles like JSN immediately, or Derek Hall fitting into the rotation even as a run stuffer. You know, Charbonnet coming in and being your second back off the bench and being, kind of excellent in that role. So your young guys, your second-year guys, Spencer, your boy Amafe coming in, and now he's actually providing you a pass rush element on top of being a good run stuffer. Darrell Taylor really starting to maybe find his feet and get a little bit upper end, even if it's just getting better as a pass rusher. And he's just a pass rusher, and that's all he is, but he gets even a little bit better with that. Those young guys coming forward in that way. So I would say if those young guys don't come forward, if you don't see the substantial steps from the first and the second-year guys, then that certainly could be something that holds you back. I think your inability to stop the run, Spencer. You had to play the Niners at one point last year without any nose tackles, and they ran it down your throat, and you couldn't stop it. And especially in that playoff game, they really was able to put it down your throat. And your greatest weakness, not just simply on the defensive side of the ball, Spencer, but your greatest weakness as a football team is your ability to stop the run right now. And that team, that's what that team does best. I mean, that would even be above the youth taking steps forward. I'd say that's the number one biggest fear, you would have about them stepping forward. So that would be my number 2. My number 3. I think if the Niners can get top 10 level quarterback play from the position, that would also be something that would upend the Seahawks. If they have a guy that's in the top 10 rating of things, Brock Purdy comes in and plays like he did through the back half of the year. If Sam Darnold suddenly now can reclaim the first round acclaim, if Trey Lance can, suddenly jump forward to become that guy, and you're giving that, and that guy's playing at that level, and there's a lot of reasons to look at this team and go, it's very easy to play at that level. You got a lot of easy swing passes out to Christian McCaffrey. When you look at the certain stats that was presented this last week, I don't know if you saw it, Spencer, but it was shown that Tyler Lockett got the most yards in separation per route, I think, than anybody in the NFL. But 2 of those guys that were the top, I think, 10 on that list were Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. So you already have McCaffrey getting open out there out of the backfield. You have those 2 guys creating separation on their routes. You're making it very easy on a quarterback to play the position at that point. That's why I think a lot of why Purdy had the success he had is it was just stuff was set up for him to be successful by the way they were running and where that team was at and the momentum they had cooking and all that stuff. But I would say if they have a quarterback playing at a top 10 level, no matter whether it's Darnold, Lance, or Purdy, along with those other things, I think that would be another main reason I would see that would throw our Hawks off. I don't see it being like their pass rush is just going to inundate us and that we can't hold up in that respect. So I don't see that. But those would be my three things. I'm so happy to see so many of my fellow 12s feeling as good about this roster as I did draft night. Special things are happening. You better believe it, brother. You better believe it. Well said. Sean says, I hope Jamal is going to be ready by the start of the season. He's that intense of a player. He's that intense player out there that we need on the field that intimidates. He provides a special kind of juice and energy when he's out there, and one you definitely do need and can hurt on a football field. It's a sport where you've got to be hyped up. It's not empty hype. It isn't just you empty energy. It's that, you're trying to overtake another man who wants to overtake you, and you both get paid for it. And you both are strong and fast. Who wants it more? And that's sometimes the more, energetic, the more into it guy. But he is look, we forget about Jamal a little bit, and he gets his share of shade in my chat and talked about a lot because of the injury situation. I don't always think it's always fair because of the fact that I don't think players can always control injuries, especially when you look at him with his injuries and that they've been so random and in different places. It's harder to lean on that and give him as much shade for that. He is in a make or break it year this year for himself. He's going to have to put it on the line here to stay into this contract another given year, because I think the Seahawks are going to have an eye towards looking at getting out from under this deal after this season if he can't get out there. I also think it's going to be very hard for him to be out there day one. It seemed like Carroll was a little reticent to commit to believing that he was going to be ready by game one. I think they very well may try to give him a couple extra games to give him a few more extra weeks as they get to that season to really try to make sure everything's 150% before they get him out there. Especially if they kind of build into it a little bit of saying, we just want to, we know we're not going to give Jamal a whole season, but let's try to get 14 games of him. Let's give him 14 games and we'll have a bye week in between and kind of keep him on a load balance situation like you would a running back a little bit. It seems like that might be a little bit of their approach here, especially knowing, Sean, that you're starting the year out with the Rams, which you might look at and go, do we need Jamal in that one? Is this going to be, or could we afford to kind of give him that extra week, at least at the very least there? Why do I say, just for context, the picks from Russ worth $3,000. That's the same value as having the entire draft 1 through 7th for the 10th pick slot twice. Oh my goodness. Seattle just did 4 drafts in 2 years. Rebuild in hyperdrive. Let me reread that because I think YDY just posted some really great data here for you folks. So just for context, the picks from Russell Wilson are worth 3,000 points on a draft value chart. That's the same value as having an entire draft 1 through 7 round selections for the 10th pick slot twice. That's the equivalency of that. And what the Seahawks have done here with the returns of Russell Wilson. Why this will go down, I believe, is the second biggest trade return haul in NFL history. I don't think it'll quite surpass the Cowboys' return and what they got, but I think we will be firmly affixed as the number 2 best trade value in NFL history at this point. And especially if this team goes on to have anywhere close to the kind of success the Cowboys did. You win 1 Super Bowl and it's already there, What a great stat though, YDY. Thank you for posting that up, man. I appreciate you. Jeffrey A. Thistle has been a member for 13 long months on the Hawks Nest. Thank you, Jeffrey, for that long time commitment onto the channel. I do appreciate all your support. He says 2 things. 1, doesn't make anyone a bad fan to expect better out of our M's. 2, I don't believe we'll field a Super Bowl team until new ownership. Great comments, man. I love it. I've got to get over to my Mems channel. I've been holding off because I hate being negative, and I've got to be negative on a video to talk about them a little bit. I think that there's some real interesting debate and discussion out there as far as M's fans and what's going on with this team and how we should look at this team and what our expectation level should be for the team. I think a team definitely can earn an amount of patience from fandom and expect that patience and expect there still to be some support from that. I think when you get to a point of getting to 2 decades straight of not fielding an elite team, of scuttling through, it gets harder to expect that of fans. It really does, in my opinion. That's a long period of time to not be good, to not be competitive, or to be just barely competitive in those years. You barely maybe make a playoff one year out of those 20. So I agree. I think we're at a stage of this where I know all about the rebuild and their process, and they've got their whole, slow roll approach to this. But at the same point in time, You were the most profitable team in all of baseball last year. You're probably going to be darn near close, if not that again this year. And you don't seem to be willing to spend money, and you don't seem to be willing to get the moves made that need to be moved. I know the whole data of, well, it doesn't, like DePoto said, well, it doesn't make sense to spend money on baseball rosters. That's historically, that's just not been good. This year's an outlier in that, because the teams like Texas that did spend money are actually getting returns. I just come back along to the path with, yeah. Where is the sense of urgency here? At what point or another do you acknowledge, like, we got a fan base that's supporting the hell out of us here, even supporting us when we weren't really particularly all that good. Why don't we start to reward that? I know they signed the big deals last year to Castillo and to Julio, but it's definitely going to be time into this offseason, whether it's Shohei Ohtani or whatever they're going to try to do this offseason. They need to dial it in this offseason. I'm not going to hold them over the barrel this year if it doesn't come fully to bloom and the young guys aren't just quite ready yet, and you've got to wait it out another year. I get that. But you get to this offseason, Jeffrey, they better not be sitting on their hands anymore. There better be a hell of a lot of aggression out of them. In regards to your point number 2, you could very well make the argument right now that this team does not have the financial capability to truly go for it in the season in the manner by which a team has to go for it in order to compete for Super Bowls. And that you are locked into these 1 and 2 year deals because Jody's not in a position to put a lot of that money in escrow and the 4-year contracts and the bonus money all over the place. And so they have to be a little tight with their purse strings. And if you're operating from a place of a deficiency versus other teams, I mean, even in our own division, like a team like the Rams, with all of the money that they can call upon at any given moment when they are competing, yeah, you could say that that's the price of doing business in the modern age, and that you need an owner who's willing to put that pedal down to the floor, sacrifice today for tomorrow, and put those dollars out there. It's an interesting debate all the way along the line. And I think it's definitely something to where I think we can still win a Super Bowl operating from these 1 and 2 year deals, paying as we go along. It does mean, Jeffrey, then that we have to be perfect, almost not perfect, but we have to be more perfect in our drafting. We have to be more better in our decision-making in the money that we do hand out, and that we are getting productivity from it. So I think that there is still a way to get to the Super Bowl without that, but it does make it easier if you have in a given year or two a team that, can put all their chips to the center of the table and say, we're going for it this year. This is our season. We're not going to just do the 2 and the 3 year plan. We're going to drive towards this year being the year that we really, really stack the deck in the manner to put ourselves over the top. And we'll see if that is the case. But I think that you're probably onto something a bit with that in the respect of the indications have been in recent years. The team doesn't seem to be as willing to throw out those 4-year deals like they had been prior. And maybe that comes back to that ownership change is looming. Spencer says, Mac, a quick like on the video, friends. Got to roll on the red carpet for the triumphant return. Hell yes. Hell yes. Please do, as Spencer says, hit that like button if you've not already, and do please subscribe up if you're not already subscribed up. We're going to now be officially on the road to 15,000 subscribers. We're about 2,500 a year away. That's the goal this year. So if you're not subscribed up, please do get subscribed up, as I'd love to hit that mark this season. Sean Lee says, if Gino's putting up those numbers plus 1,000 yards for K9, this is easily a 10+ win team. Just don't throw a bunch of picks. Laughing out loud. That'd be the one thing you'd request. Don't have a lot of turnovers. But yeah, if Gino's putting up that kind of yardage, you should be. I would even offer Sean, you'd be probably a 12-win team. If you've got 4,800 yards from the quarterback position, I think that's a 12-win team at that point, because you're going to run the ball, even K9 or not, to some degree. Respectable on the other end of that. You will not just be the one-trick pony of throwing the ball all over the football field. Unless your defense, I guess, is just giving up an amazing amount of yards and points. But it's possible. It's possible. Megan says, did Cosell come back with you, B? How's he doing? Howard Cosell is doing wonderful. I was on a beach in my full suit regalia, smoking a cigar, having what they call on the local scene an impediment I have labeled the Mai Tai. These go down like candy in your throat, and I just couldn't get enough. Sean Lee says, Astros up 3-0 so far on the Astros. Mariners up 3-0 so far on the Astros. Props to that. I'm giving a little bit of shade on the M's, but Sean, props to the M's. They're at least put a couple wins up here over in the recent weeks. They've kind of subtly maybe turned things around a little bit. Just seems like such an uphill battle as it stands right now, doesn't it? Nick says, if the defense can actually hold up, we won't be playing from down. If we aren't playing down all the time, Geno isn't going to start forcing the balls, so the INTs shouldn't occur. Nick, fantastic comment. I 100% agree with you on this. I think a lot of Geno forcing the ball last year, I think it's intimated a little bit in your comment, is that why you started to see him forcing those balls is because the pass protection started to fail, the running game started to fail, the defense started to fail, and Geno started to get a little bit of that mode of putting the cape on, right? Having to think he's wearing the S on his chest rather than just playing from within himself, playing from within the game, trusting his reads, going through his progressions, not trying to overdo stuff like he was doing a little bit more early on in the year. And I agree. I think that there's going to be a lot more of the defense defense was like league worst, one of the league worst last year. It's going to get to respectability. And if it gets respectability, it doesn't require us to have to put as many points on the board. And I think that's going to allow Geno to stay a little bit more firmly in that pocket. I think he's a competitive guy. Russ was the same way, where you can tell a quarterback, don't play outside of yourself in those situations. It's not on you to try to save the day here. Just do what you can within the context of the offense. It's an easier said than done thing for those guys that are truly competitors who want to go out there and win the game, who don't want to just take excuses and be like, well, I did my job. I did everything I could. It's not my fault. I did everything. It's just, you tell the quarterback to be the leader. You tell them to do that. And in one respect, it's hard to tell them to turn that switch off on the other end of it. And maybe you wouldn't even want them to. Spencer says, bro, I want to be a consistent channel member more than anything, but the finances are just not there right now. It's all good, Spencer. And remember too, I'm going to be, as we're leading up to training camp, I'm going to be going and posting a lot of the member videos. So I'm going to kind of pick and choose which ones I want to post up, but I'll also be reposting up those videos onto the channel as well. So even if you're not a member, even though I'm not dialing back any of the normal content at all, you'll be eventually getting those videos in addition. So it's not going to be a permanent thing in that respect of things. It's just a kind of for now kind of thing, so to speak. So it's all good, man. Well, you're not going to be cut off any content. I don't expect anybody. We're in a really tough financial stand. All I ask at the most is just watch, hit the like button if you guys can, get subscribed up. If you're doing that, you're doing 100% right by me. Everything else is bonus beyond that. There is never an expectation that things have to be donated to. I know where the lay of the land right now is. We've had insane inflation over the last couple of years. I completely understand that. And I couldn't ask for more, by the way, on that other side of it. With the likes and the subscribes and how much growth we've had here, it's been amazing. So no worries, man. And I promise we'll get that content out to everybody on this. Nick says, don't know if you saw the other Brandon's prediction for Geno and K9, but I'm pretty spot on with them. I see a lot of the fan base thinks Charbonnet is taking a lot more carries away from K9. I initially thought after Charbonnet was picked that was going to be a little bit of the case. I just find myself, as I look back on the season that Walker have and my evaluation of Walker as a player and what he can do on the football field, of just feeling like no. And then also acknowledging too, Nick, a little bit of this and doing the research on this, of really looking at running backs and what they do in their rookie year and what the expectation should be. And the thought process that these guys just hit the ground running, which is what these analytic folks, of course, tell us about you just get the late round guy and he hits the ground running and he's right. No, a lot of them still take that rookie year to kind of find their feet. And you're better to just fit them into a role more than you're trying to fit them as a split carry kind of position, like with Charbonnet and Walker. I think he's going to be a short yardage guy. I think he's going to get his share of looks as a third down back. But I think that you're looking at Walker with 250 carries this year. And I don't think that Charbonnet is going to be anywhere near 250 carries. I think Charbonnet is going to have a hard time getting near 150 carries if Walker's healthy. Why? Pete has always used a main running back. He doesn't use running back by committee. Seattle's had a deep running backs from before and still has one main running back. Always need the depth, but K9 will still be the main man. I agree with you there. Yeah. As I was saying, it's kind of a little bit of the, you have had, I don't know that they've always, had the deep running back room. They've had some depth at running back at times, but it depends on the year we're talking about, I guess, a little bit with that. But I do think the hot hand thing that you're referencing is part of Pete's modus operandi too. And that comes out of what running backs tell you. It's Pete just listening to the running backs, which is his coach. 9 carries ain't going to allow me to get the feel for things. 9 carries is going to allow me to set a defense up. And running backs like to do that. That used to be something in particular Sean Alexander was very good at. Setting defenses up in the first half with his runs, and then cuts something back in the second half that he had been running true the first couple of times out the gate. And running backs like to do that type of stuff, especially to get those big runs busted off. Spencer says, we got some fellow Y-Files truthers in the chat. Oh, well, yeah, it's a great channel, man. He does a fantastic job. Fantastic. I love that he's got a bit of a skeptic angle to what he's doing with it, too. Robbie Red, go Hawk. Can't wait to get into preseason mode. We are 20 days away, Robbie. 20 days away, less than 3 weeks till the start of training camp. Get those motors revved, folks. We are nearly there. Nick, I almost enjoy how much the national media underestimates the talent on this team. We all know it will just drive this team even more. When the Bengals and Eagles catch losses to us, that will change. Oh, well, that's the thing about the national narrative is it's one that is ever elastic, let's say. Ever willing to suddenly change on a dime from something that they said was such a certainty prior to the year. But yeah, it's definitely out there. The national media is going to keep us in that spot of not thinking we're where we're at. They're slow to come around to things, but you're right. You knock off a couple of the big boys during this season. That will be a part, I would say, as much as anywhere, Nick. I'd point to that Eagles stretch because you'll have the Niners there twice. You got the Eagles in there. I think you have a position at that point where, you're really going to have an opportunity to make some noise. And if you get a couple of real keynote wins at that point in that time of the season, and you're at now suddenly 10, 11 wins around that time, it's going to be pretty undeniable for folks as far as where this team's at and where it's going. And I think they'll finally jump aboard by that time, but it will probably take them up to that time. Sean Lee says, how many yards are you predicting for our running backs? I would go 1,400 yards for Walker. I'd go 450 yards for Charbonnet. I'll go with 200 yards for McIntosh and 130 yards for DJ Dallas. Something along that lines. Just under 500 yards for Charbonnet. And I think McIntosh is your number 2 guy. Because I think they'll use him in more of the gadget role. Whereas Dallas is going to have to get his carries either by being a third down back or is just coming off the bench as the third man. Nick says Brett Coleman is the only analysis who really gives the Seahawks their due. He has an hour-long video just talking about how great the team can be. It is. It's a great video. I would absolutely, Nick, point to folks to go check out Coleman's video on the Seahawks that he did talking about it. He goes into some real advanced kind of stuff that is even beyond kind of your cursory surface level stats in that. And there's something that he's talking about in that video that's actually going to be directly something that I'm going to be speaking about here on the channel. In regards to the defensive secondary and the coverages we're running going forward, that I think is a very interesting change that the Seahawks have recently undergone this past year that does show evolution, that does show a little bit of difference in thought. The Seahawks still had far too much of a prevalence of leaning into the deep coverages and staying clean over the top, but they maybe started to show some cracks within that and some willingness within that of playing some man concepts, of playing a little bit of the tighter coverages, of maybe getting up into a little bit more of the press-based looks at times, getting a little bit more away from the cover 3 as that just being their approach every single time. And I think that he does highlight that in that video really well. And but there's some other good parts in it as well. And he's done some really great content. Brett's awesome out there. And his running mate out there, I believe, is a guy that wouldn't mind getting on the podcast as well, because I think he's a local guy. He's a Bears fan, but he's a local guy as well, his running mate there on that channel. But both of them spoke really well about this team, and neither of them have a dog in the fight, right? Coleman's I believe a Texans fan, and the other guy's a Bears fan. So it's, analysis, just coming true from where their perspective is on the outside looking in. Brett does good work though. He knows his X's and O's, terminology and all that stuff. And he knows his film watching. Spencer says, I probably need to start chatting with my other account for publicity's sake, huh? I would say that'd be good. Make it a lot easier for me to say, go sub up to your channel, man, when it's in here in the chat. Don't have to send them a link, man. We don't want to send them a link. You want them to just click. And you'll see, guys, Rumble Podcast is our own Spencer Smith, one of our OGs in this channel. He's just starting up his podcast on his side. That's Rumbler Podcast. You can see him here in the chat. Please do go over and sub up to his channel if you get a chance. Show some support to the local Hawks Nest community. Greg Kemp says, but Brett Coleman was also the first person who made the DK and Megatron comparison before the 2019 draft, and the stats for both after the first 4 years have been almost identical. Fantastic point. He is way more right than he is wrong. And you do this type of stuff, Greg, and you do your proclamations about players, predictions, and outlooks on guys, you are going to get certain stuff wrong. But what you're trying to do is get way more right than when you don't get it wrong. And I think there's, as much as anything, be it any channel that you pay attention to, when you see the returns come from the channels that get big and get large, is that those guys, when they are proven right and proven true, and that this is where I think a lot of you guys have come with me along this path, is that you see me saying a prediction, this is going to happen, this is where I see this guy, and it does, you earn a little bit more every time you do that stuff. And he has definitely been on it for years. He does great work both on his channel and the Bootleg Podcast. But yeah, he was definitely on the DK Megatron thing far out in that respect of things. And it's not the only thing. He definitely gets ahead of stuff a lot of times. And it's a good follow there on that other side of it too. DJ Jimenez, Brandon, you get a tan, man? I did. I went to Hawaii. So I went to Hawaii for a week, and it was very hot, very warm. And I was out in the sun. I was playing with my niece and nephew and brother, and I just, you get out there a whole day suddenly. Megan says, B, you may have been missed. Not sure about me, though. Oh, Megan, you missed. You missed. Greg says, I was wondering why no lives lately. I thought you might have got a strike on your channel. Oh, Lord. No, I would have. I definitely would tweet if I got something like that happen. No, I just need to do a week away and go and just recharge the batteries a little bit. Get things kind of recooked up. But we're back now, and I'll be doing a lot of extra lives as we get into training camp, by the way, folks, too. So we'll be doing a ton this month, especially into August, especially as we get into more stuff's going popping. But just a recharge for me, Greg. Just get the batteries recooked back up. Get my tan that will last throughout the year into winter, until it fades. CJ, Brandon Eskridge, T. Brown, Forsythe are only 3 picks that one draft. Interesting for me to feel they all 3 find themselves in a similar situation on this roster right now. Kick down the depth chart. Certainly. It's none is in a position right now where they have any spot set for them. I think with Forsythe, what you got him in the, I want to say 6th round. You kind of know when you're taking a guy in the 6th round, if you have him as a tackle, we're looking at getting a backup tackle. I think if you have a guy that eventually can round into being a starter as a 6th rounder, that's pretty amazing pick. But I just think that doesn't happen very often. And you're just happy if he can just be that guy, in which he's been fine in that role for what you would ask of him. Eskridge has definitely been a big disappointment, no doubt about that one. And with Brown, you have the injury, so it makes it a bit harder. And I just think the team's not sure that he's going to come back all the way. I think some of that's illustrated by this pick of Witherspoon. If Brown was out there and they're like, he's got his bounce back, he's looking great, we feel 100%, like maybe that's not pulling them as much to Witherspoon. But I think that they're not as sure with him. And so, yeah, it does have him in a bit of that stretch of things. But it's even the 2nd round pick. The 2nd round pick was a late 2nd round pick. The 4th round pick of Brown was a late 4th round pick. None of them were necessarily prime selections. I don't think, for instance, CJ, I think we had 4 picks in the first 52 selections this year. None of those picks, including the Eskridge one, were within, I think, the first 52 selections. I could be off on that, but I think that's correct. So it's harder. It's harder when you reach out there. Rumble Podcast says, I'm sure you spent all of your time on the beach getting caught up on all the newest episodes of Rumbler Pod, right, Brando? I was taking football off for the most part. I read an occasional article here and there, but it was completely a spot that was set up for me where I'm like, I'm chilling. It was a complete decompression. But I'll check out. I'll take a look at your channel. Rumbler Podcast says, speaking of the fantasy, I need to get RSVPs for the Hawks Next League soon. Once I know which of our players from last year are returning, I'll be in here probably recruiting for the remaining spots. Fantastic. Well, if you guys were on the Fantasy Football League last year for the Hawks Nest, do reach out to Spencer Smith on Twitter or Gmail, however you were reaching out to him last year, as we will be back up and running with that again this season. So we'll get back to you guys with that. Of course, the winner gets a Hawks Nest parka. I'm also working on getting some Hawks Nest merchandise out to you guys this year. So I'm just working on getting the logo reworked so I can use it as something I can put on it won't look like a pure Seahawk logo because I can't sell that stuff, of course. But we'll get something reworked for that kind of stuff as well. But yeah, we'll get that going on that Rumbler. And I might go, join up on the fantasy this year, see how I can do on the deal. Narc Diaries is Kelly here, B. What's up, Kelly? Who is our replacement for Gabe Jackson? I forget. Thanks. They did re-sign Phil Haynes on a 1-year, $4 million deal, so he is your de facto starter in there, Kelly. And he did play a little bit better than Gabe Jackson did last year. It wasn't phenomenally better. It wasn't like a big step ahead of where Gabe was, but he's functional if you need him to go out there and start. You know, he can give you maybe just a smidge below league average play if you've got to ask for Phil Haynes to start. But there's two guys right now that I think are in competition to be that other guy in there, Kelly. One would be Evan Brown. If he can't work at center, if Olu beats him out there, he's a guy with some familiarity at the guard position. And then you drafted, of course, Bradford in the 4th round, who is a guy that is very athletic, who's got a lot of rough edges, but he is the most physically talented of the bunch. You know, he's got the best raw goods there if Dickerson can get him tapped into it quick. You know, Haynes is your mean potatoes. Evan Brown is your guy that maybe gives you a potential of being even a little bit better than Haynes. And then Bradford's your upside guy. Let the best man win. And I don't know, Kelly, about Trey Brown's role at this point. I really don't. He is on the outside looking in of kind of a variety of different fashions. He doesn't even have, a track at this point to starting out of the slot. You know, he'd be like, at best case scenario, probably the 4th guy in the slot right now that you'd go to, even if he played it decently, just because you feel so much better about the other guys. And as Rumbler said, if you're on the Discord for the Hawks Nest Fantasy League and you were playing last year, just reach back out through that method too to touch with Spencer about sign up this year. YDY says, nope, Brando. Marshawn was only 5'11", 215. K9's 5'10", 213. I think K9's 5'9", maybe a little bit of change. But I don't think Marshawn Lynch was playing at 215. I think if we weighed Marshawn on game day, he was 230. I would have been very shocked if he was all the way down to 215. But okay, I'm with it. I'm gonna take a look at one thing here. Yeah, so the 213, the 215 that you're going off of on the weight on that, the 215 that you're going off with the weight on that is off of his combine. And that's the part to be a little bit like skeptical of, because of the fact they come into the combine. You see this every year, you know, they come in the combine and they're going to get down 10, 15 pounds off their playing weight because it's going to allow them to run the faster 40. Which they know teams are going to be more enamored with what they run with their 40 than they're going to be enamored with coming at the combine at 230 and running a 4.7, and maybe get yourself down to the 4.55 at 215. So he was at 215 at the combine, but that's not his playing weight. There's no way he was definitely playing 15 pounds heavier as a pro. I would put money on it. Megan, in your opinion, B, why are the rookies ahead of the usual rookies? Meaning, why in the first year are most, sorry if that doesn't make sense. Blame a migraine. Why are the rookies ahead of the usual rookies? Why in the first year are most in their second year? You might have to rephrase that, Megan. You're paying. Why are the rookies ahead of the usual rookie? I think what you're saying is, why is it the second year that they take this step forward, Megan? And if I'm misunderstanding that, let me know in the chat. The reason the player takes the most significant step forward in their second year, as opposed to rookie year, is you have the full year in an NFL. Number one, an NFL weight room, NFL program. They're telling you how to eat better, how to eat right. You have the money to eat right, to eat better. You got the time to work out now, Megan. Whereas before, even once you left college, you leave college, you go through all this training stuff to train for combines and drills and all that stuff. You're not training for football for the upcoming year. It's not until very late in the process after you've been drafted that you can get back to your normal kind of football stuff. Whereas you've had this whole offseason, if you're Walker, to just work on true running back drills and getting yourself better as a player. I also think it's the mental as much as anything, the physical. Though the physical is a big part of this and the steps you take forward there, it's the mental side. It's the fact that you get the offseason as well as to learn, how formations look, to learn how defenses play you, to learn how you can counter what they do to you, to read things better. That's just going to come with time, and especially with the NFL being so much more complicated than the college game, it's going to take a little bit of that time to learn because there's a lot of fine details to learn. It's not simply just going over it once and you got it learned and you're good. You've got every team's got their own little way of doing what they do. So I think it's kind of the collection of those things. Guys, says Ken Walker is him, no doubt in my mind. During the Ram game in OT, he sealed the deal. He is him, Kelly. This guy is a bad dude, and he's going to be one of the better running backs in this league over the next couple of years, I think. Greg says, Brandon, did you see the Asante Samuel? Says Tariq had a better rookie year season between him and Sauce on his YouTube channel. I did. And Asante Samuel is a guy that knows cornerbacks. He played a lot of years in this league. He got himself a lot of interceptions. And his son is certainly a very good player as well. I believe it is for the Chargers. A solid player over there. But yeah, I think that he's looking at this in the same situation a lot of people are that, like myself, well, a lot of Seattle fans are looking at this, where you look at the production between the two players and you say, how? How did that guy have a better year? He doesn't. The most important thing you can do from the cornerback position is take the ball away. And there was no better rookie cornerback in the league by a wide amount that took the ball away like Tariq Woolen did. And they weren't luck interceptions. They weren't tip passes. This is him jumping routes. And when Asante Samuel's watching him in the Detroit Lions game, bait a quarterback in and jump the route, when he's watching him multiple times over, there were times that Tariq Woolen by the end of the year was so confident he was baiting quarterbacks, baiting them. Where you could see him just letting the guy get a little bit deeper because he knew the quarterback had a powder puff arm and he couldn't get it to him and he could catch back up. And that's the scary stuff when he's doing that his rookie year without the technique, without the knowledge of knowing what he's doing, just operating off of pure, sheer instinct. You take that up against a guy like Sauce, who's just very much more of a guy that's going to rely on trying to, quote unquote, his technique, then he's not going to be able to lean, he's got no upside to go off of with that. So I think Asante Samuel's just not overthinking this. And he's looking at a lot of people going, man, this is a narrative is set in that doesn't seem to have quite the basis that it should. You go watch the film between these two guys and one looks better than the other. Well, to me, one looks better than the other. Not that Sauce is bad, but, the handsy Ramsey is handsy. Kelly says, I second the Tariq video. Our two best rookies. Don't know if you saw the short on the Seahawks page about what should be the question of the day. Tariq blesses us all with sweet inspiration. He does indeed. And I appreciate it. Thank you for seconding that. And I'll get to work on it. I'll start putting together a little bit on Tariq Woolen. And I got a couple little angles I think I could go out in that video. I think that would be pretty interesting. So I'll start putting something like that together on Tariq. He deserves it. After that rookie year, I mean, he's the one guy right now in this roster above anybody else who I say is on a superstar type ascent. There may be some guys that eventually get there. There are some guys that are scratching the surface of getting there. But he's the guy that's right there right now, well on his way. So thank you. I'll definitely get that posted up. Greg says, okay, Greg says, more defensive tackles for you to check out. Rook Ororo, Tariq, Tavondre Sweat. Tavondre Sweat came out in this draft, didn't he? Is it a second Tavondre Sweat? I thought we just had a Tavondre Sweat. A lot of these guys are having the same names now. I swear the Matrix is starting to repopulate names because it's running out of names. Like it's even gotten past the Key and Peele sketch with Hingle McCringleberry, it's used up all of those ones, and now it's recycling them. But I've added those names to my list, Grug. So I will start to check them out. I want to start getting these lists kind of put together, so I know I'm looking at kind of the right guys. But I will take a look. I think the thing we got to lock into too is really getting on the guys that are going to be probably senior level players too. Because these underclassmen now, we can start to check them out. It doesn't hurt to look ahead of time on them, but the underclassmen, especially now with the NIL, have a very good chance, I think, of potentially just coming back when it's all said and done. And I'll check that out, Kelly, the shorts on the Seahawks page. They've been doing a good job this offseason. Very impressed with the Seahawks channel and being a little bit more creative than they've been with it in the past. DPI Merchant. I like that too, Wu-Tang. DPI Merchant. A handsy Ramsey. Kelly says, Ken learned photography on the new Sound of the Seahawks episode today. Nice. Check it out. Check it out. Greg says, Micah Parsons, Richard Sherman, Rod Woodson, and Asante Samuel Sr. all say Reek is better than Sauce. Makes you wonder. And those are guys that know. Those are true defenders, especially the cornerbacks talking about that. They're the guys that know. That's where it's like some of this stuff's not that hard. Like we get into these debates on things and fans will get in these debates. Like sometimes it ain't that hard. Sometimes it's pretty straightforward about what the answer is here. And Sauce has got his draft pedigree and draft pedigree carries a lot. I was showing a stat earlier up on this stream of how guys that are drafted, running backs drafted high, at how they face so many more stacked boxes than second and later round guys. And how that's so silly on the surface of it, isn't it? Where you're drafted shouldn't dictate how stacked a box you get, but kind of does. Kind of does. And we see the same thing with guys that get paid. The guys that are higher drafted guys that then get into their second deal, they're a little more likely to get paid than maybe the third, fourth round guy that has just kind of burst onto the scene and found his legs. It's a little bit slower for that reputation to catch up. And that's something that I think permeates all of the NFL and sets these narratives up a little bit, but it doesn't make them any less false. And I think you look at Tariq's season last year, you look at Sauce Gardner's season last year. It's not to say Goss had a bad year, did Sauce. It's just to say that, Tariq had a much better year. And he had kind of a special season for a cornerback in his first year, considering what he put up and how good he was. And especially considering half the season, quarterbacks just basically flat out start refusing to even throw in his direction. Rumbler says, I got to get this out of my system, guys. I can't believe the Blazers are going to send Dame off his way. Lied to him all season about trading pick number 3. This situation has really opened my eyes to Jody Allen. Yeah, it's and the Blazers are still in sort of a sell mode, but not selling thing, which I don't know where Jody is. Are we going to be for sale in a year? Are we not? What is she just trying to drag her feet on all this stuff as long as she can? It's not been a very good guiding hand of the situation with the Blazers since she's taken over there. And they don't seem to have a real pathway they're choosing in what they're doing. I don't follow basketball closely, but, they've sort of taken their time to find any kind of supporting help there for him in recent years, it feels like. And you can't blame him for being at a point where he's fed up. I don't know if the Blazers can also beat a spot rumbler where they decide they're just going to hold on to him if he doesn't want to be there. That doesn't seem to go well in basketball when you just try to put your foot down like that. I think they just got to reset the situation, but she's got to, like you say, sell the team. Just sell the team at this point. I don't know if she's just trying to get as much money. It seems like they turned down the offer like she didn't like. They wanted more money, I think, because they did get an offer. Whitey Wise says the reason the youngins are doing so well is the new coaches, Andy Dickerson, Sanjay Lal, Carl Scott, but Jordan all considered great what they do. BT Jordan, but BT might be a game changer for the pass rush. Yeah, well, if BT can give us, what we've gotten from Dickerson on the offensive line, you're right. That would be a game changer. And it is a place where there is a hole in recent history with this team in developing defensive linemen and pass rushers. I'm not throwing shade at Hurd. It's just that look at the recent track record of guys you've drafted who did not develop, who did not take steps forward in their game. And so this is a place where you could really, really hem this up a little bit, and then it helps to take your defense that much more forward because now you have an ailing part that's no longer ailing. That's maybe kind of a sub-strength in certain respects of things. And there's a lot of talent on that line to get out of from Jordan. The talent's there for him. Now we just got to get him coached up. Kelly says, hope you feeling better. Our queen of the chat. I hope she is as well. She's got a little bit of a busted wing here. DVD A forever. Just better support the Mariners comment. Want to know what great ownership does for a sports team? How long have the Kraken been around? Laughing out loud. It's a fantastic point, DVD. Yeah, fantastic point. I feel like the Mariners ownership and the front office has leaned a little bit too much into this. It's baseball. You got to be patient. It's baseball. You guys need to know that we're in this process. It's like the same thing the 76ers did, right? 70s, there was that whole meme with them of trust the process. Remember they had Ben Simmons there and they had all the, trust the process. And that process fell on its face. And I don't think this one's fallen on its face, but the age of ownership and front office asking Mariner fans to be patient is over with. It's over with. And I've been one of those guys harping on patience, but it is over with. And I'll give them through this season. I'm not calling for anybody's head. I'm not even Service, who I'm not sure is at this point the right guy to guide this particular team. God, we need a Lou Piniella right now. This team needs a Lou Piniella like nobody else. I mean, we need an ass kicker in there, And we'll see what they do in the offseason. I'm not going to call for that, but what I am going to call for is you guys better be damn aggressive this offseason. And you better show me the purse strings are not what's holding this up. You better show me that this ownership isn't just about turning a profit every year. Because that's a little bit of, for the first time this year, I'm starting to get a little bit more of those indicators of, well, this is really what this is about. I had those prior. It was part of what turned me away from this team when they were just bad for 2 decades. It's like, man, they're just kind of more concerned with getting the profit than they really are fielding a team that can go out there and compete for a World Series. They're not really trying to do that. You gotta do that. If you're going to go out there and try to accomplish, be a World Series runner, it's like being a Super Bowl team. When I talk about having a season where you're a little more in going for it, where you put the chips in, where you make those trades to top off that team, where you're a Chiefs team and you're playing pretty good, but let's go make a Kadarius Toney trade, right? Mid-year. You're not just stopping and going, well, we're good enough. We built our roster in the offseason. It's where it is. Let's go. So yeah, I think I've been a guy, been patient with this team, but they need to start locking this thing in. Rumble says that's nothing against Scoot, by the way. I think he'll be an next player in his own right, but to do that to a guy who showed nothing but loyalty in the NBA of all places is shameful. Yeah. It's just, this is what you get with weak ownership, Rumbler, YDY says lifelong Blazers fan. I love Dame too. The team has paid him $200 million in his career. Way more concerned that the teams get the most out of the trade rather than what makes a former player happy. Yeah, I don't think you can do the former player happy thing in basketball. I don't. I think that moving him at this point in a trade, if he doesn't want to be there, I think it's just smart for a team that's not going to be ready to go out there and compete next year, whether you have Dame or not. You have Dame or not next year, next 2 years, are you going to be a team that's going to go out there and in that pretty strong Western Conference, push to be one of the top end ones in the market? I don't think you are. And if that's the case, then as I say with football on this, you just don't want to be caught in between, where you're stuck in that whirlpool in the middle of the river going neither forward nor back, just sort of sitting there, But I must admit too, I haven't been following I'm not a lifelong Blazer fan or following them, in that fashion necessarily. Nicholas says, bring back my Sonics or I'm not watching. That's fair. That's fair. Herbicide says, off topic, I fear the Cards this year. Colt McCoy and the Seahawks don't mix well. I would rather play against Kyler. Well, remember too that Colt McCoy did all that damage prior, Herbicide, in those 2 years that he did back-to-back under the old defense when you're running a lot of the cover 3 and you're not running those kind of same coverages, maybe necessarily as much this year, which maybe don't open that as much for him. They could be scary if their offensive line really comes together. They've kind of slowly rebuilt that thing up a little bit. They've got some interesting players on that line if it can come together fast for them. And if you can lean on an offensive line, you can get productivity sometimes from an offensive standpoint of things. But I'm not in the fear of the Cards this year situation. I'm not, Herbicide. I think they're in the same place the Rams are, where they are turning this over. They're in a rebuild year. Kyler Murray's probably not back till halfway in the year, and I don't know if he's going to fit into this offense once he does. I don't think that's a team we necessarily walk over, but it's just not a team that I think that we have to fear either. I think there's 2 easy wins in this division this year. There is. Nitro, we definitely will know where our team is by the play. And remember too, Herbicide, the defense for them is a complete crap show. That's the other thing to remember with this. It's like that defense is in, and they're changing it to a new scheme they're doing that thing this offseason, herbicide, where they're changing to a new scheme, but they're not technically bringing in the personnel to match the changes to the new scheme. I think it just, they're in an in-between year, a rebuild year for sure, full on. Nitro says, we'll definitely will know where our team is by the playoffs. We have some uncertainty the last few years. That's for sure. That's what you get with a young team though, a little bit, isn't it, Nitro? A little bit of that uncertainty. Space Dallas should be our return guy. He should. I think he'll be our kick return guy. If not him or McIntosh. Just don't let him take punts back, please. Please don't let him take punt back. Megan asks, what do I mean by gadget roll? So I label this on these receivers, Megan, that are these sort of newfangled receivers that don't necessarily run to conventions of the position. And what I mean by that is that they're not guys that you necessarily look at as he's going to go out there and run the full route tree. He'll run his posts, he'll run his nines, he'll set up cornerbacks off of it. But they're more about guys that you're just trying to simply get the ball into their hands. And you're going to creatively find ways to get the ball in their hands rather than expecting them to go out there and get open and get freed up on their own. So Percy Harvin would be a guy, Megan, that I would consider a gadget guy. You're going to throw him bubble screens. You're going to run him fly sweeps. You might line him in the backfield and throw a little swing route to him. You're going to find a way to get him in mismatches when you do line him out as a wide receiver. So yeah, like a Deebo Samuel, as somebody else mentioned below, a little bit like that same thing, where he can run the conventions of doing the normal stuff you want as a wide receiver, but he's at his most dangerous. He provides the most fear in the heart of the defenses when he's doing more of the gadget stuff. Like Megan, for instance, when you see him running the fly sweep last year in the first game, and Darrell Taylor's a yard away from him, and he ends up turning it into like a 70-yard gain, where he looks like he's hemmed up. That's what I mean by gadget. You manufacture their touches, where a lot of wide receivers, normally you don't have to manufacture their touches. They get open, receiver hits them. DVD Forever says, I think Healthy Eskridge would be a better returner than Dallas. I agree with you on that. I think he could be potentially even more dynamite and more of a big play guy. I think Dallas gets you up to the 45-yard line in his top end. I think Eskridge can house it, maybe even occasionally. The question that I would pose to you, DVD, is, if he does make the roster, if he does look really dynamic and explosive, as they're saying he has this offseason, do you want to risk the injury side that could come on a kick return? Do you want to just have him in that point where you're only utilizing him in that same kind of gadget role, so you're limiting his, what's the word I'm trying to look for here? You're limiting his exposure. Rumbler Podcast, Seahawks should just be very thankful they've had the stability of John Snyder and Pete Carroll for as long as they have. They've earned the credibility with ownership to the point where Jody shuts up and signs checks. 100% agree. This is not the Blazers situation because you have more of the lineage that's set in here, and I don't think she can come in and maybe disrupt things. I don't know if she's disrupting things. I just don't. It's at a place where there's probably a little bit of a rudderless situation going on with the Blazers right now. They know, everyone in the front office knows they're up for sale. They can't spend any money really. It's just it ain't great. We might not be able to spend money here, but we've got the front office solidified here, like you say. And yes, I'm very thankful for that, where we may be in a little bit of a purgatory situation and as we're waiting for new ownership to come in, but we're not in a place where that purgatory has to mean that we can't be good or that we can't go out there and compete, which I think we can. Jeffrey Thistle with a $10 donation. Jeffrey, thank you for your support as a channel member, and also thank you for the donation. I really do appreciate it. He says, the example I like to use is, imagine how Yankee fans would react if the Yankees had our start. They'd want blood. We make excuses for our start. Decades of mediocrity have left us with no self-respect. I think that's a fantastic point, Jeffrey. And let me relate that a little bit back to this Seahawks team and this franchise. It's where people tell me of when we're a consistent winning ball club and we get in the playoffs, I say, that's not enough. That's not enough because we've created a standard here in Seattle. And it's not merely a standard that started with Coach Carroll. It was a standard that started with Paul Allen walking to the broom and buying this team. It was a commitment to spending money. It was a commitment to trying to build the best possible team every offseason that could compete and go out there and get to Super Bowls and win Super Bowls. And that's why in the last 20 years, you've been to 3 Super Bowls, is because of that guidance. And you're right. When you can get to the other end of the scale of it, whereas you as a fan base have been so beaten down, so used to not winning, so used to losing, that the team can go out and this year put a banner up in the stadium for a wild card appearance from last year and think that that's going to like, ooh, get the fan, oh, unveil it. Oh, we were a wild card team. Oh, and it's, yeah, the expectation level has dropped so very low. But there's got to be, and this is why I do push it from the standpoint, I think I'm being pretty consistent. This is why I push it from the standpoint of the football team in the same way. And you want the standard in place to be that we're seeking greatness, not goodness. You want the standard in place to be that we're trying to get out there to get World Series and championships, not to simply just get in the playoffs and just be happy to be there. That is the goal and the aim for us as a fan base, the goal and aim for a team. And I think that the Mariners have gotten, ownership has tricked a little bit of the local region into being okay with being mediocre. And that's why this little bit of this speak that they have about, oh, let's trust our process and just be patient and don't get, it starts to ring a little bit hollow when you keep going to that as your excuse year after year after year. And it gets old after a time, especially when they come out with those reports, Jeffrey, of the most profitable team in baseball. And you don't go out and spend any significant money last season. Like, no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Spaces, I'm not a fan of our receivers returning kickoffs or punts, just me. I'm with you on Space. I think I'd lean, I do agree with the above commenter and that Eskridge might average 5 yards more per return than Dallas, but I don't want to risk injuring our receivers to do it. And I think the running backs are well enough to do it, to be dynamic, be upper level. Maybe they're not the best in the league, but we'll definitely be above average in our return game with them. Megan says, B, the Jim Zord card is to be as far as possible away from the Craig. Don't want them to fight on your wall. I'll move it over to the behind me. Maybe I'll put him right behind Sherman here, Megan. We'll get him in behind Sherman right about there here after the stream. We'll see how that looks. Let's move him over. Don't want him to fight. Do not want him to fight, that's for sure. See, the sad part is, though, Megan, you're not going to be able to see it until I get a clearer camera. If I put him way back there, it just looks like I can see on the thing and barely can tell what it is. But that's going to be the next purchase for the channel here as I go forward. We're going to get an upgrade in a camera this year at some point. We're going to get in true HD, not just USB HD. Nicholas says, Glassridge doesn't have a receiver spot anymore space. I just don't see it. He's on thin ice, man. He's on thin ice. And if there's any injury, I think it happens, as you say. They're not going to hold on to him. But it's going to be a hell of a battle in this camp with the receiver position. And he's got as tough competition as he's had since he's walked in the door here. Nothing's going to be given to him, that's for sure. Dalsker says, love the Boz shirt. Thank you, Dalsker. Appreciate you, man. Got to show some love for Mr. Boz. He was a little institution here for a hot minute. Nick Guzman, does it cost anything for the fantasy league? No, it doesn't, Nick. Just reach out to Rumbler Podcast. So you can hit him up on through his channel, or we'll be posting the link. He's getting all the people back for who were in last year, but no, doesn't cost anything. And if we get too much of a backup, maybe we'll run a couple of leagues. Because we had a lot of people want to do it last year, so we'll see how it rolls with him. But I'll be updating you on that as we get a little bit closer here to the season. He'll be updating me, and no charge. Space's Pumpkin looks like a mountain lion. She does look like a mountain lion. She is. She's my little California mountain lion. Spaces, we have the best receiver duo in the league. I think it's pretty close. That Dolphins duo is pretty good, but I mean, of course, those guys are a lot of bubble screen drag routes, just get the ball in their hands and let them go. They're almost like all gadget receiver crew, but they were make it work. Boy, who would have thought Tyreek Hill really took off like he did last year at the Dolphins? I thought he would have had a good year, but my goodness. Holy man. Kelly says that Kenny Mack can catch that one-handed one. Oh my God. Oh, he's got receiver hands, Kelly. I mean, I thought him and Jahmyr Gibbs were your two different type of running backs in this draft, and that they could run like wide receivers when you aligned them out. They ran routes like a receiver. And it's such a nice skill set to have from the running back because you put him up in the slot now and defenses can't just go, well, it's a bubble screen or it's a fly sweep. Now he actually might be running around and you've got to dedicate that linebacker to try to cover him. And now you got a mismatch because Kenny's going to smoke a linebacker in coverage if they run it that way. We have the best rain in the league, says Jeffrey. That's undoubted. Kelly says, Kenny McIntosh so tough. These 2 runs where he threw them down. My favorite was when the defensive tackle came running up to the tackle him and Kenny whiffed him. That was crazy. He's got the power and the elusiveness, Kelly, I think, which is what you're referencing. He can run hard, but he can also, and it's with those kind of guys, it's really tough because you as a defender have to come up and kind of pick how you're going to try to defend him on a given play. Am I going to keep my feet light, pitter patter, and try to break down and really then react to him trying to break away from me? Or am I going to hunker down, try to get low, win the leverage battle when I'm putting my shoulder in there to get my hands wrapped up and then bring him to the ground? And if you have a running back that's just one or the other, it makes it that much easier for the defender to come up and tackle him. We've all seen these guys that are the dancers, that the guys that can, have every move in the book, the spin move, the dead leg, the stutter step, they can, the jump back move, the jump cut, they can do it all. But if you get your hand on them, it's over with. If you get your hand on them, you're getting them right down to the ground. There's nothing they can kind of do about that. But you get a guy that's got a bit of both, that can make a guy extra specially dangerous. Because sometimes he'll catch them picking the wrong thing in the wrong moment and make them look silly. And I love that he's emotional, Kelly. It's what I want. Is I want players that are emotional and care and want to be great, want to be that guy, are hungry. I want a roster full of those kind of guys. Megan says, Sauce getting shaded by Pete was the funniest thing I'd ever heard and made me love Pete more than I already do. Pete had that energy last year. It came on the back a little bit of that Russell stuff and he just stayed with it. Sauce talking about Pete getting up in his face in their pre-draft meeting when he came up to the VMAC or whatever. And then they post the video and it shows Pete like 10 feet away from him sitting down. Like, what are you talking about, Sauce? What the hell are you talking about? Nicholas Newton, Tariq's closing speed is insane. It is. I have not seen a cornerback bait. Yes, Richard Sherman would bait quarterbacks, and he did a good job of that, but not since him. Has there been a corner that's baited on this team and been able to do that? And he did it multiple times last year, to the point one time he almost got beat on a play with it. It was the Chiefs game against Mahomes. He baited Mahomes. He was feeling that comfortable by the end of the year. It's absurd for a rookie to be doing that. Any corner to be doing that in the league is kind of absurd. You're playing against these guys that are elite talents. To do that as a rookie and feel that comfortable to do that as a rookie, look out. All right, Nitro Rock. What top 3 NFL players had amazing potential but never reached it? I know it's difficult to tell, but do your best. Albert Hainsworth would be a guy that I would put on that list. Steve Entman is one of my all-time guys. Yeah, he's a UW guy, but he was also the number 1 overall pick in the draft. And if he didn't, he's like Kurt Warner. If he didn't shred his knee, he would have been great. I mentioned Kurt Warner, Nitro Hawk. That could be another guy that I could post up here because there's a guy that led the AFC in rushing his rookie year, number 3 overall pick in the draft, on his way to superstardom, at a time in the 80s when, that was kind of a running back age in a lot of respects. But shredded his knee like Entman did. Those would probably be 3 guys I could go to that would be probably at the top of my list. I think if there's maybe another guy or two that stands out. Nobody's jumping out to me as I'm sure I'm missing a name or two here on my list that I should be bringing up, but nobody's necessarily jumping out to me beyond that list here. That would be better names, But it would be really Hainsworth. It was laziness, and the other 2 guys I mentioned, it was injury. Peter Warwick, another guy out of Florida State, amazing player at Florida State, who had just basically was bone on bone by the time he got to the pros. Who I think could have been a really, really fun player he'd have a highlight mixtape like nobody's business. Even now, like you go back and watch it. Probably go back and watch his Florida State stuff. It's still tight, but like he would have been insane. But it was not good by the time he came into the pros. It was definitely, grinded out. I think Corn Robinson's another guy. I mean, I'm going to kind of local guys, but that's a guy that was taken top 10 that I think Holmgren looked at and saw a lot of Jerry Rice in Corn Robinson's game. And Corn, unfortunately, just a little bit too much in the partying mode. Didn't come in acting like a pro from day one. And so thus never really got able to tap into his potential. But I think that Holmgren wasn't wrong for taking him from a talent standpoint, number 10 overall. It was a character issue as much as anything else. I'll try to think of some other guys. J.L.'s Andrew Luck could be one. Andrew could be one, but Andrew did kind of realize the greatness. I mean, he was a guy that walked in the door and was playing great from kind of the jump. I'd say it's the guys couldn't reach the greatness, for them to be considered great, I think, or that they missed the greatness. He got in there a little bit. Sam the Great says, finally, these Mariner bats are heating up. Well, maybe we can turn around this All-Star, get right up the All-Star break and make a little bit of noise and then start heading downhill. Do one of those 95-like runs, And Sam, yeah, the starting pitchers are definitely good. Problem with the team's not the starting pitching, that's for sure. Issue comes back to the bats and specifically controlling the zone. We've got to come to a place. This is the other thing about the insanity of building the team in the way they have. And they keep doing this, which is they keep building with these like all or nothing home run hitters, and they stack a whole lineup of guys that are just going to strike out 24/7. And you play in a stadium that's built for you to manufacture runs. It does not add up together. So either bring the damn fences in and lean into wanting to go back to the old Kingdom days of super offense time, and I'm fine with it, or, start finding the bats that can actually generate a batting average, on-base percentage, not strike out at a freaking 10-to-1 rate off of what they walk. It's redonkulous. Prezon, prediction for the 2023 Seahawks defense. I think that they're going to lean very heavily, Prezon, on two big main factors to help them jump basically ahead of where they were last year. So if they were 28th, approximately 28th, 29th last year, overall defensively, depending on what metric you would use, I would put them this year in the top 15. I think they do that on the back of turnovers, and that's something that replicates from last year where the turnover thing comes back into play. And I also think that they're able to generate a good amount of pressure on this team from the fact that they've got a deep edge class to their ability to now blitz with guys like Bobby Wagner and Jamal Adams. So I think those two things will help them to take those steps forward this year into being a top 15 defense. I still think there's going to be some issues with stopping the run. Prezon, I think we're still probably going to be we're going to be a bottom 15 in stopping the run. We're going to be a bottom 20 team probably in stopping the run. But we'll be better than we were last year. And if they can get to top 15 state, that's good enough to still take this team into being an elite team, because I think you're going to be a top 5 offense, and I think you're bringing a top 3, top 5 special teams unit to play as well. So if all those factors come together, that to me is a team that can win 12 games. They can push for maybe even a first round bye if they can get things right on the other end of things. Nitro Rock, Blazers failed Dame time and time again. It won't change. He should have tried to leave it earlier. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's reached that point where it's just, there's times where you got to part ways. Like we met with Russell Wilson, even treasured guys. This is the modern era of sports, is that, if you have something that's not working, they're not getting the championship, it's not going to sit through on their career and just never get there for the sake of being a good soldier. The guys get their times, you get your opportunities, and I can't knock Dame at this point. I don't think the Dave Blazers have to do right by them. I think they've got to get the right value from him, like we had to get the right value for Russ. But there does come a place where you just go, it's a time for a mutual parting of ways. DVD forever. I would risk it after adding JSN. Eskridge is fast, but still improving. Give him an extra shot at the roster spot. I'm with giving him a shot. DVD forever. I think that, like, let's say we get into training camp and he has another injury that's going to keep him down through 3 weeks of training camp. Am I going to then, if I've got Matt Landers bowling, if I've got Derek Young bowling, if I've got Jake Bobo bowling, if those guys are really tearing it up in camp and I got this other guy that's a former second round pick who once again is injured after he's been injured multiple times over, I don't think you can hold the roster spot for him at that point. I think you've got to then pivot onto one of these other younger guys and just call it a day at that point. But if he can stay healthy through training camp and he does show to be as explosive as he has appeared in the mini camps, then there's no reason not to have him have a roster spot at that point. And certainly JSN gives you, like you say, some insurance redundancy if it doesn't work out with him to have still a legitimate slot there ready to go. Megan says, I never heard of it called Gadget B. Thanks for explaining it. It's kind of my own. Some have used the term. I've kind of used it as my sort of short. With me, Megan, I'm just looking for shorthand sometimes. It's just a way to shorthand it a little bit. DVD says, again, Kraken, first 2 years, even won the first round of the playoffs. Not 21 years. There you go. No excuses. I agree. It's all about commitment. Greg, why do Niner fans act like they own us when the last time they swept us prior to 2022 was 2011? They recognize this rivalry for what it is. And they understand that, it's us and them now 10 years. And, being in these, the things you see often happens with people who come in the chat is that the way to win your argument is to overstate things, straw man, do these type of things. And that's where they try to lean into a little bit. They've got a right to claim ownership from last year. 3 wins. All of those victories were pretty comfortable. All those victories, they kind of broke our back. It's up to us to answer the bell and get off the canvas and show that we can punch them back. Show that we can do like you say prior to 2012, where it is tit for tat. You might get us once, but we're going to get you. And there's going to be sometimes we get you twice in a year. And so I agree. It's not something that they've owned us for years and years on end, but they beat us 3 times last year. That's hard to do in football. It's not easy to beat a team 3 times. And so, they've got, I got to nod my cap to them at this point. I don't like doing so, but they won it up fair up straight up. It wasn't like the officials helped them or like I can point to excuses, they kind of straight up whooped us, and I hope we're ready to answer the bell, but it is on us to answer that bell. Nicholas says, I don't watch or pay attention to Mariners for a long time now. I checked out about a month ago, a little bit for the most part. I've been watching the highlights and stuff, but I'm not going to watch bad baseball for a full season again. This is the whole point too. It comes to 20 years of watching that stuff. And it's like, there's 162 games a season, 3 hours a game. Yeah. Do I have, 400 hours I'm going to devote to something that's not fun to watch? That's just disappointing. And again, it's the same story you've watched play out for probably the last 10 years, more often than not. Great starting pitching, good bullpen, no offense on the back of striking out constantly. Wash, rinse, repeat. Yeah. Megan says, sorry, not sorry, B, not a Boz fan, just don't get the hype. It's as much a meme thing here, Megan, as it is the hype. I'm not trying to act like Boz was all that in a bag of chips. He was a fan. He's one of the all-time great college football players. That's undoubted, Megan. He's, you talk about a top 100 college football player of all time, Bosworth is going to be on the list. So he is that. But, he was okay as a Seahawk, and he certainly broke down really quick. So there's not a lot there to be hyped up about, to your point on that. Spectre 7 has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 20 long months, and I do appreciate you, Spectre 7, for all that long-time support. He says, welcome back. Totally blanked you were in Hawaii. Oh, no worries, Spectre 7. No worries. I kind of didn't put out the word as much as I probably should have. I had a lot of mental health checks with folks. You doing okay out there? We haven't seen you live. Is everything? It was good. It's good to know if I do ever go in the tank and get dark and end up in my room holding my knees, rocking back and forth, that there's some folks who will be checking on me. But yeah, just a quick little puddle jump over to the islands there to get a little bit of sun and hang with the fam. Drug says, at least we beat the Trash Stros. Trash Stros. I haven't heard that mentioned as that. That's awesome. Oh my God, that's a great nickname. DVD forever. How big is Charbonnet? He runs bigger than he looks, but he can be deceiving and great contact balance as well. Oh, he does for sure. He was 214 at the combine DVD, but he's a little bit like, he's not as much. I think Marshawn played a little even more heavier. I think he's a 225 guy game day. I think Marshawn was probably a 230, 235 guy on game day. But he plays about 10 pounds heavier. He did what every back did coming into the combine DVD, which is the agents have told them, get as light as you can so you run as fast as you can, because being heavier weight doesn't add to your value in the draft. Being 225 and running a 4.65 or coming in and running a 4.45 at 215, way better for the latter than the former. So he's a 225 guy, I think, on game day. Great contact balance, like you said, hard to bring off his feet, runs strong, runs hard. He's certainly going to provide that element to this offense, which we don't have from, I think, the other running backs quite as much. It definitely a different component to Charbonnet's game in that respect. And I think right out the gate, you got to say, short yardage, goal line situations, these are going to be where he's really probably going to come in handy. Robert Pennington says, how do I post vacation pics? I don't know, man. It doesn't allow you to post it in the chat at all. I'd have to show him on, I'd have to post through me here. I have to show him the slideshow. What's up, Rob? What's up, my brother? I'm not sure Reek baited the quarterback as much as he was just out of position and used his speed to close and pick. With a full season now as a pro under Pete, I see a better Reek going forward for sure. It's definitely arbitrary to say whether or not. You'd have to be in Reek's mind to see it. But I did see him in certain points this year where it looked really close to like he's baiting it. You know, where he's set up to probably have cover 3 over the top or set up to have over the top coverage and stay clean over the top. And he's setting it up a little bit because he knows he can outrun the guy. I think there was a couple moments last year that stood out to me that looked like he was doing just that. And I'm not even guessing on this. Why do I? I thought I posted a short on the channel of Reek talking about it in the interview that he baited him on one of those. I think I literally showed it on a short too. So take a look if you can on my video shorts, because there's literally him on a press conference talking about baiting the guy on the throw. But you're right. I don't know for sure. It's just a guess. Rumbler podcast, out of curiosity, who do you have winning the AFC East this year? It's 1A, 1B, 1C situation as far as I could tell. Ended up going with Miami in the divisional breakdown. Miami's a pretty good choice because of some of the moves and offseason that they've had. They're a hard team for me to kind of peg exactly, to be honest with you. I don't find myself trusting Tua. I don't trust the health of Tua. I'm still not sure about McDaniels as a coach down there. Oh, you're right about it being 1A, B, C in respect of, there's not a clear-cut one team out there that you would go to and say, well, this is the team that's going to do it. We don't know what Rodgers is going to look like with the Jets. We're just not sure. And there's a lot of people that are not thinking that's going to work out as a situation at all. I'm uncertain. I'm uncertain. They are a wild card team. They've got a lot of talent. And if Rodgers plays anywhere close to the MVP style of play that he was dealing with the Packers prior to the 2 years prior to last year, if he gets anywhere close to that level of play with that defense and where that team is at, they certainly probably end up taking that division, especially if Breece Hall can come back and be, very strong again like he was in his rookie year. I'm going to lean into Buffalo here, Rumbler. But I think you're right in that it's very close between all three of these teams. There's not a clear-cut one that's just heads and shoulders above the others. And the Dolphins bringing in Jalen Ramsey. They've been drafting pretty well the last few years. I do like where they've gone. Teron Armstead comes back for them. Their free agent signing from last year. If he can stay healthy, that's going to be a big part of this. I like where they're going. I do. I just can't sign up on Tua. I can't sign up with Tua. Drunk says top three that had potential. John Ross was one who could have been like Tyreek Hill. Potentially could have been. Yeah. I don't know if I'd put him in as an all-timer, but certainly a guy that squandered or not. There should have been way more for what was there from a talent standpoint. Agreed. Got to support the dogs, Drunk. And he was a hell of a dog, man. Hell of a receiver in college. Why do I says, did I tell you all my dog needed chest x-rays? Came back that he had some canine in him. Never go. You want that dog in you. DVD Forever, top 3 potentials. Anthony McCoy, stunning agility and speed for tight end. Bad hands that got better, but then followed up with horrible injuries. Those two-time Achilles are tough. Back-to-back Achilles tears are going to set any player back. But he was an impressive guy in the field. When he got to be in Seattle and the little role they put him in at times, he could bust out for a big play. And you're right, he could move for a big man. And former 5-star guy, I think he went to the Cal Poly thing. He had all that track record going back, USC and all that. That's another good one, though. Herbicide, do I think we can get to 20 interceptions this year? So I think I would put... We could. I think we barely just get there. I think Tariq's going to certainly have his share of quarterbacks that avoid him through the year. So now it's a lot about, does Witherspoon able to pick the ball off on the other side and make them pay the price on that? If he's not getting the kind of targets he needs to get back up to 5-6 interceptions. We saw with Richard, the willingness to move away from that side of the field happens very quickly when they determine you are a shutdown cornerback. But you are going to probably get a good 5 out of, you'll probably get like 4 out of Tariq minimum, 5 out of Quandre Diggs, maybe a couple from the other side. Is there another 7 or 8 in there? You'd probably just get to 20, Herbicide. You just get to barely 20 if you did, but probably a little bit short of it, I would say. Wu-Tang says, put the Astros away 5-1. Big day for Eugenio Suarez. Good job by Eugenio. There we go. There we go, Ems. Let's get it going. Let's make this happen. Turn this sucker around. DVD Forever says the top 3 potential question was a good one because just look at an unexpected answer we all received now and the potential reached by our own Geno. 100%. 100%. Potential is a funny thing. When you reach it, if you're going to reach it, what it takes for you to get there. We talk often about the potential of these guys, but we don't often talk about really the likelihood or their ability to get to that spot. It's a harder thing to read because sometimes you'd have to kind of just know the player, what's in their mind, and we don't know that for sure. But potential's a funny thing like that. Injury, work ethic. Whitey Wise says, I think Seattle can get 20 plus interceptions if the offense is giving them a lead a lot. That would be huge. That would certainly help. You get these offenses into pass happy affairs where they can't just lean on you to run the ball down your throat 24/7. You're certainly going to up the ante there of having those potential interceptions. And they've got the talent in the secondary to get to 20 interceptions. They do. Bobby can get you a couple a year, right? You could definitely kind of piecemeal this to 20. And if quarterbacks are willing to test Tariq a little bit more than I think they're going to be willing to, that would help. But it's going to be hard because I think teams are really, especially if they've got a rookie on the other side with Witherspoon, they're going to lean into that for sure. Whitey White says Rick Meyer would be another guy that didn't reach his potential. I'm a Notre Dame fan and thought for sure he was the next Montana. Oh God, how wrong I was. Well, if you're going to be wrong, why do why? It is nice to be wrong in company that is considered a genius, right? It makes you being wrong a little less sting. So when Bill Walsh is consulted by the Seattle Seahawks and he says that he also sees Rick Meyer as the next Joe Montana, well, I don't think Bill Walsh was blowing smoke at that point. That's what he thought he was seeing. And so, I think your assessment of that was right along the same pipe as a lot of people in the NFL circles, and even a guy that was considered a quarterback guru in Bill Walsh. Sam the Great says Purdy isn't that guy. I got the Seahawks splitting the series with San Francisco. I'm with you, man. I can't sign up on Purdy. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I think that I think that's a bit of a flash in the pan situation. Right player, right time at that moment, but I don't think it's one that's built to last. And we'll see where he's at coming off the back of Tommy John surgery in addition. It's kind of major surgery. That's kind of surgery that's ended a lot of baseball players' careers. We'll see if he's back to 100%. Jonah says, looking handsome and tan there, my guy. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Us older guys like those comments as we're getting up in age, Appreciate you, brother. And aloha. Had myself a great time out there on the island. Why do I says Boz wasn't a player, he was an event. Dude was entertaining as hell. That's the best way to put it. Why do I, Megan? That'd be the best way. He wasn't a player, it's just the event of it. He was unique. Megan says, don't joke about that, B. We'd love you and be devastated if anything happened to you and not just because of the chat. Oh, well, thank you, Megan. And no, there are no worries there. I'm always going to be strong, stable for you folks. So you don't have to worry about me. I'm a happy guy. There ain't going to be none of me in no corner rocking back and forth. Grug says, rumor has it the Rams are looking to trade Aaron Donald before the start of the season. If they're doing that, then I'm the Seattle Seahawks and I'm pulling them up on the line. And I don't think they would do it. It's in the division. But here's another thing with this. Let's think about this. If the Rams are truly owning the rebuild, and if they're on to the point of moving off from Aaron Donald, then they are fully 100% in tank mode unequivocally. And if that's the case, then they want us to beat up on him twice this year, right? And they know that Aaron Donald's not going to be there for the long term. He's getting up there in age. He maybe has 2 years left. He's been flirting with retirement the past 2 years. And if that's the case, would they be a little more willing to move him to us? But I would jump all over that if Donald... I would take a year of Donald and give him a first-round pick for a year of Donald to bring to this defense. For just 1 year of it. I would sacrifice that. Call me crazy. DVD says the Boz was his own hype. That's what got him where he was. He's been a good sport since about 10 years after his retirement about it all. 100%. 100%. He was a good player in college. He was a dominant player in college. You know, it wasn't just a guy with the flashy haircut in college. He was a guy that could do it all. Coverage, hit. He could rush the passer. A great tackler. But his body broke down on him. You know, if his body didn't break down, he could have been a potential Pro Bowl level linebacker in this sport. I don't know if he would have been an all-timer or something like that, but a very good player. But it was a lot of hype with him, that's for sure. Drunk Squidder says, where do you think Dalvin Cook and Zeke go to? Very hard to pinpoint exactly what would be the landing spot for either of these two gentlemen. In the case of Dalvin Cook, he still wants to be paid. So this isn't about going to a place where it's going to be competitive. It's kind of going to the highest bidder. Who's going to be the highest bidder for Dalvin Cook? And when it comes to that, I'm not really sure. There's a good amount of teams that still have some room to spend as far as their cap situation goes. I don't think he's getting a big deal, but is he going to get $6-7 million per year on a couple year deal? Maybe. If I was pushed to say where I think Dalvin goes, I'll go Miami. I guess is just kind of an outside guess. With Zeke, where would he go? How about Zeke going to the Chargers? Chargers got Austin Eckler as kind of their do-it-all guy as a running back. What about getting Zeke in there as more of now your short yardage guy that you can go to? But these are complete blind guesses, Drunk, because I haven't heard any real buzz with either of them on where they're going. It seems like Dalvin's going to be very patient in his approach. Jonah says, Brian Bosworth to this day is statistically the greatest linebacker to ever play in college. And his first 2 years in the pros was not shabby either. He was on a roll to being our first Bobby Wags. He might have been in that spot, yeah. He was doing fine that first 2 years. And it is the injury thing. This isn't just a guy just overhyped on being his hype. And you're right about that, Jonah. The college production is legitimate. He was a scary dude in college. He was a guy that was a difference maker there. And, we wouldn't have been the only team in the NFL looking at taking him if not for there being some questions about those shoulders holding up long term. Drunk says Dolphins with Tyreek and Waddle is enough for them to win the AFC East. They could get it done. They got some good defensive line play. Let's also look at their corner situation. You got Howard on one side. You got Jalen Ramsey on the other. There's nowhere to really throw away from on that team with that secondary setup. Javon Holland has turned into be a pretty good player for them as a safety. So their secondary is rounded into shape. They've got some really good parts and pieces there. For me, is their weaknesses going to kind of hold them back a little bit like they did last year, as much as the question for the Dolphins. But they're right there with all those three teams. I think you could flip a coin, a three-sided coin, and any of those answers would make sense. Jamal Adams, always injured, laughing out loud. He is injured a lot, but he does, like Free Truth said, he does sell out, Free Truth. No doubt about it that Adams does put his body out on the line. He's not a guy that plays to make business decisions. Johnny Utah, I was in middle school when we drafted the Boz. I still remember the Bosworth song on the radio to the tune of La Bamba. La 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 Baza. I did too, man. I remember being so hyped when we took Boz. So hyped. DVD Forever, watch Woolen's first 3 games and how the coaches got him to get his head around and confidence. He absolutely baited quarterbacks as of week 6. Coaching put his brain into his talent. Success. I love it. Great comment, DVD Forever. And yeah, I 100% agree with you on that. I felt like he was baiting. I mean, it is arbitrary for me to look at and say, I think he's baiting it, but there was just something about the way he was allowing the guys to get over the top, where usually when they're running this cover 3 approach for the cornerbacks, they try to just always stay on top. Like Shaquille Griffin was kind of just famous for this, of just having to always fight hard to make sure he was 2 and 3 yards stacked over the top of the receiver, wherever the receiver was running his route, be it running a 9 route or running a comeback route or an in-cutting route. Always got to stay 3 yards over the top. And to see Tariq at times be able to sit underneath the route, sit underneath the player as they're working up to full speed, and he's just kind of trotting, sort of trailing the receiver. It did feel like there were some times he was baiting out there. Herbicide says, I see Rodgers not having a good year and then retiring after next year. That's that thing too, where the Jets have that fluctuation where it kind of feels like Herbicide, a boom or bust thing, doesn't it? Like the Rodgers thing's either going to prove out to be genius and it's going to help take the Jets over the top of that division and then they get to compete in the AFC when we get into the playoffs, or this thing completely falls on its face and the Jets find themselves at the back end of the division and like you say, Rodgers ends up retiring within a year. It does seem like there's no real in between here. There's not a Jets season that goes 10 and 7 with Rodgers. That it's going to either be dominant or it's just the wheels are going to fall off. And as we've seen with a lot of these quarterbacks, man, when it goes wrong, when it goes bad, when the body starts to fall apart and not take the hits and the arm strength starts to wane and the ability to scramble is lost, it can get ugly very quickly for some of these guys. Sijin says Pete deserves Coach of the Year. Damn it. Yeah, sadly, I think like with Schneider, it'll be very hard for him to win it. And some of this just comes from, I think, the regional bias aspect of it. We saw this impact us both with the Offensive Rookie of the Year and the Defensive Rookie of the Year this prior offseason, didn't we? Where our guy couldn't get it, even though we might have probably earned it in both accounts. And those guys at least got votes. But it's just hard. I think some of it is the separation with John and Pete of who gets credit, who doesn't get, it's like because they're both strong in what they do, no guy is seen as kind of carrying the day over the other. But Pete definitely at one point or another would be, if this team can especially get back to being an elite, especially if it can be elite this year, Sijin, with as younger roster as it is. I mean, if you get to a Super Bowl-like run, if you get to a conference championship run this year with this team, averaging something like 25 years of age as a total roster, that would be an amazing accomplishment for Pete and some of the best work that he's ever pulled off. And that's saying something. But I don't know if the national perspective will ever give him his just desserts in that respect, even if he had that kind of year and brought it to that realm. Drunk Squidward, what do you think of Jalen McMillan? Is that the Huskies receiver? Oh yeah, Huskies receiver. All right. So I watched a little bit. I'm going to watch more of the Huskies games this year. Obviously, Adunzie is the guy that kind of jumps more out to me than McMillan. If I'm not mistaken, the Millen, I get a little bit more of the shades of kind of a possession kind of receiver type. But a guy that maybe has, if you're looking for like a comp, Tennessee had not the Jalen Hyatt, but the other kid that the guys had at Tennessee this year, the other receiver that went in this draft. Kind of see a little bit of that in him. He's a little bit not quite as big. That guy was 6'3". I think McMillan's like 6'1". But I haven't done the deep dive on him, and I need to dive into the deep dive on him drunk. It's kind of just the passing aspect. But I think Odunze is kind of the bigger play guy. McMillan's probably more of your potentially I think like a third round kind of receiver off of what I saw. I don't know if he's got as much of the speed. Madunzier. I like him though. CJ says, I'm personally am rooting for Russ to have a successful bounce back season. The man made some mistakes, but end of the day, he was a Ring of Honor quarterback and has been through a hellacious rear of ridicule. I don't think there's any pro athlete that has had to go through as much shade and bumps and hits to the reputation as Russell went through this last year. I don't think that it was by happenstance, CJ. I think that, what's happened with Russ has been well earned. And a lot of chickens came home to roost in the name of ego and pride that were long in the coming. Has that humbled him at this point? Has he reached a spot of knowing he needs to go back to his roots to recapture that? I hope so too. I don't have any ill will for Russ necessarily in that I want him to be bad. I will say, CJ, we have a 3rd round pick in this upcoming draft. And so when it comes down to the bottom line Larker on this, when it comes down to having reverence for Russell Wilson, all that is great. I'm going to have reverence up to Russell Wilson right up into the point that it's my Seahawks, it coming at the cost of my Seahawks having a better draft position. And so as far as I'm concerned, I want that 3rd round pick to be the top 3rd round pick in the next year's draft, way beyond wanting to see Russell Wilson do better and have an amazing bounce back year. So I'm not hating on Russ. I don't hope any ill will for him, but unfortunately this year, I don't want his team to do very good. I want to be one of the worst in the league so that we have I want us to have basically a de facto 2nd round pick by the time we get to next year's draft. But, I don't have any hate for him. I do think though, CJ, it does come down to, though I don't have any hate, I do also look and go, you brought this upon yourself. This isn't like bad luck and just, you can't catch a break stuff. This is, you've created this. You created the whole situation and it didn't have to be so. And so if you're going to make your bed, you got to sleep in it. But if he does have a bounce back, it'll be a great story for him. It'll feel awesome for him to be able to come back in that way. And it will show, I think, for him to have a bounce back year, it would be on the back of him being a little bit humbled. And that's great. He's back in the pocket of just trying to be the best football player he can. A little bit more further away from let me grow my brand. What about my legacy? Just be a good football player. Get back to that. Whitey Wise says, with the outside locked up with guys with 3 to 4 on rookie deals, Seattle will totally be free to hit the inside, which is way cheaper in free agency next offseason. I can see in defensive tackle, safety, inside linebacker being a got next year. It's potential. I think definitely defensive tackle and inside linebacker are going to be targets for the team. 100% there. And in free agency too. Inside linebacker is starting to raise up a little bit. Why do I? You look at that Terrell Edmonds deal, especially that got signed, the Pratt deal with the Cincinnati Bengals. These are not guys that are looked at as necessarily stars in the sport, yet making well over $15 million per year now at the position. So middle linebacker is starting to increase a little bit with the value. Roquan Smith signed his deal. I think that if you're going to go out and try to get a legitimate Terrell Edmonds-like inside linebacker, it's going to cost you $15 million plus next year to pull that off. But I think that's where they are going to attack. Some of this also is going to be derived from what they think of the draft. And understanding, as somebody else was mentioned above on this, we got a pretty deep draft next year with the defensive tackles and inside linebackers. Those might be 2 of the top 4 deepest positional groups in next year's draft. If that's the case, do you want to then sign a guy in free agency for big money? It'll be a good debate. It'll be an interesting debate to go through at that time, but that'll probably be a little bit what we're facing. Rumble Podcast. Do you watch any good TV shows lately? I know I'm late to this particular one, but I've been binging Barry on HBO, hard as hell. Bill Hader is hilarious and also just truly terrifying. Off topic, I know. No, it's all good. I don't mind talking anything on the Hawks Nest here. I watched a little bit of Barry. I did like it. Some of the slow times on Barry and some of the other off scenes, so to speak, kind of it slows down for me a little bit too much. But when it's on, it's absolutely on, and it's awesome. I thought there was one show I watched recently that I really liked, and I'm completely spacing it out right now. And I don't know why I'm spacing it out. So, but there was one show I watched I thought recently that I liked pretty good. And I just can't remember what it was. at this moment. There were some ones that I didn't like as much, though, in last year that some people have been kind of hyping up. I wasn't much on the Dragons one, and there's been a few that are just kind of didn't quite hit for me, unfortunately. Let me think if there's one, though, Bumble. I feel like there's one I'm missing here that I had. Remember, whenever more Russ talk comes up, I know it's time to start the brain static and zone out for a while. Amen. Nick goes, I'll never stop bashing him. I hated him when we drafted him and the whole time he was here, and that'll never change. Well, that's fair enough. You've been consistent with it, and I'm not going to expect anybody that's not a little bit bitter to him to not be bitter. I get where you're coming from, and I think that's why I say he has created this situation just a little bit, It is on him. It is on him. Jonah, if the Rams are trying to do that, I'm trying to trade everything under the sun to get him. I would certainly jump all over trying to bring Aaron Donald in. Maybe even just if it was on just a 1-year deal. Even if you said, I'm only going to be here for 1 year, then I'll retire if we win the Super Bowl. I'm fine, Aaron. Come on in. Get in that weight room, get right for the season. We're going to need you. So I would do it. I don't know if the Rams would move us within the division. It's unlikely they probably would. They can probably get just as much value going somewhere else and moving him out of the division. But if it was there, I would jump on it. I'd jump on that. Rumbler Tyler Eifert is another good potential guy that flamed out, sadly. He did. Injuries got the best of him a little bit. I don't know if he ever had top end real potential to him, though. Solid to good tight end, but I don't know if it was going to ever be, upper level with that guy. Megan says, kind of feel stupid for not getting the Boz hype down here. I never saw him play. No, it's all good, Megan. I mean, again, he didn't have a great career, and, he was more of what he did in the college than he was what he did in the pros. So you're not getting the hype on that one. This is not one where you're off kilter by not seeing it. It's more of a meme thing than it is really a, there's a lot behind it thing. Greg says, Reed got more sound in his technique as the season went on. I have full confidence he's going to be elite in coverage next year. Me too. Space wasn't Boz from Oklahoma. He was. He was an Oklahoma Sooner. Whitey Weiss is pumped for the edge rushers. For those that don't know, BT Jordan has worked with over 200 NFL players, including Pro Bowlers Von Miller, Jadeveon Clowney, Cameron Hayward, Chandler Jones, TJ Watt, and others. He's got a hell of a reputation. No doubt about that. I hope it equates here. As if it does, that's just what we need defensively for some of these edge rushers, is getting them a little more advanced along. I think the team's recognizing that too by hiring him. DVD says, if Pete were to suddenly retire in the next couple of years, the Dolphins head coach, it would be my number one pick as a replacement. Call me weird, but I like his personal approach as well. He's an unusual guy, man. He's a colorful personality too. And he's not your typical coach type in the way just he's built. We'll see with him. I'm kind of tracking and seeing how he's doing down there and what he did with that offense and the productivity he got out of it, and doing that while he's having to kind of work around, I think, some of the limitations that you have with Tua as a thrower is very impressive and does speak to his acumen as a play caller. So I'm going to keep kind of tracking him. I'd be potentially open to that. Big Country is Big Country. A-Rod close second in Seattle. Yeah, A-Rod's a close second behind Russ. Agreed, as far as kind of not loved as much. Kind of a little bit of hate there. Sajin, what do sports platform give little to no love to the Seahawks? Is it the region or the team that people would really like to know? It's a complicated answer. I think region it's a heavy slice of the pie, is that you're out in the West Coast and considered by some out there, especially in the East Coast, as almost in southern Alaska. So that's a big part of it. I think it's as well as the type of team that you've constructed. You're not a team that's built upon a star carrying you through or a couple of stars carrying you through. You've got notable players and good names on here, but you are a team that is certainly made up of a lot of good parts as much as anything. And then there's just people that Sajin aren't on board with Geno, for instance. They think last year was a 1 year off or by just luck. And so they're thinking that's just going to fall apart for whatever reason, just naturally, I guess. But it's the key important part is that their takes on this are not based or housed in like logic and deduction and thinking through a lot. It's really about glossing over this team, giving it a side glance, and then just moving on. Johnny Dutah says, I'm with you on Russ, B. Good luck, Russ, but I hope the Broncos go 0-17. Yeah, that's it. Russ, go out there and throw for 45 touchdowns. Broncos, I want you to lose every game. I want that pick to be a high second-round pick next year's draft. That's what I want. Yeah. It just is what it is. No Russ, no shade of Russ. I'm glad you understand, CJ. I'm all hawk on this one, And that could be a hell of a tasty pick if this Bronco team can be potentially as bad as I think they're going to be, because they're playing in the toughest conference in football, and they're playing probably in one of the tougher divisions in that AFC conference too as well. Johnny Utah says, I hate the Broncos in principle from our old AFC West days anyways. Exactly, me too. I grew up in the same way, Johnny. I grew up on that same aspect of it, where it's like that's a deep-seated hatred. It's there in smaller parts too still with KC and the Raiders. And even the Chargers, it exists there. But it probably burns brightest for the Broncos and the Raiders and a little bit to the Chiefs. To hell with them. Space is the region of doom. There we go. And Nicholas, you hate away, man. I hear it. I feel you on it. JL says, I hope the Broncos win all their NFC games, but lose all the rest. I'm with you on that, JL. That'd help us out a bit. Rumbler says, I'm also very in on Mike McDaniel. I think he's shown all of the acumen to execute the Shanahan offense and the creativity to improve on it in the future. Would love him in Seattle post Pete Carroll. Well, it'd be certainly a different dichotomy of coach you'd be bringing in. Different end of the scale. I wouldn't be against it. As I've said often, I don't have a guy I've locked in on the next coach for our Seahawks beyond Coach Carroll, but I would prefer to get an offensive-minded head coach as the next guy that we bring in. WTC, are we going to trade before training camp? No, WTC. There will be, I don't think, any trades before training camp. Their team's going to go into training camp and see what they got first, and then make the determination on if they need to make another move or not. My opinion. DVD, this is only my second time catching your cast live, and I got to tell you, I get super hyped talking about all this stuff. I hope so, man. This is what I want to capture here, DVD, and it's why I love going so much thoroughly through the chat and discussing this stuff with you guys, is that as so many of you do in the chat, people are bringing stats and different figures and things I haven't thought about, a perspective or I hadn't maybe considered from another angle. I think that's what makes this discussion so vibrant, is because of the many different angles that comes into play on it. And you're right. It gets me hyped up. It's why DVD, I get asked a lot of like, oh, how do you go so long on your streams? How do you oh, you're a monster. You're grinding away. And I got to smile whenever they say it, DVD, because it's really not a grind for me. I blink my eyes and this goes so fast because I have so much fun talking about this stuff. I love this stuff. I love getting to the depths of this stuff. It's the beauty to me of football, is that you can enjoy it on so many different planes. You can enjoy it just on the top layer, all icing. You can be that guy that just skims the icing off and you're licking your spoon and you're watching Red Zone, and that's just where you are as a fan. Nothing wrong with that. And you can be a guy going a little bit deeper into it that can have a rudimentary understanding of defense, or guy or girl, rudimentary understanding of offenses and defenses and how things, and then enjoy it on that surface level of the frosting, and then get a little bit to the cake, but you can keep going and going further. You can get into intricacies. You can get into the matchups. You can get into how one scheme attacks to another, and you can keep going at a deeper and deeper depth. And there's really not a place that you land in where you've learned it all and you got it all figured out. You just continue to keep expanding on your understanding of the game if you get to those depths. And that's what I love about it, where to me other sports are what they kind of are. It's why analytics are so easily applied to basketball and baseball, because they just kind of are what they are. There's not a whole bunch of extra moving parts involved with the process. And whereas football is all moving parts in all different places, 55-man rosters, 16 practice squad, so many more coaches than you get in other sports. I love it. I got a little lost here in my chat. Oh, here we go. Randall McDaniel in the house still again. Thank you for another $20 donation. You're awesome, brother, and I do appreciate it. He says, love training camp and position battles. Cornerback's going to be great. MJ versus Spoon, and then Spoon versus Kobe. OLB is going to be very cool to watch too. I'm banking on Mafe taking a big step forward in year 2. Mafi's going to be one of my rookies from last year that I think does take that big step forward, and namely Randall, it really is a pass rusher. I think that he starts to really give you a guy that's going to be impactful in that way. He's already a really good run defender in year one, probably one of our best edge run defenders that we had all season, in fact. But I do agree with you. I think that he ends up rounding into a guy that has a very close career trajectory to what you saw from a Cliff Averill in a lot of respects. But I think he's going to be a guy to push up into the 7, 8, 9 sack range this year. The only thing holding him back from getting to 10 or 11 is just that you're so deep at the edge. He maybe just doesn't get enough bites of the apple to get to that 10 sack realm of things. But he's going to be a guy that's going to have an impact on this team. Another guy that probably gets forgotten a little bit about that shouldn't, because he is going to be a very key member of this defense and what he brings to the table, especially if you can get the two edges, Randall. You know, if you can get him locked in on one edge and you get Uchenna and Derek Hall on the other edge, and you get those guys kind of difference makers in that standpoint of where you just can't get around the edge on them. They can set it against anybody. And now it all becomes about kind of cleaning up the run defense from the interior, right? And getting it down in there and hemming that stuff up, the A and the B gap stuff. I think it's smart of you as well to bring up the MJ versus Spoon and then Spoon versus Kobe, because it's not just merely about if Spoon doesn't get beat out by MJ, now he just naturally slides into the slot. He's got to naturally slide in the slot and still then beat out Kobe Bryant. And there's been a lot of folks who've really, and I even saw it. I posted, of course, Randall, we did the live stream a couple weeks ago talking about Michael Jackson's ascent and being the star in camp, and, about the potential of how that could kick Devin Witherspoon inside. And people really were lamenting that and how that was going to be horrible. And those folks would be jumping off ledges if Kobe Bryant goes out there and then beats Tariq out of the slot as well. But the thing that I think those folks are missing on with that, the thing they're getting caught up with, is the draft status of Spoon and what he should be and how, if you're going to get a guy there, but they're really not acknowledging as much the big steps forward that Michael Jackson and Kobe Bryant with that could be taking this off season. And that also could be a big part of this, is that those guys are just balling out so hard at that point, playing so well through training camp, that he just can't break through there as a rookie. And while it wouldn't be great on Spoon to not be able to crack into the starting lineup as a top 5 first-round pick, and that I know I'd be hearing hell from it in the chat, I do. I'm not going to get as freaked out about that, because I'll look at it as more about the development of Michael Jackson, Randall, the development of Kobe Bryant, more than I'm going to be looking about of the ineptitude of Devin Witherspoon. Thank you, man, for the $20 donation, though, Randall. Appreciate that double dono. You're awesome, brother. Always awesome. Johnny Utah coming in as well hot. Thank you, Johnny Utah. Love me some Point Break action as well. Coming in with 5 gifted subs here. So Hawks fan, one who waits, 283128, Tuck Tuck, and Michael Carosino. You have all been gifted memberships by the very kind, the very donatingable Johnny Utah. Thank you, Johnny, for doing that, man. I appreciate all of the support on the channel. And for you members of the channel, this is going to be the big part that's really we're going to be doing more live streams, more uploads, but I'm going to be doing more of the only videos for members of the channel as far as lives go. So do keep an eye on your community post and all that. I'll be setting that up and letting you guys know on that. But thank you. Thank you so much, Johnny Utah, for gifting those subs, man. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. Nicholas Newton, you have a good night, man. Appreciate you hopping on in the chat, as ever. DVD Forever, Aaron Donald would also help teach our younger guys, such as Hall. Couldn't hurt, could it, DVD? Couldn't hurt having a guy with his expertise of the pass rush and how to get it done and how to do it. I a lot of times had wondered a little bit about, that kid Kalijah Kancey coming out of Pittsburgh. There was so much to his game that was so very familiar to Aaron Donald. I would not have been surprised if we went into the depths of it to find that Donald helped him out as a former University of Pitt alum, and some of that technique that he had picked up along the way, or maybe just watching Donald and copying it. I don't know. But you'd have to think that a guy that's played this long in this league, especially DVD, let's also understand a guy that's played this long in this league with this much familiarity within this scheme. He's played a lot of years in this scheme. He knows what's required. He knows the gap fits. He knows how to read things properly. That you would also expect would help. I just come back to Rams would probably McVay would probably as soon as cut off a testicle as he would probably give us Aaron Donald. I just have to think. John Holland says, been working late. Sorry I missed the show. No worries, John. And we're going to be going tonight. I'll be bouncing back on Sunday too. So no worries, man. Whenever you can catch it, I appreciate it. Whenever you can. DVD forever. Daryl Taylor will have a season this year. I'm calling it now, so mark my words on your calendars today. I hope he does, DVD. And he certainly has elite get off, elite bend, elite dip. You know, when you have that as a pass rusher, those are the three kind of horses of the pass rush apocalypse for a pass rusher. Because it's great to have great hands, it's great to have great technique, it's great to set up a pass rusher. But if you can have those pure raw goods that you got as your foundation, that usually can lead to elite pass rushers, because there's just nothing eventually that the tackle can do. Not quick enough in their get off, not quick enough, not agile enough to stay with you, and then they can't get low enough to you when you do round that arc, when you do dip and get to that bend. And that's what he's got. It's just about him kind of better formulating those other plans, better setting up those offensive linemen, not just going to the single move where he's just trying to get to the edge, having a better counter inside. These are the things that you hope he can develop along. And if he does, it'll make him just an absolutely deadly pass rusher, because his first step, get off, that bend, that quickness, it is elite for the position and what he brings. Rumbler said, I don't even watch baseball and I effing hate A-Rod. Well, that's fully deserved on his part. No excuses on that guy. John says, I'll laugh when the Broncos fail again next year. I hope so. I want that juicy third round pick. Megan, I thought the Broncos pick ended this draft. How did we get more? So we were in the third round, Megan, and we did not draft a guy in the third round in this draft. We traded back into the top of the fourth round with the Broncos. So we picked up their fourth round pick in this last year's draft, and the Broncos gave us, in addition to that, a third round pick in next year's draft. So we actually picked up, this is not part of the Russell trade. This is an extra trade. Greg says, if that third rounder ends up being high, we could use it to trade up for a nice second round pick if need be. You're right. You can take that package, that third round pick, and then take a fourth or fifth round pick, put them together, kick yourself up another 10, 15 spots in the draft in the second round, get back up into that territory. You're right. As we saw this year, Greg, with a lot of those teams trying to get back up in that mid to late part of the second round, it doesn't necessarily cost a tremendous amount to make that happen at that point. DVD says, Southern Alaska, I thought we were Northern Hawaii. Laughing out loud. Wait, that's the 40 Winers territory. That's right. That's right. It's very simple for them out in the East Coast, DVD, but it's Southern Alaska, and then it's all Hawaii. And then the whole Midwest for them is all Texas, basically. That's how it works. So hi, Jim Brando, Meg, chat. Much love to you guys. See you next time. Have a good night, man. Much love right back to you as well. It's good to see you in the chat, brother. Hope you're having a great summer. CJ, Brandon, I remember watching Devin Bush personally in college, but I do remember him hugely being hyped in the draft. Best at his position, I believe. Compete, unlock that unrealized potential. It's going to be tough for him to do so, I think. Bush has had a good amount of time, 4 years there with the Steelers, to find his footing with that potential, and has not really ever been able to do so. I think some of it is, of course, a little bit of the loss he might have had with the torn ACL, and maybe he doesn't have quite the quickness and speed. Let's keep in mind he is an undersized guy, so he was a guy that was going to be relying on that speed and quickness, and if he's lost it, he doesn't have the size and physicality to fall back on if that's not there. This is a little bit of a flyer I think the Seahawks are taking on him. They did not give him a significant amount of money. I don't know if he's quite where he was from a physical standpoint where he was coming out of college. So it makes it hard for me to make that prediction because I don't know where that is at as far as the health-wise goes. He's coming to a different defense here in Seattle than what he's played in. So maybe there's something to be said for coming to a defense that allows him to be in a bit of a different position. But I would be completely guessing on that one. Certainly Steeler fans were not unhappy to see him go. And I'm reticent to necessarily believe that he's going to be even an upgrade over Jordan Brooks. He's going to have to kind of show it to me with that, CJ. I got to be honest with you, when I saw him picked as a top 10 guy, 5'11" linebacker in that draft, I did think that the Steelers were kind of overreaching on that when they took him there. I just didn't think he was worth that talent. I didn't think he kind of equated to that kind of talent. Good college player, runs around and everything else, but there was just some size limitations to him, I felt like, once he got to the pros. We'll see, though. We'll see. Lou, Brando, with all of our offensive weapons, we have a Swiss Army knife offense. Do you think we play more 11, 12, or 13 personnel? Fantastic question, Lou. And it's going to be divided fairly evenly. I do think that 11 personnel is going to be the one that wins out. because I think the 12 and 13 personnel are going to kind of cannibalize each other a little bit. But if you take the total of the 12 and 13 personnel, there's probably going to be more if you took the combo of those than the 11 personnel. But 11 personnel, bringing in Jackson Smith and Jigba, understanding, Lou, that with McVay, when you look at him on a yearly basis, he tends to be absent 1 year, I think, in this last 5-year run. One of the coaches that runs 3 wide receiver sets at the highest amount in the league. And so if that's the case, then you're going to more of that, I think, more of the 11. That's where I think they're going to drive to a little bit more, but they're still going to lean in on those 12 and 13 personnel. So even if you end up with 11 personnel being ran more, Lou, it's going to be like, you run 11 personnel like 35% of the time, you run 12 personnel like 27% of the time, and you run 13 personnel like 19% of the time, where it's still there isn't one you're just leaning on really heavily, even to the degree that the Rams do, Lou. I don't think you get there, but it will be more of the 13, more of the 3 wide receiver sets this year. Anything else? John Holland, Broncos, Raiders, and Chiefs can all suck it. You're right, John. I'm glad you're with me on this one. The hate does not die for the old AFC West rivalries. And while I will say we have gotten to the place with the Niners that we've kind of gotten to an equivalent place that we were with in our hate for the Raiders and the Broncos, in the 80s. There was a special brand of hate for those teams at that time. No doubt about it. I do like Herbert, so I've kind of softened on my hatred of the Chargers. Me too. It is a pecking order, and it seems like you got the same order as me. It's Broncos, F them. Raiders, F them. Chiefs, to hell with you. Chargers, you feel a little bad about them. They lost their team. Justin Herbert's a really easy guy to root for. He's like the ideal quarterback mentality that I would want on my team. Just all ball. I'm not here to raise my star. I'm not trying to increase my brand. I'm just here to play and be the best football player I can be. P Money says, I think Derek Fenner, Chris Warren, Amon Green, and Sean Alexander would have all probably had 1,000 yards rushers their rookie seasons had they not been playing behind established starters. It's a fantastic point. It is a fantastic point. It did take, I think with Chris Warren, I was doing some research on this, and it did take him a couple of years, I think P Money into his third year before he actually did crack the starting lineup. And we do have to acknowledge a little bit here, P Money, that certainly if Rashad Penny had stayed healthy all of the year, we don't know whether or not Walker would have gotten anywhere close to the amount of carries he did. The coaching staff was going to look to use him. It wasn't that he's going to just sit on the bench. And if you do look at some of those guys you mentioned, you look at Fenner, Warren, Alexander, not a lot of carries from those guys. Not only were they number 2 running backs, but they weren't really featured all that much on top of that. They were really relegated to the bench. But part of what relegates you to the bench also is when your skill set isn't ready. Not on top of just not being able to necessarily read the right holes and go in the right places. But like Sean Alexander, my man throughout the course of his career never wanted to pass block. My man throughout the course of his career never really wanted to be much of a pass catcher outside of the screen game. And that's also what can leave you on the bench. And if Walker hadn't cleaned up those elements to his game, he probably wouldn't have been out there playing as much as he did. 80% catch rate on only 170 yards receiving, but he caught every ball thrown his way. He held up relatively well in pass protection when called upon to do so. So that's a bit of a part of it too, is him getting himself in a position to be ready to get out on that field because he has all of his skills ready to go, on top of being a dynamic runner of the rock. But it's a fair point on your part, and I wouldn't push back on it. You had starters in all of those places. Amon Green, though, let's go to this other part of it. Again, there's things that kept them off the football field, P Money. Amon Green had a tremendous problem with fumbling. One that I would say was probably something they saw even on the practice field. It took him a long time to clean that up. He had to go to the Green Bay Packers before he finally cleaned that up. And that was one thing that I believe I remember Holmgren often referencing as to why he couldn't get more carries. So again, we got guys that, there is a bit of them being stacked up ahead of them, but there's also some other secondary reasons as to why they couldn't be put in that position to start. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, 2nd round, Broncos, 3rd and Darrell Taylor for Buckner and a 4th. Who says no? A 2nd round pick, Broncos 3rd, and Darrell Taylor for Buckner and a 4th. Who says no? I can't think of anybody who would say no to that, Randall. Sign me up. Sign me up for that. I think this defensive line needs another guy on it. I'd love to get an impactful guy, not just merely a good player, but an impactful player. I think the cost is fine with that. I would prefer Randall to go 2nd round pick and Darrell Taylor and just Buckner and leave the 3rd round pick out of it at that point. That would be my kind of counter if I could get the Broncos to get done with that. But if the Colts are holding me over the barrel and insisting on Taylor to get Buckner in, I don't think I'd say no. I don't think I'd take a hard line stand on it, man. I like that's fair. It's fair value. You can even say maybe the Colts are getting a little bit of a better end of it, but you're getting one hell of an impactful player on the other side in Buckner, a guy that you don't have any equivalent on this defensive line in the same way. Draymond Jones is a fine player, but Buckner is definitely a leg up, I think, ahead of him as far as the player he is. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate the $5 dono, brother. I do. Kelly, if Jamal is okay, he can help stop the run. Best believe he is one of the best at that. Oh, he's good. If he's in there playing, it's one of those things by a little bit of the sum total of the guys you bring on the field here, Kelly. Let's also expand on this. So Bobby Wagner, you can take some hits on him and say in coverage he's a step slow and he's not going to be as good as staying with tight ends. Bobby Wagner has remained a very good run stuffer throughout the course of his career. That's not going to go away next year. Jamal Adams has been an upper level top 3 run stuffing strong safety in this league since he's been on the field when he can play. You add those 2 elements. Then you get Tariq Woolen, or you get Devon Witherspoon coming into play on this too as well, right, Kelly? Because now you have maybe the best tackling cornerback in all of the last draft also now brought onto the football field. So that's 3 positions that you've upgraded your ability to tackle in, your ability to stop the run in. You would think that would help as far as the bottom line too, as far as raising the level of the performance on the defense in stopping the run. Megan says, that's a delightful picture, B. Thank you. It is indeed. Randall says, Darrell Taylor is my least favorite Seahawk. I'm not big on him either. And to me, he's sort of like a value piece at this point. He's coming off a season where he might be at his most valuable. You could move him to any team right now and they would get 2 years of club control because he's not going to be a free agent after this year. I feel like you could maybe potentially kind of swindle a team a little bit into them talking themselves into giving you something. I'm not talking like first round pick here, but you could definitely find a way to flip the value in just the right kind of fashion. Herbicide, any word on Jamal? How's he been? Is he healed yet? Of course, you've seen, I'm sure, the workout videos, Herbicide, where he looks pretty strong in those videos. But I do think that Carroll was being a little bit reticent to believe that he's going to be able to start day 1. If I was to make a guess right now, I think it sounds like probably week 3, week 4 is when they'll probably start to really work him into the starting lineup, absent him just being a demon and finding just sheer will of force to get himself back out there. But to give him maybe 1 more extra month of heal time, based on just trying to read between the lines with what Carroll was talking and his tone, I think that's what we're likely to see. Seahawks blue and green, Brando looking like you got some sun. I did get a little bit, man. A little bit. That Hawaiian sun don't mess around. That will tan your hide up, I'll tell you that. DVD says, Taylor reminded me of Bruce Irvin last year. And who did we have back last year? And Taylor comes in late season looking really clean like he did. He did. Maybe Bruce able to give him a little bit of the right kind of tips because you're right. Bruce was built in a very similar fashion to the way Darrell Taylor is built. They win in the same way. They've got the same kind of body type a little bit. So maybe a guy that can teach him certain things about just little techniques, little tricks of the trade there to utilize that kind of stuff. Because Bruce was also very similar in being that one-trick pony. Bruce was just going to try to run around you. There was really no counter inside early on in his career. And I don't know if Bruce really ever developed fully the counter inside. He could kind of just slide off to the inside when he really caught those tackles leaning to the outside. But hopefully so. Hopefully Bruce showed him a few things. Micah Myers says, you getting a Lofa interview? And I just need all of you guys to DM him on Twitter and be like, go to the Hawks Nest. He wants to interview you. He's not going to take a lot of your time. You're going to have an awesome time over here. You're going to get a lot of love. But Lofa was posting on Twitter if he was going to create his own YouTube channel or not, and asking if he should. And I hit him up on Twitter and I was like, yes, you should. And you come on to the Hawks Nest and we'll blow your spot up. But I've hit Lofa up 8 ways from Sunday. I've hit him up on Instagram, Twitter, emailed him, all that type of stuff. So he's very elusive. He's an elusive man, but I would like very much, that's one of my unicorn interviews that I'd like to pull on this channel. And I'm hopefully able to bring him into the fray because I would have some questions I'd love to ask Lofa that I don't think other people have asked him, and dive into some stuff that people would really want to know. But we'll see. Maybe you guys can put some pressure on him in the background for me as well. I'm doing all I can. I'm hitting these guys up offline. I'm emailing them. I'm looking up contact info. I'm even reaching out to agents and just don't get any response back. It sucks. Dick Docs, Brandon, if we trade the Broncos 2024 third round pick and our 2024 fourth round pick for a second round pick, will we still pass on a nose tackle or linebacker? Bad joke. Groan. Yes, this is the answer to that because we've decided to devalue nose tackles at this point. I don't think we've devalued linebackers, so we might still take a linebacker, but at this point, the team doesn't seem to feel like a nose tackle is really a valuable thing to necessarily target in the draft. And that's at least been what we've seen so far as they've transitioned to this new scheme. It's a good joke though, man. It's on point. Herbicide, I see Mafe and Chenna playing most of the snaps. I agree. Very complete players, I think. Derek Cole is going to be a year out, and I think that Darrell Taylor, Herbicide, is more of a rotational pass rusher who you don't want on the field on early downs, which means it's going to limit the number of downs he can play. 100% agree. Seahawks blue and green, if I remember, a lot of Taylor's sacks were garbage sacks. There might have been a couple in there. There was a couple of good seal moment plays, though, too. You know, like the Chargers sack where he got the strip fumble, and that game was still very much in the balance. So, you know, there's a bit of a mix. I think his sacks, as much as anything, Seahawks blue and green just came from a very small collection of the games. There's a lot of zero marks and then a couple of points where he really goes off, kind of like a streaky shooter. Herbicide says, what are we going to do with Fant? It's dumb to pay him fifth-year option money. A very quick, easy place here to create a lot of cap space very quickly would be to move Fant, especially with the two tight ends that you're stacked up as it stands right now on the roster, especially Herbicide considering you're going to run a lot more 3 wide receiver sets this year, so maybe you have less of a need to have the 3 total tight ends. But the team seems to be pretty much set with holding on to him. There doesn't seem to be any indication they've looked to move him or want to move him. They activated that fifth-year option very early in the process after the Russell Wilson trade. So it does appear that he's going to stay here. But that's $5.85 million if they want to clear money quickly off the books that they can at that point without any sort of dead money cost, which you have to feel like with Schneider, if he's going to end up making a move around training camp's end, it's going to be very itchy for him not to necessarily call upon that. That's a very easy way with them having to sacrifice future space in order to make it happen. Megan says, I hate the old AFC teams, especially the Chargers. Oh, you got especially the Chargers there, huh? Okay. It's hard for me. They got their franchise taken, you know. They haven't had a lot of winning tradition. Megan says, nothing nearly as much as the Broncos and Pats, but nothing comes close to that pure dripping hatred, B. Oh, you're against the Pats? I thought you were Evil Empire on that. Rumbler, yeah, Herbert's definitely got that dog in him. DVD, but in defensive Alexander, we had Max Strong. He gave a lot to both the run and pass blocking. He did, but it was Ricky Waters' DVD forever that was keeping him off the field that year. And Ricky Waters is one of the great all-time multi-dimensional backs. Not as just a pure running back, but being a multi-dimensional guy, running, pass catching, and run and pass blocking. He could do it all. He was the full meal deal. And that was definitely something that Alexander in 2 of those fronts just never got right in his game. One stat I was reminded of, the most people you have the block, the worse the run is, averages. 13 personnel has under 3 yards per carry, while 11 personnel has over 5. Seattle has excelled running out of 11. I see a higher use of 11. Or we think alike on this. I agree. That's going to be your highest personnel grouping that you run offensively next year. I think there'll be some balance to it. Why do I? I don't think there's going to be one where you're like the Rams will run it. I think one year they ran it like 70% of the time. So I just don't think you're going to get to that level of it. But 35%, yeah. Seahawks blue and green. I feel like the Chargers were a lot like the Seahawks before we won the Super Bowl. Yeah, similar trajectories from a franchise standpoint. Rumble Podcast, is that why my Amon Green 99 card fumbled all the time in Madden 17? Yep. The guy had a tremendously great first step quickness, great burst, and the long speed. So he could bust those big plays off, and he ran with a fair amount of power. I mean, he really found his footing with the Packers. But the reason that basically Holmgren shipped him off for a bag of peanuts is because of the fumble problems. And he just couldn't trust him. Seahawks blue and green trade Darrell Taylor. Not the worst of moves to make. You're selling high at that point. You're giving team value with the guy that at the very least they're getting a rotational pass rusher that can push up around 10 sacks. And you have 2 years of cheap club control on said player. That would have some value on the open market. But I'm also okay DVD forever of keeping him, like you say. If maybe he's just not a quick learner, like you say, and Bruce shows him what's up and finally the light bulb turns on and the he's ready to go. I hope you're right on that. But I'm good either way. But if a team comes calling and they're wanting to give us something nice and tasty, I ain't saying no either. Why do I love Madden football? That's why I refuse to play it anymore. I have to boycott it to save it. They have literally not updated any of the tackling animations in 10 years. F-E-A. F-E-A. F-U-E-A. You've wrecked a franchise, and you've done it in the name of greed. Pure, unadulterated greed. There are no excuses. There's no, but it's understandable. You've done it purely, and you've done it from almost an evil intention standpoint. My brother's been trying to run Madden seasons on franchise mode, and they've gotten to the point now where your franchise mode gets corrupted at some point or another. You get 3-4 seasons invested, and now it's corrupted, and you can't do anything about it. It's absolutely ridiculous. And why do I could have so much content I could create with Madden football. I could go live and just play Madden here on my channel. I could reel in the views, reel in the money on the watch on those views, have people donating as I'm playing Madden. And I could probably make some money off of it. But I find myself in the same place you are, in that I'm no longer going to support the product until they fix the product. And it's very obvious as to what the problem has been. It's very obvious as to what needs to happen. But it's not very obvious that they're willing to do anything about it. And until they do, they can F off. And I hope they lose all the money in the books, and I hope they tarnish the NFL brand as they're continuing to do so until the NFL has no choice but to remove the license from them and put it in the hands of somebody else that's actually going to do something with it. Sad part about this too is the NFL doesn't seem to be putting 2 and 2 together, that having a crap NFL game is not allowing you to expand your market in the way you would like by selling off the franchise and the marketing, all that, to this one unit to do it. If you had an actual NFL franchise mode and you had an NFL game that was put together with care and love, and it wasn't about trying to get you into MUT modes and super teams, let you run your franchise, that would grow the NFL product. That would make football more popular. But the NFL just has a complete blind spot on this, old school thinking on their part, not forward thinking. And maybe one day or another they'll have a realization on it. I don't know. CJ Kurtzman, does anyone remember if Sherman was a good tackling corner coming out of Stanford, or if that was something that he developed as a Hawk? I remember him being not just a ball hawk, but an outstanding tackler. Sherman's one of the better all-time tackling corners that's ever played, CJ. But no, it took him a little bit of time to kind of learn his technique. He learned fast. He got along really quickly, but he got better with time. He got just more certain as a tackler, more solid in his technique. He was a great adopter of the hawk tackling technique. Near leg, grab it, wrap, roll, that type of thing. He was awesome at that. And he developed an ability to kind of get some hits in as the years went along. He became a little bit more of a hitter from the corner position. But I think he was still in that transition mode of being a former receiver going to cornerback in the early year or two at the start of his career, which is how it is with most of these receiver converts to cornerbacks. Avery Allred. Hey, Brandon, who's your favorite non-Seahawks player to watch offensively and defensively? Oh, fantastic question. What a great question. I hate to say it, but to me still Aaron Donald has been the most dominant defensive player of the last 10 years. Probably the best 3-tech that's ever played in the NFL. He's on a one of our hated teams, but you've got to respect the player for what he's been. And that's just, he's even still to this day, just unbelievable to watch him wreck shop, even when he's being doubled, even when he's being tripled, to see how much teams put to stopping him, and they still can't stop him. Offensive player wise, who's my favorite offensive player? I don't know if I've got as good an answer on that one. It's a good question. Let me think about the offensive one, Avery. Defense one's easy for me, but the offensive one's a little bit more muddled. I don't know if I have a signature guy that sort of stands out as the guy that I really love just watching this guy offensively speaking right now. I might go still within the division like a Deebo Samuel type guy that's just, got so much skill to his game and what he brings. And he plays with such tenacity as a receiver. operating with a running back-like mentality and how hard he is to bring down. He might be the guy. I love watching Joe Burrow because he's not a guy with the greatest of arm talent, but he plays the game so smartly and he throws with as good an anticipation in this game as anybody else. And you get a player that isn't necessarily just uber talented, but then playing sensationally despite not necessarily being uber talented. That's something that I definitely gravitate towards and really appreciate being able to watch. But it's not as certain for me as far as an offensive answer goes for you on that. There's some guys I really like, but it's very easy on the Donald one because he is just amazing. Why would you trade Taylor? He's a player on the rise, 9.5 sacks last year, a big step forward, and he is only an RFA next year, cheap to resign. There's no such thing as too many pass rushers. I don't trade him because I feel like we have too many pass rushers, so I'll say that. Why do I? It's not a matter of because we're so stacked. I do feel like I have an ability to trade him if the right team comes along to provide me the right price for him. I feel like at the head of this right now, you're selling him at potentially his highest return. If Boye Mafe comes in this next year, Chenna comes in, if Derek Carl comes in and he's ready to go, all three of those guys are better run defenders first and foremost. And if the collection of all these guys pull away from each other as far as the snaps because you're keeping guys fresh and whatnot, now you have Taylor come back this next year, maybe only getting 6 or 7 sacks, despite the fact that maybe he was still taking steps forward in his game. You're just liking what the other players are bringing to play. So I feel like right now you're able to sell him at his highest wide, which means that you get your maximum returns from Darrell Taylor right now. 2 years of club control for a guy coming off of his best season, I think is going to be something that you could get something decent from another team for to maybe, help out another place. So I look at it as like you offload Taylor to help out the interior of the defensive line. Why? I don't think that that's a bad thing to do. If I feature Darrell Taylor and I can throw a back end pick to get a guy like Buckner, I'm not going to be against that. I also am a firm believer that Darrell Taylor is never going to be good against the run. Bruce Irvin never really got good against the run as an edge defender. What you eventually did is you transitioned him to a Sam linebacker on early downs so that he essentially had to take on a tight end instead of a tackle on run downs. And then you moved him in as a rotational rusher. So while I like Taylor and where he's coming from, I think his top end is going to be kind of ceilinged out a little bit here where he's never going to be out in the field as a run defender. And so I don't think that makes him a guy that I look at as a part of the long-term plans of the future of this team. I look at it as you get the next 2 years of the productivity you can get from him, and then you're probably moving off from him. So that's more of it all. That's why that factors in for me being willing to do that. I think that Taylor's had a fine year last year, but there's some holes still there to his game that remain. DVDs is probably a better chance of getting an interview with Loaf of Bread. Laughing out loud. I'm just kidding. I hope that happens because he was a real stud and loved his clean tackling and rapping. There's so many questions I'd love to ask Lofa. And what's nice about him is he's following the team. So there's stuff you can ask him about the team too. In addition, hopefully I can get him pinned down at some point. He's an elusive one though. Diggs Ox, Brandon, did you get any banana pancakes with coconut syrup while in Hawaii or maybe just some fresh grouper? Well, Diggs Ox, I'm kind of famous for this on this channel. I am an insanely picky eater. It's not something I'm proud of. I don't wear it like with pride, but it does remain who I am. And so one of my little golden rules of thumb is that I don't think that bread and fruit need to mix in any way, shape, or form. Not even a hint of banana in the pancake for me. I'm also not a fan of seafood at all. So no, I'm pretty boring when it comes to food, man. I am. Seahawks blue and green, Taylor just gets blown up on blocks and is only decent as in obvious pass situations. Agreed. You can't play him in the run game. He's going to get driven back off the ball. It's been proven time and time again. That part's not stepping forward with Taylor. Like I said, it didn't step forward with Bruce Irvin. He's just not got enough sand in the pants to be able to root down at the point of attack. He's not a good enough tackler. The instincts are just not there in the run game. All the way around. Sean Lee, Ricky running Waters was so good. Oh, he was good. Megan says, Pat's the team. Can't stand. Love my Dark Lord Bill. Two different things, B. Fair enough on that, Megan. That's fair. That's definitely fair. Sean Lee, pop quiz. Who would you take? Steve Smith, Chad Johnson, or Deshaun Jackson? Steve Smith all day long, every day, and twice on Sundays. Steve Smith is one of my all-time favorite wide receivers in this sport. I love him. Why do I? The reason I see Taylor with a big year this year is Seattle playing from the lead more. Will give him more pass rush opportunities. He can pin his ears back. PR is what matters, and he has shown speed and bend. I wouldn't disagree with anything you said. Why do I on that? And if we end up keeping him, I'm okay with that. I'm not saying we need to actively shop him or that I need to move him right now. I'm just saying that if a team comes down willing to offer me something right now, I don't look at him as a key fixture point of this team that I see as absolutely a part of my plans for the future. And I think I can find rotational pass rushers on the open market to supplement. I can find a guy to just be that kind of one-trick pony, and it's not going to cost a lot. But I'm okay with holding on to him. I'm okay with just letting it ride out. Megan says, Madden sucks. Haven't played it in ages. Miss it, but not worth the money. Not at all. Not at all. Rumbler, Brandon, I've been meaning to ask you, where's the best place to go for actual film watching? I can get a lot of highlights and even game recaps, but I'd like to really commit to learning deeper. Get the NFL package. It's, I think, $9 a month. And that gets you access to the all-22 film. And you get two different shots of the all-22 film. You get the sideline shots and you get the back shots. And those are very key. Every game I watch the NFL season, I'm watching the all-22. I watch not just the television copy, but that copy. It's absolutely important in doing evaluations to see certain things you can't see always on the television copy. So it's worth the money, especially for doing a YouTube channel like you are. And then you just kind of grind on that tape, watch it a little bit, and you'll be able to pull some stuff from it. For sure. DVD says 2K had the best run game mechanics, except for Game Day 98 for PS1. I love the 2K5 game too. A lot of things that, it wasn't a perfect game, but it was certainly one that they were trying to make the best football game that they could. It wasn't trying to get you to buy mystery boxes or mystery card packs. Just build your franchise up. That's where the NFL needs to go back to. DVD says maybe the NFL will do what they did before and license to 2K again as well as EA. Hashtag I hope. I hope so too, DVD. The problem here is, of course, EA is making money hand over fist with their MUT mode and their player packs. And so what that means is that when they come to the negotiating table and 2K says, yeah, we'll give you $100 million, EA can come in and say, yeah, we'll give you $1 billion. And that's where you just can't, that's where they're able to blow everybody else out the water. Herbicide, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. Those are good names. I'd lean as much with them as any other offensive player I mentioned. Jamar Chase is tremendous to watch. Justin's awesome too. So I love those guys. Hard for me to pick one guy. Really tough. Kevin Sorbo, Gronk's a 4-finger stinker. Hans Von 9, morning Brandon, following live on the Hawks Nest while driving to work. Greetings from Belgium. All the best. Go Hawks. Hey, greetings from Belgium out there in Europe, man. I hope it's a wonderful drive. Nice, hopefully semi-warm weather. Not freezing too much or anything like that. And appreciate it, man. Appreciate you tuning on in. Hopefully day's just about to wrap up. The drive's about to wrap up, hopefully for you. Maybe. Why do I? Taylor was hitting it at the end of the year, 2012, 2022. Remember, he had 9.5 sacks in only 13 games, with 6.5 in the last 6. He'll have a big year. Don't need him to stop the run, just rush the passer. Absolutely, man. I agree with you there. Remember, it's only coming from just the standpoint of if a team comes in and you're dealing from a point of strength and they're willing to maybe they're desperate for pass rush help. Chiefs come in and say, hey, we'll throw you a second or third round pick for Taylor. We need to bump up this pass rush. I'm not going to say no to it. That's all I'm saying. Addicted to Hawks. If Cup has a son, will he name him Stanley and teach him to play hockey? It's a lost opportunity if he doesn't. Huge lost opportunity. Nathaniel Parks, what about trying to get a guy like Vita Vea? He's only 2 years left on his deal, around $10 million per year. With the Bucs rebuilding, I think you could go and get him for a second and third. I looked into this prior already, Nathaniel, and though he only has 2 years left, the Bucs have had to move a lot of money around to make this happen. And so there's just not a way with the deal and how it works out. If you look at his sport, like go to Sports Track and look at his numbers there, it's just too much of a dead money hit. The Buccaneers this season don't have any right now plus cap situation is where they're standing. Okay. So they have right now, as it stands, the Buccaneers have $2 million of available cap space. So Vita Vea right now is costing them, as far as a cap hit this year, $6.5 million. Vita Vea has a $30 million dead money hit if you move him. So what that would mean, of course, now is that they would have to come up with Let's see here. So you have $23 million for the difference of that. And then you have 20. So right now, that would mean if the Bucks move Vita Vea, they would have to come up with $20 million of extra cash on their books. They'd have to free up $20 extra million just to move Vita Vea this year, Nathaniel. And they're not able to do that. They're already up against the cap. And they've already used all the flexibility in the contracts and the money that they can move. It'd be too significant. Rambler says favorite non-Seahawks in the current NFL: offense, Jamar Chase; defense, Minkah Fitzpatrick. It's good players. Minkah's fun, man. Been very good for the Steelers. Certainly, reclaimed his kind of status from where he was with the Dolphins. But Jamar, I've loved him since LSU. Kid was dominating the SEC at 19 years old. I knew he was going to be a stud coming out. He was my favorite player coming out of that draft, I think, bar none. And it's been awesome to watch him ascend so quickly as he has. It's impossible not to love Jamar Chase's game. Dig Docs, Brandon, you went to Hawaii and no seafood? I'll dig into this another day. I'm a tremendously picky eater, man. And right now, with as dirty as these oceans are, with as much crap as being thrown into it by third world nations and all the like and in between, with the oil leaks and Fukushima dropping nuclear waste on, and I'm good. You know what I mean? I already don't want the mercury. I don't need all the extra stuff into it too. So, and it doesn't taste good enough anyway for me on the other side of it to jump in like that. So Victor 7, I was like, yeah, I agree. No fruit with bread. Sounds like a great opinion. And then you threw the no banana pancakes at me. And I got to say, you lost me there, bud. Well, I'm consistent, man. I just can't do the fruit and the bread. It doesn't matter whether it's pineapple on pizza or it's banana in bread. I can eat banana bread. I don't hate it, but I don't seek it out. Or banana pancakes, for that matter. And DVD, yeah, Baldwin was kind of our Steve Smith. I'm with that. I think Doc says, wow, mental mode. No banana recipes in the chat. Sigh. It's an acquired taste, man. What can I say? It's acquired taste. I gotta own this. It ain't with pride I say it. I'm a picky eater. I wish I wasn't. I wish my palate was as wide as so many others out there have, because I'd be able to enjoy food that much better. I just can't get there. Avery, I really believe most of our games are going to be close and high scoring this year. Going to be a lot of nail biters, in my opinion. Could go that way, Avery. Definitely could go that way. And at least if it does happen, those will be some fun games to watch. They'll be exciting. They'll be action packed, fireworks everywhere. But I could see it playing out that way with where your defense is at, where your offense is at, especially if you can't get a guy like Jamal back on the field. Injury here, injury there. Nathaniel, Madden sucks. Been waiting for a good game since Madden 15. I got to hope that'll be crushed by mid-August when I blow another $60. I did it for years. It was a bad game for years, and I kept buying it for years, Nathaniel. But I got to a point about 2 years ago where I just said, this is unplayable. It's a simulation at this point. You're not playing the game. You're simulating. Seahawks blue and green, I'd rather have higher scoring games. Makes it more exciting. Good for stats. Me too. Higher scoring games or low scoring game? Give me the high scoring game. Megan says, sorry I'm being quiet, gazing at Jim Zorn in that mighty chest of steel. That's the pick of him in his prime too, Megan. That's when he was going strong. Dick Docs, Brandon, do you eat chicken? I do. I will tease you about that later too. Just teasing. No, I like chicken. In fact, that's my next goal here, is to learn how to bake chicken right here at home so I can start eating a little more healthier. I need to start thinking about that stuff. My favorite Seahawk, current non-Seahawks are Mahomes for offense, Parsons for defense. Parsons is a good player. I forgot about him. That'd be a great. Those are two great names. Nathaniel, you're not the only one who won't eat seafood in Hawaii, Brando. I'm glad. I start to feel like I'm a crazy man for this outlook on things, but I don't like it. I can eat crab with some butter. I can do it, but it's not the thing I'd really go to on a menu first thing. And salmon's good, but I keep coming back to it. It's just they have to tell pregnant women, don't eat too much fish. You get the mercury, make your baby stupid. It's like, wait, hold on, what? If I eat too much, really, mercury, and mercury's that scary one where it's that's the one that makes you dumb slow over time. It's part of what took down the Roman Empire with their irrigation waters and all that. They were lined with mercury or something. It just no. I will eat other things. Not like the rest of the food supply isn't poisoned though. My favorite non-Seahawk is Ray Lewis. That's a good one. That's a real good one. Brandon, who do I see as offensive, non-quarterback, and defensive team MVPs? I think Kenneth Walker probably ends up proving to be your... I think because it's non-quarterback. So I think Kenneth Walker is going to be your offensive MVP. I think your defensive MVP... Our defensive MVP, I'm going to go with Tariq Woolen. I'm a believer in Tariq Woolen. I'm going Tariq. Avery Allred, who's the most underrated and overrated Seahawks of all time? The most underrated Seahawk of all time is probably Jacob Green is probably the most underrated Seahawk of all time. Had well over 100 sacks for his career. If I'm not mistaken, he's the all-time sack leader for your Seattle Seahawks. A good all-around player. He played in both a 3-4 and a 4-3 defense as an end, which is hard to do. But he was good for a very long period of time. And he's a guy that does not ever really get talked about as being one of the better all-time Seahawks. He's definitely a guy that gets forgotten about. Didn't get to Hall of Fame status of things, but crossed that 100 sack line, which tends to be one where if you cross it, you are going to be eventually a Hall of Famer, and maybe eventually gets into the Veterans Committee or something like that. My all-time overrated one, this is a pretty easy one, is Sean Alexander. And I appreciate what Sean did. I love what he brought to the table. But I do think in a lot of ways he was helped out by the supporting cast, by an offensive-minded head coach, by all of that. So he would be the number one guy I would go to as saying probably the most kind of overrated. Though I think the Seahawks fan base holds him in kind of the right overall esteem in where they place him. Not that he wasn't a good player, but when you start talking about, like, some Seahawks fans will try to present Sean as a Hall of Famer, and I just can't do it with some of the inequities in his game. Guy couldn't catch well, didn't want to pass block, went down on contact easy if it wasn't going to be a big play. I got to go there with that one. DVD says, I think the D-line will be better this year because Bobby now knows how to teach with post-game film at the Rams as well as calling it in-game. Bobby's going to be a big help, especially in stopping the run, DVD. And yeah, you got to think he's going to help guys getting in position and alignment, getting guys in the right space, reading things. It's the thing that stood out to me most about the film last year is people kept getting caught up on his foot speed and all that. But none of the people that talked about the lack of foot speed or the failing foot speed in Bobby Wagner spoke about the fact that he was still so very instinctive, that he's a step ahead of every middle linebacker in this sport of knowing where the play's going, of reading it and being right in his reads. You know, and it's the comparison I made to this is that you take Jordan Brooks and Cody Barton, and they're both faster than Bobby right now, right? Probably faster by a good amount. But those guys also post-snap stand there and look like deer in the headlights for about a second before they decide what they're going to do, robbing themselves of some of that quickness and speed that you get to see on the field. They look 2 steps slower because of it. And that's the part of the math that some people weren't doing with that. But definitely I was. Rumbler Parsons is frightening. Have you seen him doing the touch and go drill with Deuce Vaughn and CD, I think it was? His agility is just unbelievable. He was neck and neck with those guys, nearly won. Oh, he's a freak. He's a freak. And a guy that I think they're going to start to just let rush the passer more and more now is kind of his main thing. And that's only going to kind of brighten his star all that much more. If I had to choose a favorite all-time offensive player, LaDainian, that's a good one. White White salmon's my favorite fish for sure. That's my favorite one. That's the only one I will eat. And it is tasty. But I just keep thinking mercury, lead. That's what's going through my mind as I'm eating it. Not how delicious it is. Megan says, did I forget to mention gazing into the steel blue eyes of Kraken head coach David House W? You did mention that. Yes, you did. Why do I live in the Midwest and always ask my dad who lives in Oregon to send me a smoked salmon each Xmas, laughing out loud. Well, you get some good smoked salmon out there, that's for sure. Deadshot Killer, free football game coming fall called Maximum Football 2023. What's nice is that there is a lot of these indie companies kind of putting together these like football games. The only problem for me, Deadshot, is I want to do the real names, you know. What I want to do is run a franchise, and I want to be a general manager and the coach and put it all together, you know. And you can't, they don't have the names and the licenses, so it's like, GJ, Brandon, when the last time you think we had a starting defensive lineman who was white? When is the last time you think we had a starting defensive lineman who was white? Not to do with race, of course, just got to thinking about it. Was it truly as far back as Patrick Kearney? Like, yeah, that's right. That's right. As a starter, yeah. I think you've had like some backup guys come in, but starter, yeah. I mean, you only had a couple of guys that have been, you got that, and you got like Joe Nash and the Washington State guy for a while. Not been a lot of them. Megan says, I love it as a vegan. It's the only way I get calcium and living in line, so it's hella expensive. On the fish. Fish does get expensive the more you go in. Avery Allred, I completely agree with the Sean take. Oh, thank you, Avery. That's just the one I'd go to. I like Sean. And hell, I did a whole video on Sean and on the channel here, kind of trying to say the good and the bad that's with him. But there are some people that come in my chat eventually, every once in a while, go, should Sean be in the Hall of Fame? Shouldn't he already be in the Hall of Fame? No. Megan says, Sean overrated? B, we'll have to agree to disagree on that. Fair enough. Fair enough. Nathaniel, Bobby is more likely than Russ to have his number hanging in the rafters. 100%, Nathaniel. Bobby deserves to have his number hanging in the rafter and his number retired. I don't know if, which I guess is the run, it's because they got that two weird thing, Nathaniel. It's the Ring of Honor and then the retired number. Russ is going to get into the Ring of Honor, but Bobby's going to be the only one with his number retired. Probably the only one with his number retired from this generation, maybe absent Cam and Marshawn as the only other two guys. Doug has a chance of getting in there too, and maybe a couple other guys, but that'll be about it, I think. Lou says, Brando, imagine Lynch running behind the OL Sean Alexander had. Oh, I think he puts up 2,000 yards, Lou. I think he puts up 2,000 yards and does it with kind of relative ease if he has that same O-line that Sean did, running over that left side. Like, look out. And with that offense, with Matt and the receivers you had to at least kind of keep it legitimate. You can just lock in on the run either, which made all that would have been make that much easier. Sean says, I love Sean Alexander, 2005 league MVP to the 1,800 yards to lead the league and broke the touchdown record, I believe, at 27. Overrated, maybe a little, but I'm glad we had him. And that's where I would be with it, Sean. I don't hate Sean, that's where I met Sean Lee. I don't hate Sean Alexander. Definitely not a hater of him, and I can definitely appreciate his career. And that's why I wanted to put the video I did together of Sean. If you guys haven't, go check it out. I posted a couple years ago, in that I was trying to get to that place of nuance. There is places about his game that is really great and that is special qualities to it. But the detractions that exist in his game were also very real as well. And being a running back is more about just running the ball. There's some other elements you got to bring to the table. And those other elements were piss poor. And he had the supporting cast that was really great to help him out and allow him to succeed. And when he lost that supporting cast, he wasn't the same running back. But he was good. He was good. DVD says most overrated all time. Ricardo Laco, special teams was the big one. And Russ led him too far on that Super Bowl quarterback slant. That ended our legion. It did. I don't know if he's held in super high esteem either. People appreciate him for being a great gunner, but I dig Doc's pumpernickel bagel, some smoked salmon, little red onion. Geez, food on my brain tonight. You're making me hungry, man. Getting me hungry. Magic Mac Music, glad to see you live again. Thank you, Magic Mac. Just had to do a little bit of my vacation, get a little bit of that Hawaiian sun and get refreshed. I'm ready to roll now. Rumbler, bro, I want to play that VR football so bad. Going to wait for it to get way better, though. I want my first touchdown pass to be high definition with 1080p Metcalf catching it in stride. Oh, when they do that, when that exists, Rumbler, I will be getting the VR set up and I will be live streaming that. So when that day does occur, then you will know I will be jumping on it. But I'm with you. They got to get the VR more advanced. I thought it would be by this point, but it needs to come along. We need those things that you can move in, so you don't have to do the buttons to push you forward. They had those like slider things where you wear like the fast socks and it's kind of like an oval, like an inverted oval, and it's picking up your feet. It can register your feet running on it. That's what we really need. Something like that I don't know how they got to get it advanced, but that's the next step up. Greg says, who are your guys' favorite all-time non-Seahawks offensive defensive players? LaDainian, Ray. I think those are good ones. Boy, the list is long, man. No. Yeah, and we are about almost 5 hours in, so we're going to probably start to put a bit of a button on this one, and I'm going to be coming back here on Sunday, so I won't be gone too long from you guys here, but we will kind of wrap this one up a bit. Seahawks, blue and green. Sean had the best left tackle and left guard duo in history to run behind. It's a big part of it for me. It's not a part that can be overlooked to have two Hall of Famers in their prime blocking for you, and knowing that's helping you. And say nothing of the fact that center wasn't weak, right guard wasn't weak, right tackle wasn't weak. You had strength all across the board there. On top of having a functional quarterback and a functional passing attack, functional tight end, there's a lot there to allow him to be successful. It doesn't mean Sean didn't have some really good talent in addition to that. He did. But that's just where we try to find that proper perspective for him. Greg says, I'm glad Sean Alexander's in the Ring of Honor. Feel like he deserves it. I do feel like he deserves it. Sean does deserve to be in the Ring of Honor. That's a mark that if you look at a lot of the guys that are in the Ring of Honor, some had really outstanding production in their career. Some had all right production in their career. The standard, the set of the Ring of Honor is not one that you have to be a Hall of Fame level to get in there. But there's a difference for me from the Ring of Honor to the Hall of Fame with Sean. That'd be my demarcation line right there, I would say. And yeah, we were I was there with Megan last year when we put him in the Ring of Honor, Greg. It was a good moment. Beautiful moment. Why do I? It saddens me that running doesn't matter like it used to. For me, the most beautiful part of the game, love watching guys like Barry Sanders, Shady McCoy, and K9. Great backs are fun to see in action. Yeah, it's the game with a little bit more of the spread stuff and it just being these option routes and a lot of just dink and dunking. It's, there's a little bit lost from the old school style of game with that. There is. And I think this stuff goes in ebbs and flows, and stuff is kind of a du jour now that changes down the line a little bit, and we'll maybe see a return to the running game. But I like it when it's a balanced situation too. Seahawks, blue and green. Sean liked to go out of bounds a lot to avoid a hit instead of getting some extra yards. That's why I'm a Lynch guy. I think that's a big part of why I'm a Lynch guy too as well. And yeah, it's Sean. No pass blocking. I've got hands of stone. If I don't determine that it's going to be a big run, I might run out of bounds, or I might fall down on the first touch of contact if I do the advanced map to determine I can't fight through those blockers. Those are the real detriments to Sean's game that nobody can really argue with. They're pretty much, they are a fact. They can't argue with it. It is what it is. Now there's some other stuff on the other side that he brought that was good, but the negatives are the negatives. And there's not really a way to cover them up. Jamal Charles, Ronnie Lott is good ones. I'd be without too as far as some other players that are non-Seahawks that have been fun players to watch. I think Randy Moss was a fun one. I don't know. Deadshot Killer Maximum Football will have files that you can download from players to have current roster in NFL like Madden and share files. Ooh, there we go, Deadshot Killer. All right, now you're speaking my language, man. Now you're speaking my language. I can work with that. That's the part that I got to have. I got to be able to implement my Seahawk logo into the game, or at least an offshoot that looks, similar to. But if you can put that together, if you can build the teams, the rosters up in that way to kind of equal, I'm open to it. I'll tell you what, Madden's dropped this ball so thoroughly, so hard for so long that there is such a huge market opportunity for an indie company or whoever to step forward here and take advantage. The product is so failing so bad from what it could be delivering on the other end of it, from its potential. The sky would be the limit for a franchise that could come in and just take it. But then the joke's on us, Deadshot Killer, because then next year EA will buy that studio and then they'll just kill it. That's our modern day run on it. That's how that's going to roll. Spaces, Marshawn played with a ton of talent, and Nathaniel says Marshawn was a one-of-a-kind talent and human. Agree, guys. 100% there. Why do I says Marshawn ran like he was going to die if they tackled him? He was savage. All-time best Seahawk trade. I don't know. The Russell one might have it be just a little bit more why do I, but it's definitely probably a close second on top of it. A beautiful, beautiful trade. 2 4th-round picks is all it cost you to bring in Marshawn, and he was a savage. Nobody like him. It says something. There's no running backs in the era that are referenced as their nickname. What's Adrian Peterson's nickname? Anybody know? You got LaDainian Tomlinson, who was just before Marshawn. But if you go through his era, none of these running backs got any of their nicknames that anybody's going to remember. But everybody knows Beast Mode. In Indonesia, they know Beast Mode. It's become its own moniker. And that's the power of Beast Mode right there. CJ says, would the Kingdom have collapsed under the seismic shock of the 2011 Beastquake? It might have. By the time they closed up the Kingdome, we had tiles falling already. The ceiling was already falling down prior to the implosion of the Kingdome. So if you had been in that stadium at that point with it starting to fall apart as it was, could you have brought down the house? Literally? Maybe. Overall, Rich, should we expect a breakout year for DK? I know we've been expecting it the past 2 years. I feel this year is the one. His foot is fully healed. Second year with Gino and best supporting cast. I'm a big believer, Avery, in the respect of I think that DK in a lot of respects is already broken out. I think that it becomes a little bit of a situation with him on targets for people, and can he get more targets? I think it's hard to get a guy in a high volume target area of things when he's basically the most doubled wide receiver in the entire sport. That's going to cause a quarterback to pull off of him in the reads, especially when there is that strong supporting cast around him. For me with DK Avery, it's about him being efficient in his catches, with him having a lower drop rate, with him having getting a lot done with maybe a little bit for some of those other guys like a Diggs or a Jefferson that are going to have 150, 175 targets their way. But all that being said, what it's going to come down to, Avery, is if you can pull the double teams off of him. More than it is about DK taking a step forward in his game. Can you get him in more single situations, more one-on-one situations? And the way you do that is by having a more brutal running game, by forcing at times, in my opinion, those teams to come up and bring the eighth man in the box, which now is going to free either Tyler or DK into more one-on-one situations, and now they'll go out and they'll eat. But it's going to require, I think, that because it's the double teams that have stood at the forefront of keeping him back from a 1,500 yard season. And if you look at a lot of these other receivers that have gotten to those seasons, they're not dealing with the same type of double team rates that he is. They get double sometimes, but a lot of these guys like Diggs and Jefferson, they go move into the slot where you're guaranteed single coverage, or you're guaranteed to fit yourself into the zone. Nathaniel Parks, any thoughts on NCAA 224? I had a little bit of hope for it at first, Nathaniel, but based on what I'm hearing, they're going to go to the super team stuff with that as well. And the way that this works with EA is that they'll go to the super team, they'll go to the MUT mode, and they're going to do so at the active sabotaging cost of franchise mode. Franchise mode doesn't just suck because of their ineptitude and they don't know how to build the game right. It worked for a very long period of time before it stopped working. The reason it doesn't work right now is there ain't any money in it. It doesn't make them any money for anybody to go play Dynasty mode. They make money off the teams playing MUT mode. So why are they going to do anything differently with NCAA? Why are they going to encourage players to not be spending money versus the players who will be spending money? So we're going to end up in the very same conundrum with NCAA 24 that we've ended up with EA and Madden. If it's not, I'll play the game and I'll enjoy it. But EA is going to have to prove it to me at this point that they're going to have to change their ways with it. And for me right now, it's all about the super team. That's what they want to have. Because super team means packs. Packs mean extra money. Packs mean you buy the game and you spend more money on top of that. That's what they want. Deadshot Killer, totally agree, man. I appreciate it, bro. And I love you bringing up that. I'm going to keep on the lookout for that game. I'm getting just like, I'm becoming a pessimist with this stuff because you've been burned, you get burned so long with this stuff. And it's like the modern era is like, it's not about competition. It's just about eliminate the competition. But I hope they do it right in this game. EA needs a kick in the butt. And if it comes from an indie studio, or if it comes from 2K, or if it comes from the NFL putting a mandate to them, I don't care. They need to do something here. This game is, or maybe they don't. They're making billions off of it. There's enough people that love their MUT modes and their super team modes. And I think that appeals to the kids in a lot of ways. And I'm not a kid anymore, so I'm probably not the target audience. But I still feel like the NFL and EA are leaving a lot of, fruit on the table. I've always thought about it like this. If you're EA and you're going, I want to get money from the franchise people, those who play franchise mode who aren't buying the packs. What about this? What if you tell people on a given year with Madden where you say, this year we're going to do franchise mode and we really put a lot into it. We don't like the fact that we have to lose money by putting our time and attention to franchise mode, but we recognize that you as the market want this. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to put in franchise mode, and then you're going to get ads placed in the game, but they're not placed like running ads like you have to watch a commercial. You just have to see sponsored by Snickers or halftime sponsored by Gatorade, right? And now you sell that separately as EA for just your franchise mode. And now you make extra money from the dynasty mode by that way. I feel like EA could get creative with it in that way to take that other approach, but they don't. I think that the MUT mode is making them so much money. Megan says Paul Allen said he had a panic attack when he pressed the button on the implosion of the Kingdome. That's a lot. That's a big explosion. You don't, how bad would you feel if we had some guy walking randomly below and he just got hit? You just killed a man with flying debris. It's not your fault, but a man that was alive this morning is now dead because you pushed that button. I would feel the same way. I'd be like, are we sure it's clear? No, I mean, you're telling me it's clear, but do you have the people that are looking? There's some homeless down there. I don't want to hit a homeless guy. No. Another check. Another look. Space says, I rewatched the Beast Quake game. Not only did he stiff arm that guy 10 yards, he did it with his left arm. What a legend. Now, he's a powerful, strong man was Marshawn. Powerful man. I like Joe Montana, Megan. He's another guy I'd put up there as one of the fun ones to watch. Nobody executed the West Coast like Joe. Why do I, with the Marshawn trade, I was meaning a player we got in a trade. Oh, you're right. That's the best one as far as player. I wouldn't dispute that. DVD says, anyone knows that Tyler also started running hard after week 14 last year? He did get a little bit in the act, didn't he? People were starting to give him a hard time mid-year. There was that meme that was online, some schmuck posted with showing Tyler falling down, as like this compilation of him giving up yak yards in preservation mode. I think he started to hear a little bit about that last year, and I don't like it. I'm not giving Tyler any shade for that. He doesn't need to be a yak guy. DVD says, we spread the ball around. No need for a number one stat receiver. Agreed, man. That's where we come down to the breakout thing. It's just, you don't need it. You've got the parts that's not a requirement. Sean Lee says, Steve Largent was a great trade as well. That might be a better one than even Marshawn. I mean, that one cost you only a 7th rounder. That might beat it out. I'd forgotten about that one. Great reference. That's a great reference. Nathaniel says, I think we'll be a 12-5 team as long as Geno plays a similar level as he did last year. Agreed. I'd put us there. And remember, that's what we're Pumpkin had us too, Nathaniel. That was Pumpkin's picks. It was 12-5. Why do Oilers trade Largent for an 8th round pick? I think it was a 7th. But still, ridiculous pick. Kelly says, B, forgot to tell you on my flight back to Seattle from Miami was in Key West. We had to stop in Spokane for fuel and landed hard as F. Laughed my ass off. It's hot right now. We were landing hard the other day too, Kelly. When it's got that heat going now, you get closer to a town like that, you're definitely getting the turbulence. We had one like that too, where I landed, I was like, geez, Captain had a couple shots before the flight, I guess, huh? A little rough. Those pilots come in hot out here, Kelly. Megan says, love Paul. When I heard that someone who suffers from panic attacks, I thought it was so sweet. It was sweet. I'd have it too, though. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate all the donos tonight, Randall, from you, man. You're very kind as ever on that. He says, company I work for services the VMAC. Work on getting a pass for training camp. Fingers crossed. Ooh, let's go, Randall. I'm a little jelly, man. I want to get out to training camp this year. I'm trying to figure out how I can make it happen, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to break away quite like I want to break away to go check it out. So I hope you do too. And I better get some reports from training camp. I better be having you with some notes. Be one of our guys on the scene like Kelly. Get some feedback from y'all like we did last year. That was awesome. Thank you for the $5 donation though. DVD Forever, thanks for doing this for us and for you and us. I will continue to watch live every chance I get. Seattle is the best. Well, thank you, DVD. I appreciate you watching, and as long as all of you guys do. I've got a great audience here, a very supportive audience, and I love what I do, man. My favorite thing ever to do is this. And this year, I'm going to be so stoked for what we have. We got a great team coming up. The channel has had as great a growth to start this year as we've ever had in the 4 years of this channel rolling. Nothing but, Mariners got the nothing but good vibes. Nothing but good vibes here. We're moving in a way that's just absolutely amazing beyond anything I could really hope for when starting this channel up. And I'm stoked for the future, man. So I appreciate it. I really do. Lou, Brando, what do you think? Do you think we have the potential to be a top 5 offense with all the weapons we have? Not only do I think we have the potential to be a top 5 offense, Lou, I believe that you should be a top 5 offense with what you're bringing to bear from a talent standpoint, scheme standpoint, production off of last year's standpoint. Lou, to put this in perspective, we were talking a little bit about this, about the offense taking a step forward next year. And you threw for about 4,400 yards passing last year, and you ran for 2,000 yards. The Saints in 2011 set a record with 7,400 total all-purpose yards of their offense. They set an offensive record in that 2011 season, Lou. So if you went up 500 yards rushing and you went up 400 yards passing this year, you would almost equal that Saints' best offensive season in NFL history. I'm not saying the team's going to get to that place, but this is absolutely why I believe the team should at the very least be a top 5 offense. I think it's very, very realistic. It's not with the head in the clouds. It's feet firmly planted on the ground on that one. Nathaniel says he already did put in extra ads in the game, specifically from Pizza Hut. The thing that really is annoying is the fact the gameplay sucks and the servers crash weekly. It's pissing off MUT players. Oh, I wasn't aware of the crashing server stuff, but I mean, Jesus. This is where they need a heat check big time. Does EA? They're riding high on the hog. They're printing money. They got no competition. I mean, they are the definition of this is the definition of why monopolies suck, because they just end up eating up the market and not creating anything that's enjoyable or fun. They're there as this institution. Well, we've been here for 20 years, so we'll just sit here. But it's so sold out down the river on that one so badly. DVD Tracy Porter was nearly thrown out the building by Lynch's stiff arm. It is. They get thrown 10 yards as an NFL football player is a pretty tough look. And he got chucked. Jonah the Whale says, I'm pretty sure we're going undefeated. I love the confidence, man. Megan, I hate flying B, and this is not helping. You and I will be there in 4 to 5 years for my 50th B for camp, I mean. Hell yeah, Megan. Fact. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. I got to get to one of these training camps. I absolutely do have to. I really want to this year if I can. I'm going to try. I hate flying too, Megan. That was the most brutal part of this trip, was taking 4 different flights. Just by that last one, I had to sleep all yesterday just to kind of bounce back. It was horrible. Why do I says what I said draft night, I believe still holds true. This team will go as far as the passing game and Gino will take it. And the passing game will go as far as the offensive line can take it. I like it, man. I like it. I think I would bend. I think I would agree with y'all, but I would also add on to that the running game's got to be an element here. It's got to be an element that's at least, it doesn't have to be as strong as the passing attack, but you have to be able to me and to provide, some semblance of balance and threat to the running game in offsetting that dynamic passing attack. But I agree with you on that. Those are going to be where this team goes from. Offense is going to drive this team. Gino's going to drive the team at the offensive side of the ball and how he plays and what he's able to do. And you're right, the offensive line all the way around is going to be what they can they become dominant? Can they become no weak links? Your weakest link is a league average player. And the potential is to get there, I think. Megan says, the B, my wrist is killing me. I'm starving, so I'm heading out. Great to have you home, and we'll send you some links to the cricket. Sounds good. You have yourself a good night. You do take care of that wrist, Megan. And we're about to wrap this one up too here. DVD, I went to camp in 2013 and told everyone I was going because we were winning the Super Bowl. Only about 3 people agreed. I got Pete's autograph on the football and couldn't get Sherm's on my SI Mag. That sucks, man. Usually those players are pretty good about signing stuff, but I got to get out there. I've never been out to a training camp. I really got to do it. I think it'd be some fun just to interact with some of the local 12s around there and whatnot. It'd be pretty cool. A Rumbler, welcome back again, Brandon. I'll DM you on Twitter about the details for the Fantasy League roster spots. I set the previous player RSVP deadline for July 14th. We'll recruit from there. Night 12s. Sounds good, Rumbler. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Nathaniel Parks, flying is fun. I don't know what you're on about coming from a pilot. I just get older age. It's like getting on rides. It's like getting just kind of head sick, just it wears on my body. I don't know why. But I just get the jet lag. Even today, after having a day of sleep yesterday and and I'm still kind of still feel my head a little bit. I wish I can't go to sleep. I'm always just sitting there staring at something, and I can't get if I try to do work or something, then I get a headache. Maggie says, Crimey River be 19 hours to LA and had to be sedated on the plane. I would have, I had to go 19 hours. You're just going to have to basically hit me over the head with a hammer and shake me when we get there. That's how that's going to work. Sherm was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. I remember that Sports Illustrated DVD. He should have signed it, man. He would have seen him, should have seen his picture over there and just, hey, Sherm, I'll sign the damn thing. 3 days after 9/11, Megan. Brutal. Oof. All right, well, on that note, I think we will wrap it up. We just crossed the 5-hour mark, so let's go ahead and put a button on this. I will be back this Sunday here again for another stream very shortly, so we'll have a quick turnaround time this week. Also, I'm looking either tomorrow or Saturday to get on for the members. I got a little bit of a show I want to present to you guys over there, so all the new members of the channel, be on the lookout for that. Community post, all that. I'll give you guys a lot of forewarning on that. We'll also be scheduling these streams as we go forward a little bit more, so you guys will be able to pinpoint when I'm going live. So I'll try to get these 24 hours out so you guys can see when I'm going to be, so everybody can kind of set their schedules and all that as we kind of go forward. It is absolutely fantastic to be back here after vacation. I am completely refreshed here and ready to go this upcoming year. We're going to have a big season here at the Hawks Nest. I'm looking at going real big, so get ready for a lot of content to come down the pike, a lot more live streams as every year we continue to kind of amp this up and do more and more and more streams. That's going to continue this year. We're going to be bringing back the B&B show here very soon with Brendan, as I'm sure we'll be syncing back up here shortly. So I hope you guys are ready. We're a mere 3 weeks out from training camp. We're about to have some real fun here. And I hope you guys are locked in, because I think this is going to be one hell of a season for your Seattle Seahawks, with some potential here for us to even reach back in to get into that one special place that we haven't been in a good 10 years here. And maybe the return will be this year. With this talented group, with a coach like Coach Carroll who can coach up those young guys in the special fashion that he is, with the dynamic talent you have across the board, with the depth that you have stacked up across the board, with the complete nature of your team, offense, defense, and special teams. The sky is the limit. Dream big. Don't set your sights low. Look large. Let's get ready to knock off these Niner team. Let's get ready to take this NFC. Let's ready to get our first round bye, and let's get ourselves back to the Super Bowl. I will be back on Sunday, but I hope in that time you don't forget. I hope the hype does not subside. I hope your dreams do not fall at your feet, for we are about to go places this year. You better believe it. And don't you ever, ever forget. Go Hawks.